lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka. Ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di pikiran kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka. Ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di pikiran kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka. Ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Welcome to the knockout stage, day 2 of MPLI 2023, live from Jakarta, Indonesia. My name is Rose.
And also Bude Clara Mongs are here dan ini adalah hari kedua babak knockout stage dari MPL Invitational 2023. Di mana kita melihat ada perjuangan dari 8 tim kemarin yang nyatanya hanya menyisakan 6 tim saja. The Ohio Brother, mereka harus menutup mimpi mereka bersama dengan satu perwakilan Indonesia, yaitu Rebellion Zion yang tak bisa melanjutkan perjalanan mereka. Tersisa 6 tim saja untuk melanjutkan perjalanan hari ini.
Yesterday, we started off the knockout stage with 8 teams, and 2 of them had to go home. The Ohio Brothers, the representatives of the North Americas, as well as the last final representative of Indonesia, Rebellion, had to end their journey yesterday. However, today, we will be sending another 3 teams home, and we will also be able to know our first grand finalist.
Yap, dan hari ini adalah hari yang dinantikan karena kita akan melihat 3 tim siapa saja yang akan masuk ke babak selanjutnya. Karena satu slot grand finalis pun akan dilihat hari ini. Namun kita akan langsung ngecek saja, let's check this out. Kita ada schedule untuk apa yang akan terjadi 4 match dalam best of 3 series.
For our first match, we will be seeing the rematch of See You Soon and RSG Philippines. And after that, Blacklist and HomeBois rematch as well. And for the 7th match, the most awaited matchup in MPL Philippines will be happening in MPLI, which is AP, Bren, and Echo. And for the last match, we will see which teams will be playing in that match later on.
Ya, dan ini memang akan melihat bahwa 2 match pertama adalah lower bracket. Jadi siapapun yang tidak bisa memenangkannya harus terhenti. Dan dari kalian yang penasaran ada di mana tim favorit kalian, inilah dia bracket untuk terupdate.
So the winner of AP, Bren, and Echo will be waiting at the grand finals. The winner of See You Soon and RSG Philippines will be playing on the last match of the day, as well as Blacklist and HomeBois. For the lower bracket matches, however, the team that wins will have to say goodbye to their journey in MPLI.
Yes, dan kita lihat juga dari bracket sendiri untuk nanti match yang ketiga, siapapun yang menang akan mendapatkan satu slot grand final. Namun, lower bracket 2 match pertama yang akan menjadi dakdikduk sir, di mana siapapun yang menang bisa melanjut, tapi siapapun yang kalah tidak bisa untuk melanjutkan mimpi mereka. Dan kita melihat ada 4 perwakilan dari Filipina. Masih ada 1 dari Malaysia dan juga ada 1 dari Kambodia.
Yes, for the first time ever in MPLI history, there will be no Indonesian teams competing for the trophy. However, for our first match, we will be witnessing See You Soon and RSG Philippines. And one of the players actually has history with RSG Philippines. So how about we invite them over on stage to know more about the history. So guys, give it up for Kusai and Eman.
The 2 gold laner from both teams, they're here. Wow, looking great for their appearance.
Hi guys! Good morning, good afternoon. Magandang hapon.
Gandang hapon po.
Okay, so in case you guys didn't know, Kusei used to play in RSG Philippines as the sub of Eman.
Ya, dan kalau kalian belum tahu, di sini Kosei dulunya pas di RSG PH adalah substitute atau duduk di bangku cadangan untuk Eman. Jadi mereka dulu satu tim.
Okay, so na nakita kayo sa lower bracket, laglagan match to ha, the loser has to end their journey. So, let's start with Kusei. Kusei, ano masasabi mo sa performance ni Eman? Feeling mo ba mananalo ka sa lane mo mamaya?
Hindi ko masasabi kasi halos balance talaga kasi yung matchup eh. Sabi ko lang kay Eman, good luck sa laning natin.
I see. So I asked Kusei, I said, since you guys used to play in the same team before, what do you have to say about Eman's performance now? And like, this is a elimination match, meaning the team that loses will have to say bye. And I said, do you think you'll be able to win Eman in the lane later? And he said, Eman, we're kind of balanced, we're kind of similar, so just good luck with your lanes later, with the gold lane later especially. So Eman, ikaw naman, anong masasabi mo sa performance ni Kusei, especially since sub mo siya dati?
Sobrang laki ng pinagbago niya nung napunta siya sa See You Soon. Sobrang lumakas siya lalo.
So I asked Eman, what does he think about Kasey's performance now? Being that Kasey used to be his sub back in MPL Philippines, and he said that actually after Kasey entered See You Soon, the performance got so much better, and he thinks that See You Soon and him actually match each other really well.
Wow, jadi kalau dari pembicaraan dari keduanya, sesama gold laner yang dulu pernah satu tim, ternyata mereka sama-sama melihat satu sama lain itu equal. Mereka sama-sama kuat dan juga mereka sama-sama wishing a good luck untuk semangat dan sama-sama ingin memberikan yang terbaik pula untuk di lane-nya. So this is gonna be interesting match, but what did you learn from the previous group stage and then what do you prepare for today? Because we know that you don't want the same result.
I prepared myself from Light, especially Light, because Light is really good catching me. So yeah, I prepare myself for that, and hopefully I will not make a mistake again. I will not do the same mistake again. And our team, yeah, just improving our mistakes.
Wow, mereka belajar dari kesalahannya dan mencoba untuk lebih baik dan mereka akan lebih memperhatikan Light karena Light suka banget nangkep dia. Wow, jadi cepat sekali untuk belajar dari See You Soon.
Yes, alright, Eman. Ini-expect mo ba na magkikita ulit kayo ng See You Soon sa laglagan match na to?
Expected ko na po yun kasi parang sobrang lakas nila eh. Yung naglaban kami, muntik pa kami matalo sa kanila.
I see. So I asked Eman, did he expect to meet See You Soon in this lower bracket match? In this elimination match, and he said he actually expected it and he saw it coming because when they went up against each other in the group stage, they were so good that RSG Philippines almost lost.
Ya, dia bilang bahwa ini memang match yang ditunggu pula karena di group stage itu adalah match yang begitu ketat dan bertemu dengan See You Soon di sini tentu dinantikan pula oleh tim RSGPH dan juga khususnya Eman.
Alright, so Kasey, last words to your former teammates.
Good luck, and to all of RSG, good luck to our match. Let's give all the fans a good match.
Okay, Eman, yun naman.
Good luck sa amin. Galingan namin parehas. Tapos bigyan natin ng magandang laban yung mga pumunta dito sa venue. Tsaka sa mga nanonood sa Pilipinas.
Alright, he said good luck to the both of them and to the both teams. Let us give the audience here in the arena a good match and of course those that are watching online.
Ya, semuanya ingin memberikan yang terbaik untuk para penonton dan juga untuk match mereka. Namun, hanya akan ada satu yang terbaik untuk melaju ke babak selanjutnya. Best of 3 series di lower bracket. See You Soon dan juga RSGPH. Mari kita saksikan bersama-sama bersama dengan para caster.
The rumbling continues here in MPLI 2023 with 4 Filipino Titans paving their way into the grand finals and only 2 dark horses left. We have a representative from Cambodia in See You Soon and a representative from Malaysia in the HomeBois. 3 regions are left, ladies and gentlemen, and this really will tell whether or not the Filipino dynasty continues. On the caster desk, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko and Arashi. We'll start with you today because, you know, we're going to send 2 more teams home. It was a day full of heartbreaks, especially for Indonesia yesterday. But for HomeBois and See You Soon, there's still hope.
You know, it's crazy to think that the dark horses are the teams that are just not Filipino. That's what we're calling dark horses right now. And it just goes to show you how dominant the Philippines has been in MPLI 2023. All top 4 of the teams that qualified, well, yeah, the top 4 from MPLPH have the chance to make it all the way to the top 4 of MPLI as well. If they do that, then I think it's more than just a statement, right? It's a declaration of war against the world saying, we gotta be beaten. Someone needs to step up. We're too good at this game.
I think the kind of dominance is definitely unhealthy for competition, but it is what it is. So hopefully we're gonna see some interesting developments. That's always what we always hope to see in these big tournaments, but it's definitely a dark horse situation. They are definitely up against overwhelming odds.
And boy, do we love to see it, right? We always love that story of a region that has held, or even a team that has held the throne for so long, being challenged. And I'm wondering whether or not here at MPLI 2023, we actually might see something that we never expected coming over. I also wasn't expecting how good the documentaries coming in from Omni was, right? Exclusive by FWD, you guys get a chance to take a look into the journeys and the stories of Bigatron's Vin, as well as Una, EVOS's ambassador.
There's a lot more than that as well that you can find exclusively on Omni by FWD. But don't worry, with exclusive content, you would think, oh man, we probably have to pay a premium. No, it's completely free. Just go and download it right now on the Google Play Store and the App Store, well, it depends on what device you have. But it doesn't matter what device you have for the next product. You can enjoy it with anything, with anyone doing anything.
Yeah, I agree with. Do you agree with that? I mean, yeah.
It's hard to argue, man. I think that's definitely the case.
Even gaming, right? See, I'm a gamer, right?
Are you?
Right. I'm a gamer.
You don't have gaming in
My
your...
last name is Cass.
Mirko Gaming.
But I am a gamer, right? I
Okay.
love gaming, especially MLBB, and it gets really annoying when I actually eat other snacks because it's greasy, it's oily, there's a lot of
Crummy.
residuals that are on your fingers. But
Yeah.
with Hello Panda, I'm chilling, man. I'm playing all day, eating the snack, but it doesn't get my fingers sticky.
I get that. I get that. There's so many times when I'm playing and then I get my hands dirty. I don't want to touch my mouse or my keyboard, and then it gets dirty.
Yeah.
Oh, don't bother with the hassle, ladies and gentlemen. Go get your hands on Hello Panda. All the variants are actually right in front of you, except for one. There was actually one back in the talent room.
Yes,
it was
sir.
the cheese version, and
Ooh.
I thought it was weird. I was like, no, I'm not trying that.
That's like, we're used to sweet.
Exactly. I popped it in my mouth, and I was like, no regrets. Super good. And I didn't regret in this way as well. I didn't regret following One Esports on all their social media, because you guys need to stay updated. You know, don't come to news late. Stay
relevant.
It's not cool. Stay relevant.
Don't be irrelevant, man. You don't want to be that way, right? Right, Arashi here. He is the #1 guy when it comes down to following everything in terms of MLBB. One Esports has that covered for him. He got the guides as an analyst, he got the exclusive interviews as an analyst, and you also have that breaking news, Arashi. Suddenly a roster changes, there's some roster changes. Arashi's the first one there, because why? He follows One Esports.
That's true. That's absolutely true. It's the easy way, man. You don't want to follow like 8 different platforms.
8.
You know, from all different like
64.
brands. Something you find conflicting info. Please, man, conflicting info is the last thing we want, which is why you guys gotta name the hero and get the right answer, man. I've been so adamant, and it's glue. It has to be. I don't see any other possibility,
That's
man.
a little off. I mean, even for my taste.
You don't want to talk. Who do you think it is?
I told you from the very start that it's Diggy.
Diggy.
And then I might consider Balman. I see it. So I don't know either or.
Wait, Diggy, huh? A little bird told you it's Diggy.
Yeah.
Little bird.
Little bird.
Don't listen
No,
to
I have a
these
lot of little
stupid
birds,
people.
man.
It's Mia, okay?
It's
Okay,
not.
Chance,
It's
listen
not.
to me.
It's not.
Just listen to me. You're
Look,
as
if
bad.
you guys have trust issues, that's fine. Okay? You don't want to believe in Mirko? That's fine.
You want to believe the mere curse?
You don't want to believe me? That's okay too. You don't want to believe in him? That's fine, all right? There's something that you can believe in 100%. It won't let you down, and that is registering for updates. Because all you need to do is scan the QR code right down below there, and you guys get a chance to win 4,000 diamonds for free.
For free.
Never give you up. Never let you down.
I don't think that's the tone.
That beat is so off.
I don't think if you want to rickroll people, you do it that way.
Is that Rickroll?
That is.
Is
yeah.
it?
Yeah. It's
Never gonna give you up.
Yeah. It is a
You're right.
rickroll.
Did you just do it
She
unintentionally?
unintentionally tried to rickroll you guys.
I
How does that feel? Pretty bad, right? That's
Gotcha.
the same way
What?
I feel when they said Glue and Bauman. Frustrated and disappointed.
Okay. Let's hope for a not disappointing performance between both of these teams. As we are going to be inviting the Filipino Titan.
The Raiders out to knock out one of their own. Kusei on the other team, but also the rest of See You Soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome up to the stage, RSG Philippines.
One of the Titans from the Filipino region. The winning MSC 2022 lineup. They have accolades, achievements behind them, and they're looking to, again, find a victory against the Cambodian representatives in See You Soon. In a moment, we're going to be bringing them up onto the stage as well. And here they are.
We're gonna see you soon, not soon, right now. Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of MPL Cambodia, it's See You Soon!
Up against one of the toughest regions in MLBB. See what they can bring out. They have a bit of backup, they have shown incredible flexibility and maybe confusing play styles. Is that enough to come up on top against RSGPH? Only time will tell.
For their sake, I hope it does. And remember, See You Soon does have 2 Filipino players in MP and Kusei. So definitely they are the ones who will be able to shed some light into the play style and hopefully that they can adapt towards the Filipino play style. I mean, we've seen that kind of adaptation coming in from Rebellion Zion yesterday against Blacklist International. So we'll see if we'll get a little taste of that as we do welcome the 2 coaches from both of the teams. We have Coach Theo from RSGPH and Coach Cat God from See You Soon.
He's not just a cat, he's a cat god. And we've seen from his draft that he's actually taken a very weird, path to drafting. It's something that's very unique compared to all the other teams that we are seeing in MPLI 2023. When a lot of teams go for the first pick, Bruno, secure Paramis even. We've been seeing See You Soon prioritizing the Angela as a first pick and then flexing it all the way to the mid lane. All 3 of their games where we've seen them play the Angela, it's been Angela mid.
It worked. Wait, did it work? Because
It worked
I know
twice,
it didn't
they
work
lost
against
once.
RSGPH.
Yeah,
All right,
2-1.
2-1.
Well, looking at the stats right here, if it is the Angela, I think that's not just the Angela, but Ra with 11.4 average KDA. That is one of the highest I've seen.
Is the highest in
It's
this
the
MPLI.
highest in the tournament
You know why?
so far. That is insane.
You know why?
Why?
Rah!
Rah! Double A, like the battery. Well, he is definitely going to bring that electrifying style to the mid lane. But along with that, man, MP in the jungle and Felix. See, there's a bit more of a equal distribution here amongst the players of See You Soon. And even the roamer, technically, it's crazy that the roamer has such a low KDA. When we usually see that it's usually the roamer with a lot of assist bumping up those numbers. But it does seem like the playstyle is just that much different. And we've seen that kind of being used several times before. I think once by, who was it yesterday? By Sorn, actually, on the show. A bit of a distractive roamer playstyle. On the other side, though, for ISGPH, very much more equal. No one going above 7. But Demon Kite is definitely the man to be looking for to begin a lot of these fights. But afterwards, when it comes to the follow-up, when it comes to the coordination among all of them, it's so in sync. And I think they do adapt that kind of death ball strategy, which is why everyone except for the EXP lane generally has a quite similar KDAs. The EXP lane does more lane macro heavy plays. Everyone else, they're going out there for aggression.
I think one of the main things that you can actually notice from RSGPH is the KDA on Light, right? I think up until this point, still is true to this very day, is that Light is the anchor for RSGPH. Somehow, some way, either on something like the Cho. I think we've made a lot of jokes about him in the past international tournaments where he's like staring dead straight into us. And he always just doesn't blink.
Because there.
Exactly. He doesn't blink. He always has his eyes on the opportunities. And whether it's on the Gwyn, Edith, Cho, or even the Florin of all heroes, he's still be able to be that anchor in the team.
Just follow the light. That's been the name of the game for RSG Philippines for the longest time. And we've seen that in the previous match history here. 1-0 and 2-0. So they've met twice, and RSG Philippines so far have been the dominant ones.
Well, here the stats though, you have to wonder how this is going to play out, because the average kill, average death, average assist, and turrets even, generally all of these quote-unquote earlier game stats really favor See You Soon. But in the end, it's the late game, it's how you end the game that matters, right? You can have a pretty mediocre start, but if you end strong, that's all that matters. And for RSGPH, 60% Lord rate compared to 20% for See You Soon. That might be because some of the games end a lot faster. They don't really need the Lord maybe. But I feel like for the most part, it's just RSGPH with the better setups, especially the later the game goes, when the pressure really mounts up, when the death timers are really, really high and you're just concerned on making a move. I think that follow the light playstyle, the simplicity of it really lends itself to high intensity moments in the Land of Dawn.
So we see a clash of play styles, right? Because I don't know, for me, having the highest average amount of deaths is like a meh stat, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's the stat you want to have.
Exactly. It just shows that you're very aggressive in the early game and sometimes a little bit too aggressive, which is something that I do see about See You Soon. They like to gas it in the early game. Sometimes they overextend. They give some kills over to the enemies. And that's why maybe in the games that they do win, that's because they were able to get that death ball rolling like you mentioned earlier on. But for RSGPH, they can play a completely different playstyle. They can go for aggression in the early game, but if it goes to the late game, I do believe that they have a little bit more to say in terms of discipline, macro plays. And the question is, can See You Soon close it in their comfort time, which is the early game, or can RSGPH just try and prolong it to the late game? Because if they do, then I don't know if See You Soon has the capacity to be able to win it out in that macro battle against RSG.
It's cool that you mentioned the death ball, right, for See You Soon. That's the reason they've been able to win a lot of their games. Fun fact, the team they're up against are the team that perfected the death ball strategy at MSC 2022. Remember how they were able to have such a stellar run, 4-0ing a very well-known team, Arashi's team, in the grand finals through that, the death ball. Once they get that death ball rolling, they know better than anyone as to how to end, and that's why I feel See You Soon haven't been able to utilize that death ball entirely against RSGPH. RSGPH knows that gameplay, that's theirs. They know how to counter it for sure. And with the trades, with the macro gameplay, we haven't seen See You Soon's response, but maybe it starts now.
That makes sense because the last time they met in the group stage, that game was a 20-minute game. Average for See You Soon was under 15 minutes, but when they met RSGPH, they were able to extend it to 20 minutes, which they won. So we'll see what happens here in their first game. Best of 3 series, remember, ladies and gentlemen, there is time for adaptations for both of these teams. We see that See You Soon going to be banning out that Guinevere and the Baxia, respecting both Light and Demon Kite. From the side of RSGPH, however, there's a Kadita and an Angela ban. So you can say that both of these teams have done their homework.
Definitely. In the mid lane becomes so much more important, especially if we're talking about the death ball and countering it. If we can shut down that mid lane, we've seen that teams really fall apart when the mid laner doesn't really get any steamrolling, doesn't really get the security, and more importantly, when the mid lane, not always a she, but when the mid lane hero doesn't really get a chance to move around and roam safely, when she gets ganked on the way, that's where the strategy really loses speed, which is one of the most important things when you're trying to go for this high roam, high aggression death ball strategy.
Nolan banned away though. RGPH know better than to let that open against See You Soon, a team that wants to look for a death ball. Nolan probably the best hero at creating that snowball chance. See You Soon with the first pick now with the Angela ban. That's normally what they go for as first pick on the blue side. So what does See You Soon want to go for now? They want to secure a Bruno for Kusei very early on, getting him to have a winning matchup, or maybe securing a Fairmiss would be pretty good too. We've seen that in the course of the last 2 or 3 days, it's been all Fairmiss prio, and that's exactly what they go for. A Fairmiss first pick, RGPH now, a chance to pick up the Bruno.
They can go for the Bruno, or they can go for something like a Wanwan. We saw Blacklist going all in with that
Not
pick.
against the Fairmiss.
The Fairmiss might be a bit difficult, but they go for this Redrin. And along with that, maybe Arlet. I was thinking a Minotaur might make an appearance with the AoE, but it's going to be that Arlet aggressive style. So now, for See You Soon, they might be losing out on the early game aggression unless they can find something equally aggressive.
This Arlet should be for Nas, right? I mean, during MPLI, we haven't seen Light play it. You're smiling. Has he picked it up?
He hasn't, but Light has been experimenting a lot. He played Florin. Light, Florin. Doesn't sound right. But it did. It worked out for RSGPH in the group stages. Picked up the Florin, won it out, right? So the Arlet, I think, at this point, we cannot
count it out?
We can't count it out. We can't count the fact that it can be flexed. But for See You Soon, I think, honestly, just picking up heroes like the Bruno here would be amazing. Kusei's played almost all of his games on Bruno unless it's picked away from him, so I don't see a reason as to why you leave it open, but they do at Dairoth. Dairoth. We mentioned Death Ball. They want to start it all the way from the draft. My God, this early game pressure.
They have the Dairoth and they have the Martis as well, so it's a lot of aggression, and that's what you need. Because usually in the first neutral objective fight, level 4, the Pyramus can provide a lot of utility, but usually teams really fall off in that fight when they don't have enough damage, even though they come back for round 2. So having a Martis and a Dairoth definitely helps in that segment. So for RSGPH, against all these fighters, I think more crowd control could be very beneficial. The Arlet and the Fredrin already provide so much, maybe more damage could be used, and that is what they go for. Good wave clear. We saw this Lilia be such a good pick against the Pyramus because you win out in the wave clear department, and in the middle of a big fight, you can just kite back away from the Netherrealm using the energy, and that's usually a lot of damage.
Yeah, I agree. This has been such a popular pickup here at MPLI 2023, the Lilia, because of exactly that you mentioned. So RSGPH, they're also saying here, okay, you got that mid-game power spike, maybe even early, arguably, with the Martis, but we're going to be able to try and clear as fast as possible, rotate as fast as possible. And I do like the Arlet, now that I think about it, going against the Pyramus pick as well, but I'm curious as to the next pick from RSGPH. And they go ahead and ban the Ixia. It's risen in popularity. We've seen how insane an Ixia can become, especially if remained untouched. Very versatile in her laning phase as well. Very, I would say, what's the word for it? Sustainable with her lifesteal. So see you soon. What do they want to ban out here?
I think now, it's very strange that in the first phase we haven't seen a Bruno pick or ban. It's even stranger that we're getting a Respect Florin ban towards Light, right? Again, something that I do not match with each other usually, the Florin and a Light. But yeah, it's been a good pick that actually has been a problem for See You Soon.
I really feel like crowd control will be beneficial here, especially because of the nature of this draft from See You Soon. It's a lot of all-in, but it's for a very short duration. If they don't get the job done immediately, RSGPH definitely has the long, drawn-out fight winning composition. So I fully expect maybe what comes to mind is the Minotaur. I keep saying that, and I think See You Soon, if they can ban the Florin, I feel like the Minotaur would be a even more difficult addition, especially with how we saw the peel, the coverage come yesterday. Seems like all their bans is to make sure that they can survive a pickup attempt with the Pyramus, but they want to ensure that RSGPH cannot with any kind of saving hero.
What's a good lane against a Bruno?
Well, technically there's define good lane.
Like a winning lane.
A winning lane, very tough. I would say every lane is a skill matchup for Bruno, and mostly it's the advantage is actually held down by the Bruno. A lane that can actually work would be a Brody in lane against the Bruno. That's where you can actually try to look for a big all-in with the Brody. Once you get level 4, you can pressure the Bruno a bit more, but level 1 to 3, you still get bullied. Other than that, the Irithel does quite well at matching up against the Bruno. If you just want to farm, you still get bullied, but if you just want to purely farm and get to the mid-game, Claude is okay.
So, do you think See You Soon will ban out a Brody?
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
Ban.
It is definitely a problem if you're trying to dive in, right? The two very strong skills with quite reliable crowd control there.
Wow.
It's definitely a problem for teams diving in, and it's also a hero that can have a second chance at life with that Primal Wrath. So banning it away, he just doubles down on the pickup strat. But RSG, they pick up the Bruno first. Now See You Soon is forced to round it out. Is it going to be a bit more burst damage, more crowd control, more mobility even for a better chase? A lot of options available here.
With this early game, we saw this literally just yesterday, right? This kind of composition, they'll go for something like a Claude or late game carry is what I'm thinking. If they go for the Brody, that means they will be doubling down on early game. That's all. They want to find the early game. They don't get the death ball. RSGPH will say, you know what? Yeah, we'll weather the storm. So yeah, full force.
Okay.
Henry Franco? Ooh.
Last time, okay, the Franco is a comfortable pick here for the roamer, but against this composition, let's go. I'm not really sure about it. Irithel is their answer here for the gold lane. They go for the Kaja, so something similar like the Franco, but it's a little bit more secure in terms of the Divine Judgment, but that does and will wait for level 4. Not like a Franco can be a nuisance since like the early game, because level 1 you already have the Iron Hook. You can be aggressive in the jungle, you can be aggressive in terms of pickoff. For See You Soon now, they're using the Kaja. It's more safe, it's more secure, but you gotta wait for that level 4 power spike. RC Philippines will respond with a Ruby for Light.
Well, it's gonna
so it's Arlet for Nuts.
It's a lot of crowd control available for RSG, so depends on timing, right? How fast can See You Soon execute their game plan? Because we've seen this before, by the way, the double shred meta, getting a suppression, a good crowd control hero, and then going for a direct and an irrital. They can both lower your physical defense.
Whoa!
And with the Marcus right here, it's definitely a winning strat, but hey, this is an interesting prediction here.
Very
So
interesting.
50-50.
Very 50-50 for Indonesia,
Yeah.
but for Philippines, yeah, they'll side with RSGPH. It seems like Indonesia wants to choose a different region now to get into that top 4. We already have 2 teams confirmed for top 3, right? I mean, the 2 teams in the upper bracket final. So let's see if RSGPH can make it one step closer to an all-Philippine, an MPLPH season 12.5 in the top 4.
A rematch to everything that went down at MPLPH. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. We are moments away of jumping into the land of dawn for match 1, game number 1, a full best of 3 between the Cambodian representatives, See You Soon, with their heavy early aggression and pick-off style. And on the other side, we have RSG Philippines, the Titans of their region. As we jump into game number 1, Land of Dawn, here we go.
Let's see, early on in the skirmishes, Boxy already very aggressive maneuvers into the enemy jungle, while Light just pushes him back. But for both of these teams, what are we looking at? What timing for the power spikes?
I think See You Soon, they're gonna wait for level 4, where the resets, the suppression, all these tools really come through at level 4. And before that, I think RSG, with the Ruby, with the Arlet, and the spammable nature of their skills, even with the Fredrin as well, they really have strong fighting skirmish potential before that. So I think See You Soon needs to be very careful on that surprise counter aggression. But afterwards, I think See You Soon has all the urgency. They are the ones who are forced to make plays happen, because the longer the game goes, I do feel like RSG has a better chance. With a Bruno, with a Lilia, that late game is looking crazy.
But what about the late game coming in from Irrital, that constant DPS coming through? Can that try and level out the late game from See You Soon?
I think it's good AoE, it's good damage, but it's not the same kind of damage we're used to when the Irrital was just the most contested pick. I think at this point, the Bruno will be able to do more. That's why it's so popular. But Felix
flickering out, but the taunt connects. Even kind of able to lock him down with no flicker. That's a first blood picked up by Nats, but MP now looking for the chase. Nats with another good response. Flickering out of that Mortal Coil, and RSGPH picks up a good trade early on.
So you can see that despite See You Soon going for a very heavily early game-centric draft, it's RSG Philippines with the better rotations, but meanwhile MP here getting zoned out, getting chunked a little bit lower, and Boxy looking for something here.
It's very hard for them to look for an opening right now. The Mortal Coil is still ready. Nats jumps in, gets the Vengeance down. The final slash not connecting. Rock gets a good kill back, but Felix now will be saved by the Nether Realm. Appraiser's Wrath. Nice timing by DK. Boxy goes for Flicker. Divine Judgment able to lock him down, giving MP all of the space he needs to go for the Retry and a Decimate to the back. It's now equal again in kills, but the gold lead is held down by SYS.
It's shifting back to SYS, sure. RSGPH were able to get that kill earlier on in the top lane, but with See You Soon being able to get a kill onto Mardis, a hero that we know at this point really needs that early game snowball with 1 kill in the bag as well as a neutral objective. Is this looking dangerous for RSG?
It's a minor setback in my opinion. I think they had the right idea, but now they gotta be even more careful, because the early game is stronger before level 4 for RSG, but now is where they have to be really careful, avoid giving away too many combos, too many chain kills. But MP is gonna look for something more. And you can see the urgency right here, but RSG doing a good job at using the crowd control sparingly to ensure that SYS, they can just really go in undeterred without any possibility for a counter engage. Take a look at the emblems right here, and Man still with the late game focus here, always on the Bruno. But along with that, the Wilderness Blessing and Agility for Boxy, so not a lot of tankiness to help him out. We'll see if that becomes a problem, because for now, it's great. He can be around the map more often, he can get more ganks off, but later on, when it becomes a back and forth endeavor, he is just prone to getting picked off.
What do you think about Ra here on the Pyramis picking up that emblem here? That used to be called, I think it was Mystery Shop. What is it called now?
A Bargain Hunter,
yeah,
I believe.
Why not Wilderness Blessing?
Well, I think he feels that the pressure will be enough, especially with all the aggressive movements around by his team. I think getting to the power spikes is a bit more important for him because otherwise he'll lose out in damage, especially against Lilia, who at level 1, level 2 already has an insane amount of damage. So I think that's the mindset. And then, honestly, power spikes on a magical damage hero, generally, it's never a bad idea.
Okay, right now in the 4th minute of the game, you can see that both teams are going to be rotating onto this next neutral objective. So you soon wanted to help them get the ball rolling, but meanwhile, already a clash here in the mid lane.
Light taken quite low, forced to flicker out already. MP's chasing him down. Light still able to run away for a bit, but now there's another pull down below. Divine Judgment locking Aqua down. MP was merely just a distraction for them to open up and pick Aqua off. That's the second turtle going to the hands of See You Soon.
Everything going according to plan right here, and that's the issue here. Aqua on the Lilia, having the black shoes, but not going with the Purify. Going up against a Kaja is definitely going to be one of the targets that See You Soon will always have their eyes on. Now with that advantage though, you can expect all the invades possible, but actually no. They're respecting RSG, they're waiting for something more decisive before they really try and shut down Demon Kite, respecting that Fredrin power in the jungle.
So far, if we take a look at the gold disparities between both of the teams, there's not much to note. I think most of it falls into the hands of See You Soon, but only by 100 or 200 gold. So in the gold lane, I think we were expecting maybe the Bruno to win up that matchup, but why is it so equal here in the trades?
It's due to the pressure. I think this is like the 3rd gank now in the bottom side. Might work.
Foxy as well, look at the flank, Divine Judgment finding Eman, and they all just collapse under the tier 2. MP now gonna be locked down by the I'm Bennett. The Dome Round Wolf King. MP still trying to run away right now, but he should fall. The Appraiser's Brad now! The Nether Realm from Ra comes in clutch to save him in this initiation. That's with a good final slash. Liam Crusade back out of the Nether Realm. Aqua trying to deal the damage, but it's not going to be enough to really threaten any of the See You Soon members who are playing with that early game lead so well. Ra!
What a beautiful cover coming in from Ra.
Last second too.
Yeah, I thought completely 100% MP would have been taken down. Sure, he was able to get that trade over in the top side, taking 2 members down, but in the grand scheme of things with him taken out, I thought that would have been a good shutdown given to RSGPH, but that last minute back up coming in from Ra with the Nether Realm, that came in clutch. And that is why a lot of people have said that for See You Soon, Ra has been the main anchor.
And also Boxy, if you add him onto it, as a killing spree for MP. On point Divine Judgments. His positioning has always been really, really good. And this game right here, he's at its best. Meanwhile, Nats trying to jump in onto Felix, loses out the trade to Felix on this Dyroth. It seems like See You Soon will be able to pressure RSGPH out of the 3rd turtle, giving it to See You Soon for free. MP picks up his 3rd and final turtle this game.
This is such a difficult situation right here. Anyone who gets pulled in with the Divine Judgment will get taken out. There's just way too much physical shred damage coming in from SYS, and Ra finally now has the Lightning Truncheon. He's building a lot of damage, but if you look at his item builds, he went for the Magical Penetration boots and instantly rushed the Necklace of Durance. So he understands that magical damage is important, but not just yet. The utility that he provides is more important. So right now, it's back to a waiting game, but I do feel like See You Soon, they should get more.
Divine Judgment onto the front line, or Demon Kite gets melted down. My goodness! That's even an Abyssum strike from Felix. Final slash not connecting as well. See You Soon just diving under the turret, going all in. Felix as well! The Decimate not able to find one. Only an I'm Offended onto Ra, who's not going to be locked down under the turret, getting a little bit more of that damage down, but Eman isn't able to fully take Ra down. See You Soon are doing as they please.
He survived. He was able to get out of that. That was insane. See You Soon now with a 5k gold lead in this 8th minute of the game. We were talking about the death ball rolling in the early game, and this is exactly what we're seeing here in this game. And despite us thinking that perhaps because it's RSGPH's style, it doesn't look like they've been able to stave off the pressure either in this first game between them. And Foxy
looks for more. That's a good worldie by Eman to knock him back, displacing him off of a Divine Judgment. Stop. The recall here, Light. Okay, still he's all good. He's all good.
Ooh, Secret Agent Light just waiting for a chance there. It could have went bad. But this is the problem though for See You Soon, I think. They can get one pick off, but that's all they get. It's always timed properly for a neutral objective, but RSGPH, despite the situation, they're not being punished continuously. You know, they lose one member, that's always the end of the story. There's never like any follow-up, and MP hasn't been able to get those, those resets on the decimates to really snowball. Only 3 kills. So RSGPH are waiting for a chance for a power spike, but for now, especially this early on with the first Lord, I don't think they can even walk into the jungle without the threat of just being completely deleted.
They gotta give it over. See soon have so much pressure, a 6,000 gold lead. If RSGPH try to contest this, it might be bad. It might be an end instantly in the 11th minute. So they'll choose to just try to defend. They have some good wave clear here, still with Aqua on that Lilia and Iman on the Brody.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Demon Kite is what, 2 levels, 3 levels behind MP? There's no way that they can contest as Boxy looks for yet another opening, putting pressure on once again. We were talking about a power spike hitting for RSGPH, but what power spike are we actually waiting for?
I think it has to do with the frontliners more than anything. The damage for sure, Aqua will have to have some items first. I think the Lightning Punch will come in as a 3rd or 4th item, but I think the wands, it's where it matters, right? If he has the Ice Queen's wand, then all these melee heroes or short ranger heroes from See You Soon can get kited away. But more than that, the front line, Demon Kite or Nats, someone needs to be able to take the Divine Judgment and at least buy a bit more time before getting completely deleted, negating any real follow-up. But that's a problem. When they're funneling the gold to the carries to get more damage, sometimes the frontliners also end up being a lot more squishy, and that is just a big problem against this composition from See You Soon that relies on being able to just kidnap one of your members.
It's a Spectre Step, man. That physical defense penetration, another Divine Judgment. My goodness, this time it finds Nats in the mid lane. You blink and you miss a pickoff from Boxy. This man is that flashy. He's so fast with it. You know how fast he is? He's fast as heck, boy!
So is MP. Everyone is as fast. Mobility, like we said, there are a lot of agility emblems picked up by See You Soon. This is what they want to do. They want to be there before you know it and get out before you even notice. That was Nats, the EXP laner. Usually the tanky member, but look at Felix.
Conceal, Spectre Step from Felix as well. Zoning Aman away, the Ghost Bursters. Now you really know why it's called the Ghost Bursters. Aqua taken down to a quarter of his HP.
It's not looking good whatsoever right now for RSGPH. And we were talking about Boxy, and he actually has a 100% KP at this point, right? 008 TP. He's always the one who's been able to get these pickoffs, find those opportunities for his team. So if that's the case, is there a way that RSGPH can take him down before he even has the opportunity to do so?
They need to have some control first, some vision. So that comes in later. Maybe through macro play, like we've been talking about, something that the Philippines are very good at doing. But by the way, Boxy, 0, and 8. And that's pretty good, man. Like 16 divided by 2. Shout out Rose. But let's see, man. I think Boxy will have a lot more to do right here because this is the weakness for See You Soon. They don't have a lot of good siege, long-range skills. So when RSG turtle in the base, especially with so much counter-engage, like the final slash, the I'm offended, there's so many ways they can get punished if they are not careful enough. So breaking the base is the main challenge for See You Soon. If they can do so, or at least use the Lord effectively to aid them in doing so, that will be their win condition. For RSG, that is the moment, the window that they can use to try and do something crazy. They need to do something risky, man, because playing by the book right here might just lead to them slowly but surely losing the game.
Super textbook gameplay from RSG at this point, but we kind of need to, right? It's a 10,000 gold lead, still in the 13 minutes, so we're still within See You Soon's power window. It hasn't closed just yet, and I don't think it'll be closing in the next 2 minutes either. So RSG are just choosing to buy some time through sacrificing their base. At this point, that's what it is, right? With a 3-way push, there has to be a turret taken down here, and RSGPH will have to sacrifice it. As long as they're able to keep the main base intact, they should be able to buy a bit more time. But how long are we waiting for RSG to finally punch back?
Do you not think that this is just inevitable? I mean, this is a 10k gold lead we're talking about for See You Soon. And it does make sense. I mean, Kusi said in his interview back with One Esports that he found their mistake and they are going to be able to take their revenge and make it a clean one. And this is exactly what they're doing. This has been so clean from See You Soon.
They're janitors, man. They're clean.
Ooh. Detergents.
Detergent.
Well, it's very clean so far. We have to wait till the game ends to really be the judge of that. Now with the wave manipulated in a bit of a weird fashion here. One crash at the same time, especially in the bottom side. So it's the mid and top side there.
Oh, Boxy!
Misses.
Well
That is
played.
massive.
He didn't miss that. Iman dodged away from it. Good reaction time. My goodness, Iman. Mid lane base are going to be taken down. The top side as well. This Lord should be able to march down. One charge is all it takes. 3 base turrets taken out by See You Soon and RSGPH's base. And now it's all into the siege, but RSG are dealing with it really well. Like I said, 3 base turrets. They're going to have to sacrifice a few. As long as they keep the main base intact, they can buy a bit more time. Is it enough?
That's the real question. I think RSGPH definitely thinks that there is a possibility here, and I agree. There is a reason why See You Soon hasn't just brute force pushed into the base. Like we said, there's combos available for RSG, and now they are catching up. 15 minutes is usually the quote-unquote late game mark, where teams that need the late game get to their power spike. Of course, being 11,000 gold behind, RSGPH will have to wait a bit longer, but now See You Soon, they are the ones feeling the pressure here. They want to try and end it out. The item slots are getting filled up, and there's only a limited amount, man. Of course, you can switch out items, but that is a whole different story. Looking at the item builds, Anti-Cuirass's build by 3 members, no question why, but a Radiant Armor build up by the Ruby, I feel like that's an interesting choice, because there's not a lot of repetitive magical damage coming in from See You Soon.
Is Kaja not repetitive damage?
Oh, the big
Oh,
whip
Ra?
damage. Ra! I love that name, man. I really love that name. So fun.
But even despite the gold disparity, I would say that Aqua should be ready to deal the damage, right? Already with the Ice Wand, the Divine Glaive, I think either on the way to... I hope it's not Genius. I think it's another one. I think it's a glowing one. I think that would make a little bit more sense to the DOT damage.
Especially against Spider.
With that being said, that damage now needs to start being respected by See You Soon. So despite the gold gap that we see 10k, they still need to be careful when they make these decisions. They can't underestimate the damage output coming in from Aqua now.
Definitely. I think for Aqua, for Lilia, it's not about one big spell with high quality. It's about the quantity, man. Eventually, you're gonna get taken out with enough spells. Foxy, though, can he find a pick?
Uh-oh, Aqua. Oh! Or she's back. No, he flickers to the wall, and Rob picks him up. A panic button. Boxy now with a Divine Judgment. They're gonna collapse all the way. Nassel able to flicker out to safety right now. He's looking for a final splash play. One big play can turn the tide of the game, but it's not enough for now. Wow, that damage from Ra. One shot, and the man is half HP. Now with the Lord, marching down in the mid lane. They're going to be CC'd up, and Kuze's pre-hitting in the back, doing a lot of damage with the heavy crossbow. Like now, his immortality taken out. RSGPH. The Raiders fall one by one in their own base. It's a wipeout, as See You Soon claims game number 1 in a dominant fashion.
The Cambodian representatives fly high in game number 1 of this best-of-3 series. And that's the death ball effect that you can expect from See You Soon, that aggression from that early game. Sure, they fell behind a little bit in the first few seconds of the game. But as soon as they were able to get that pick before that turtle and eventually get that snowballing on for MP, the fact that Boxy hit level 4, was able to completely utilize his pick-off composition, pick-off strat, that's when RSGPH started to fall behind slowly but surely.
I think most people won't be too surprised, right? In the drafting phase, when you have that much investment in the early game, if you don't win out, then you gotta have problems other than just the draft. But for RSG, they tried their best, but I think eventually they just kept losing out on stuff. They tried to make risky plays in the mid game where they weren't trying to fight, but they're trying to find pockets of space in the jungle, on the map where they can actually farm and get to the late game. But See You Soon, they read through it and they kept finding them, setting up ambushes in the bushes, man. The trees are speaking Cambodian.
Kamai. I know a few Kamai words,
Reading
but I
through
don't
it.
think I can say it here.
Oh, I know one too.
Oh.
I also can't say it.
I thought it was going to be a greeting or something.
Shout out Cambodia.
You
for
guys don't know the
teaching me.
greetings? You went there.
I can't believe we were told the
Home
greetings.
Mao.
Home Mao.
Home Mao.
Home Mao?
See you
all the
soon.
Cambodians.
Isn't
How do
he
you
a
say
POV?
it? How do you use it? Homemao Cambodia.
Is it?
It's like
Yeah, I know.
cheers.
I forgot how to use it though.
I also forgot.
I thought Mao was on the Ohio brothers. Shout out Big Mao.
Sometimes you just have to give Arashi the silent treatment. You guys know why. That right there. That right there.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. In this best of 3, it was See You Soon being able to take that first game. But if we know anything about RSGPH, they're going to be quick to adapt. Do you think that there were anything that could be different from maybe the drafting phase? Did you think that something was a little bit off from RSGPH, or was it just pure execution that See You Soon had it to perfection?
I think
Let's
it's
start
all the way
with
from
you.
the early game, man.
Early
The
game.
execution of the early game, right? For RGPH, they were trying to contest as much as they can, which is okay, but at a certain point, maybe you would expect them to pull back, knowing it's a Dairoth, it's a Martis, it's a Faramis. They're built for these neutral objectives. They're built for team fights. More accurately, it's built for team fights around the neutral objectives, for skirmishes and scraps around the map. And that's why MP was able to just get such a big early game snowball. The first 2 kills was a problem. The fact that Ra saved them with a Netherrealm, that gave him so much more space, time.
Yep.
And you can see he didn't even build full damage. It's just a Hunter Strike, and he's able to snowball that hard.
That's why it's annoying, right? The Hunter Strike itself already gives you so much more damage, and then you build tankiness, and now you do damage, especially to the backline members. But if they try and take him out, it also takes too much time. That seems to be the pattern here, the meta that's effective. If you're gonna send someone to try and stop the goal laner, you better have someone a bit beefy. And yes, I do think that RSG were a bit too eager in the early game, because it's not just when they went and picked the fight, it's how they did it as well. I think in the second fight, we might see in the highlights here, Aqua got picked off because they weren't coming in together like a front line. This is the early stage where, with the level advantage, with the proactive gank, they're able to get a man advantage, but then they stay until Felix comes here. And in this fight, you can see the difference in just damage output and how fast members of RSGPH gets taken out. That's the big problem right here. And once that happens, then RSG are forced to back away. But here, look at that. Everyone's not together. Aqua gets picked off when, if RSG are together, man, the combos, we talked about it. The final slash, the ammo pendants. There's so many ways they can really shut down this composition, but not one by one. It has to be together, and that was the play, Mirko, that you're mentioning. That clutch, last-second Netherrealm was just so good.
I think the shred was also really disgusting in these pickoffs, right? Every time Kaja goes in for a Divine Judgment, you can see the shred coming in from Felix, and then the burst damage coming out from MP with the decimation. Like, all that comboed in together made up really good pickoff, and not to mention if, you know, the Faramis comes in as well with the Shadow Stampede.
It's one of the best utility in the game, man. The Spectre Step, and to add on to that, Irothel first kill as well. So it's physical defense shred. Yep, stacking another physical defense shred. And that's why, just with a Hunter Strike, he's able to shred everyone. Because MP was the executor. The rest of them were just the pokers, right? But MP comes in, rah, decimate.
And you know, MP was the only one on the team with crowd control immunity, which begs the question, if RSG maybe baited them into a funnel and then did a combo, they win an AoE as well with the Worldy, with the Angry Glooms. They can really win out in a drawn-out team fight. They just never were given the opportunity to do so. Looking at the stats right here, not a single neutral objective given over. See you soon. They're just, you know, we said they were hungry for victory. They're also hungry for all these resources, man. Only giving 5 buffs to RSGPH. And if you look at the items, like we mentioned, Ra knows his job. The game plan was just so well thought out that he just went for the rush onto the Necklace of Doings. Because, hey, they won't be itemizing for magic defense as the first item. So we go with the NOD, and now the Fredrin, the Arlo that are usually a bit more tanky, with a bit more healing, right, self-sustain, they actually become even squishier on top of the physical damage shred. So it just makes so much sense.
How much sense does it make, Eterna?
Like 10 cents?
1,000,000%.
Or 10 cents?
Okay.
1,000,000%.
See you soon. Let's take a look at the post-game recap aside from that, right? I mean, the Brave Smite from the Kaja as well gave him so much sustainability around playing the map. And also, I want to talk a little bit more about just the way that they have actually made the Irothel work. We've seen that a lot of teams who pick up the Irothel against the Bruno, it actually ends up with the Irithel getting bullied, ends up with Irithel losing the lane, ends up with Irithel even just being a non-factor in these team fights. But the fact that they waited all the way to the late game for that power spike to hit and then comboed it together with a Dyroth, this is the technology to make Irithel work.
But TBH in the lane, I think it still favored the Bruno. The only reason that the Irithel won it was because of the rotation from Fusun.
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing. After the Irithel nerfs, Bruno is probably the best laner in the game right now. Really, really good at just getting that snowball, getting a win in the lane, but doesn't change the fact that Kusei knows how to farm. Wolf said it yesterday. He's a farmer.
Ooh, he's a farmer. I think that's true. And with so much space, it's hard to really fail in your farming, in your farming challenge when there's just so much space available, when there's so much security. Because we've seen it again and again right now. The best defense, if you have vulnerable late game carries, instead of sending people to protect him, why not just pressure your opponents and make sure that they cannot strike back? You strike first and you strike hard, and usually you come out on top.
Look at that curveball, that entire snowball happening here.
You can see it in the...
I think that small dip for RSG, was that the first blood that they were able to take?
No, the first blood was all the way at the start of there.
Start. What's that? What's that small dip then?
Probably some farm. Probably they were able to get a little bit more farm, and then Fusun were like, nope, that's it. It's all you can get. No more crops.
Maybe it's a kill to Boxy. Not Boxy, not even Boxy. It was a Dyroth. Yes, he's the only person. Felix. He was the only person taken out in that game. Everyone else, perfect KDA. Man, rah. Making sure that his friends don't get taken out since 2021.
So Martis ban maybe?
Why 2021?
Wait, why are we back on that
It's a random
topic?
year.
Oh god.
I thought there was some story behind that, like because
no, unfortunately, we casters like to just throw it out.
Don't put us into it. Don't bring us into that. We casters, no, it's just you, Rashi. What was your question?
Ban Martis.
I don't think banning Martis is the key here. The Martis could actually be handled in the game as well. I think Faramis on Ra. It's always the utility, whether it's Angela, whether it's Faramis. When you put Ra on something that can save the team, he saves the team.
But what better to counter a snowball style than take away the snowballing hero?
All right, I'll tell you how to counter it, okay? Download the One Esports app because you get guides as to how to go up against the Martis.
You're right, because on this app you get information about the meta, the plays, the builds, and even the storylines here at MPLI, the rivalries that are happening. So many cool interviews that we get to, absorb and enjoy.
We're sponges.
We're sponges. So don't forget that there are also exclusive interviews with most of the players after their games, and it's actually quite interesting to get a little bit of insight as to how they felt about the match or their next matchup, because that's how we get our information about the rivalries. So with that, don't forget to download it for free on the Google Play and the Samsung Galaxy stores. And remember, Samsung Galaxy Store is only exclusively available on Samsung.
Yep, that's why it's called the Samsung Galaxy Store.
Is it though?
Yep, it is.
I think so.
I didn't know that.
But it's okay though, Eterna. If you want to just join, right? Let's say you want to join some tournaments. You want to be as good as Ra on the Faramis, on the Angela. You can find a lot of tournaments, a lot of ways to join the community of One Esports. Why, Mirko? Why do I need to join a community? Well, nerd, here, listen, all right? If you want more ways to win MLBB Diamonds, the community is the hub where you can find fun activities like quizzes, pick'ems, community tournaments, and it's a hub for us nerds, man.
Nerd hub.
Well,
So it's just filled with Arashis.
Excuse me? That is out of line, Eterna. Personally, I wouldn't take that kind of disrespect. But yes, we are nerds.
It's okay.
Can't
I'm a
argue
nerd
with that.
too.
so you'll take that disrespect.
No, we have to.
Be consistent. You want to take it or not?
Nah, man. I gotta like double dip.
What?
Wait, double dip is like when you dip once and then you dip the
Yeah.
same sauce again, right? It's
Yeah,
not like
that's
when you
double
go back and forth. I mean, two sides.
technically, when you double dip, you do go back and forth.
No, but you don't go for both of the sides, nerd and not nerd.
Yeah, but you
just-
go up and down.
Excuse me? It's like, yeah, so you get
So like you
samba,
put it in the
right?
dip.
You dip it.
So technically,
You like samba?
the dip is
I do.
accepting it, and non-dip, like the air,
Wait,
is
Eterna, this is too much technology.
dipping. So you go
So what's the
dip,
correlation
non-dip,
to
dip,
him saying
non-dip.
double dipping?
But sometimes you
he's a
dip
nerd
it
and
in
he's a
two
non-nerd.
sauces and it's referred to as a double dip. That's all I was. That's all I meant, Eterna. We're reading way too deep into it.
No,
So
no,
are
it
you a
makes
nerd or
sense.
no?
He's double dipping it. He's like, I'm
He's
a
a
nerd,
nerd?
not a nerd.
I think I'm a nerd
not
for MLBB,
nerd,
but that's
not a
about it.
nerd.
That's a lie.
What?
Oh,
yo, hey.
Oh, hi! All the way from
Brazil.
Brazil. RRQ Akira in the building. Make an abbreviation go.
What?
Where's your abbreviation?
RRALG. RRQ Akira, let's go. We even have the Nova players still in Indonesia, just joining in, having fun, watching MPLI 2023.
They're here for Arashi, man.
Why?
Oh.
Why
Maybe
not?
they're here for Cat God.
Or Cat God.
It's a cool name.
Eterna God. Doesn't work.
No, it doesn't.
Miracle God.
That works.
Arashi God.
Nah.
Eterna God
This is
doesn't.
some biased Miracle. What the heck?
Do you
How is
guys
that
agree
fair?
with this opinion from Mirko?
Of course, all of them agree. Miracle W. Just like RQ Akira W.
Man, that is so cool though. Coming all the way here, just trying to. I wonder if it's just, you know, hey, it's a fun tournament we want to watch, or is it like, hey, this is a chance for us to, you know, gain some data, get some analysis going on.
It's almost like their organization is Indonesian.
Yeah, wow.
Is it?
It's RQ.
Is RQ Indonesian?
It's almost like, you know, maybe they might want to boot camp in Indonesia with RQ
Ooh.
to prepare for
Why?
M5. What a revelation.
Almost, huh?
Almost
But
shocker.
RQ's not in M5. I don't understand.
What? Pardon?
But RQ's not going
Akira
to
is
participate
in
M5.
M5.
Akira is.
Eterna.
Yeah, but why would... You know what? Never mind.
They're here for the region.
Maybe you should ask Arashi that question. I think he knows a bit more. Hey!
Wait.
They're enjoying Hello Panda. Even the crowd, the audience here.
How come we don't have any more?
We do. We have a lot on
Where?
the desk and on the desk. It's right in
I'll
front of our
steal
faces.
one.
You wanna
steal
give
one.
over some Hello Pandas over to RQ Akira?
No.
We just yeet it over
No.
on camera, like, yeet.
No, they're mine. They're mine. Sorry. But ladies and gentlemen, let's head into the drafting phase for game number 2 in this best of 3 series. See you soon, able to get 1 point. Oh, that means they're at match point. Best of 3, that's how it works. Oh, so it's the final chance for RSG Philippines to stay in the tournament.
Their last breath. It can be an equalizer here, 1-1, and then we can see game number 3 where RGPH can maybe, possibly build up to a reverse sweep. Whoa, that's an Angela ban from SYS this time against RGPH, who are banning out the Kadira and the Baxia.
I guess first pick. I think for both teams, that strategy, the Martis, you know, the Death Ball, if you have the Angela, it just makes it that much more devastating, that much more difficult to deal with. But I think both teams kind of understand that they get each other's perspective. You know, they want to give up the Angela, but then that means the Faramis is still up for grabs. Will RSG just get it? Will SYS feel like it's a bit too expensive to give away and ban out something else, like the Nolan
Look, hear me
or the
out.
Matilda?
Take away the Martis. Just hear me out here. All right? Force him on a hero that he's not comfortable with. Force MP on something like the Lancelot that he used that he couldn't find success on. Because I think there's a little bit more room to punish it than if he was on a comfortable hero. A power pick, you could even say at this point, on the Martis. That's my reasoning. I understand the value of the Paramis, but for See You Soon in particular, take away MP, bro.
All right. Another thing to take away, though, has to be the Nolan. RGPH has already taken away a big counter to it. The Phobius, that's definitely setting up for it. And if See You Soon lets that go, oh, they do!
They've been the 1-1 though.
Oh, man.
Looking deep into it, we've seen that the Nolan can be countered, but that's very situational.
The Phobius banned.
There could be other playstyle counters too. We'll have to see, man. As first pick though, that leaves it prone to being countered, and that leaves that Matilda Faramis combination open. Will they go for it? No, it's gonna be the Faramis now. We'll See You Soon get that Nolan, and it's just such a good fit for their playstyle with the Matilda as well.
They don't want to
Whoa.
risk it.
That's the first time ever that a Nolan has been left open in the first pick. My goodness, see you soon. Has a chance to pick it up, like you said, Arashi. It's very good according to their playstyle. It's a playmaking, early game, super burst. You know what? One word, broken hero.
Broken.
Really?
Yeah.
I agree.
I recall Mirko saying, this hero ain't that good.
Yeah, in ranked, we were winning all against the Nolan. We've only lost when some of our players fed Nolan, which is basically the same against some artists. But in pro play, it's completely different how they're able to utilize it, that burst and everything. Never mind, they don't care about it, Arashi. I was right.
Never mind. They agree with Mirko. It's gonna be that Martis along with the Novaria. It still lends itself to the same kind of playstyle, right? Big burst, Martis resets with a decimation. We'll see though. Again, the Mathilda is open, and against a Martis, I can help but feel that the Mathilda is gonna be a big problem. So RSG, they can go for that, or they can go for something in the mid lane here if they're concerned about the wave clear, the damage, some utility.
I don't know. Do you think they're going to revert back to the Lily again? They're looking for a wave clear. That's definitely an option that they can go for.
field.
But they don't. They go for the Bruno. They secure their gold laner first here. Does Light really want to play the Faramis though?
You should.
Fredrin, their next choice. It's very similar idea to game number 1, honestly, here by RSG.
More straightforward, so less. Seems like RSG aren't really revamping their composition too crazily. Same can't be said for See You Soon, man. The Novario is really quite a stark contrast. You would think that without the Faramis, something else, something more in line with the utility, with the safety, would be picked up, but it's the Novaria. I guess it's all about the information right now. And with information, usually you want crowd control, right? You can spot them out first, and then you capitalize by going for a pickup or going for a big dive.
I will choose my
Is it
own
Kaja
path.
again, Franco? Oh, is it Arlet?
An Arlet pick here, trying to just utilize that clump up nature of RGPH with the Faramis pickup
Yeah.
to punish with a good final slash that can bring everyone, or create a line for the rest of the team of See You Soon to really capitalize on. And remember, they have a big combo here. With an Astral Echo to make these hitboxes even bigger, it's going to be easier to look for those big sets on the Arlet.
The Arlet, huh? For now, I think it's fine. There's good back and forth slugging potential from both these compositions. The problem is, if See You Soon really wants to try and take full advantage of this Martis, they gotta catch them off. They gotta find a way to capture RSG, and at the same time now, deal with the Faramis as well. So, against the Faramis, I think it's just AoE or crowd control. Those are the only two options. And earlier, it was the Kaja that they used, so RSG can ban it out, but it seems like they're not too concerned. They're more worried about the damage output that can come from the gold lane.
What about the Nolan? Does he still want to ban it here? Oh wait, Fredrin already, no need.
Yeah, they just don't care.
I mean, unless they flex it. Is it a Nats thing?
Nah, it really
Has Nats
isn't.
picked it up? No, he hasn't.
Nats is a playmaking player, man. He wants to go in with a lot of initiation, with a lot of mechanical heroes. He doesn't really want to play. Please don't, Nats. Please don't join that Fredrin XP thing. Yes. Please, I hate that Fredrin XP thing.
Nolan has been completely ignored in this game.
Maybe it's because of the teams, right? They're both death ball heavy, dive aggressive heavy teams. And in that situation, the assassin can work. But why go for assassin if, like, let's say a Martis can do the same job, if not better? Like, Nolan has no reset and has no additional speed boost in the middle of a big fight. Martis does, and he is harder to punish and has the crowd control immunity for any kind of counterplay. So I think that's the idea here.
I love it. I love that Nolan has been completely ignored. RGPH this time, they have to... with an Aerithal picker from See You Soon, now what the RSGPH actually go for in the XP against the Arlet?
Yuzong.
Yuzong is pretty good against the Navaria and the Aerithal. In lane against the Arlet does really well as well, but then they're gonna have to give a significant amount of lane pressure later on in the late game.
Hey,
towards
Benedetta
See You Soon. Benedetta against the Arlet. That matchup is okay actually, but it does give the Arlet a bit of an advantage. Yeah, it's either Bene or Yuzong, I believe, here for Nats.
something with crowd control for sure, I think, because only the Fredrin will be very difficult to stay there. But it's actually going to be a Paquito. I said crowd control, but wow, it's a Paquito and the Kaja taken away.
They say, no, CC. We only need one. Divine Judgment. That's it.
Technically, the knockout strike is crowd control. But the thing is, we haven't seen Paquitos do so well these days. I really feel like the only real value is the mobility and macro play in this day and age. And maybe the flank. But in a proper team fight, there's just so many better picks right here. And for See You Soon, it seems like they're the ones that can really stay in and dig in and stay next to the neutral objective in the middle of a big fight.
I agree. Are they thinking that See You Soon, when they go for their rotations, do they clump up as like, what's their rotation? Is it like 4-1? Do they go as 5?
For See You Soon?
Yeah.
Yeah, they kind of clump up as 5 a whole lot.
That's why they want to go for the Paquito? Maybe look for trades on the far lanes?
Perhaps, man. That's basically what See You Soon has been able to do, but then for Nats, he's going to really have to win this lane, and that Pufra will actually stop a lot of the, problems that the Paquito would actually give to the team. With a bouncing ball, he can already cancel almost his entire kit. Just his first skill that won't be canceled out by the bouncing ball. And I really like the Kufra pick here from See You Soon, actually, especially on Boxy. We've seen him on a Cho, on a Franco, on a Kaja. It's only natural that now we get to see the Kufra.
The Kufra is a great hero, and it's always very exciting because the engages are so dynamic, so fun looking. It always makes for great Mobile Legends gameplay. And RSG, now they gotta be careful, man. They cannot afford to go without Purifiers, I think. I fully assume that's gonna be the case, but the positioning on top of that needs to be on point as well. Kaja Kufra, we've seen this matchup sometimes, and the distance where the Kufra can start to engage will become a big factor.
This is the lower bracket. Ladies and gentlemen, that means if they lose this match, they will have to say goodbye to their run for the MPLI Championship. Match points. One more life left for RSG Philippines. Will they be able to reclaim, even if back out with See You Soon to 1-1? Or will this be a clean sweep by the Cambodian representatives?
Will definitely be bittersweet, huh? If See You Soon actually knock RSGPH out. Kusei, an ex-RSGPH gold laner, who's going to be the one to do it.
Ooh, isn't that not ironic and poetic, though?
You're poetic.
Thank you.
Well, it's the 1v1 slugfest on the top side. And this is the problem for See You Soon, I think. They can engage, but who are they going to engage on? Aqua has the Purify this time. Well, it turns out it doesn't matter. They just jump on him regardless. But if they jump on the Kaja, then Aqua can very easily use that Netherrealm and then allow Light to use a Divine Judgment and pull someone away. So on a fully textbook level, without any next level surprising maneuvers from See You Soon, I do feel like RSGPH, this time they have a better, more realistic, I guess, solution for the mid to late game.
Okay, I agree. As soon as Light hits that level 4 with the Divine Judgment, I think there's a lot more combos that they can utilize too, and maybe that's one of the factors as to why they picked up the Paquito, right? Instant burst from the punches, but okay, very aggressive here in the EXP lane. But yeah, combo burst, there's burst from Aqua, there's also burst from Nats on the Paquito, and maybe that's the combination that they're looking for. Meanwhile, it doesn't look like anyone wants to go for a pick just yet, but with MP coming to the top lane, is he just getting some EXP?
No, he's trying to help clear the wave as fast as possible. The final splash now coming down. Nats, knockout straight to disengage, gets hit by Natural Sphere, and the Vengeance takes him down. A good pull back. Oh, P gets out! What a set again by Boxy to save his team.
What? How does he keep doing this? Boxy! If it's not it's Boxy. The protection, that instinct, that final instinct, and that decision-making in the last moments, just making it all that more favorable for See You Soon in these team fights with RSG Philippines unable to get a trade, a proper trade here, again in the early game.
It's just so dynamic and so scary for RSG right now. I already seen that it was going to go so-so, quite even, but the individual plays right now are really what's swinging the balance in favor of See You Soon. With the turtle up, I think that another big problem for RSG is actually the main front line. They can take damage, they can just hold the line. It's gonna be Demon Kite. And usually we've seen that when the jungler is the one trying to take some poke damage, it's It's gonna be dangerous.
Foxy, Tyrant's Revenge, and the Rage. Light gonna be locked down, pinned down to that wall. Still able to escape for now. Felix getting brought back to the team at a Stampede, and the Divine Judgment as well. Pulls him back, final slash, not connecting. Felix using Vengeance. Foxy forced to back away. They're still sustainable in this fight, and they win it out with Ra getting a good Astral Spear. Meanwhile, solo kill down below. It's Eman this time who strikes Kusei down.
Did you see that though? I mean, in that previous team fight, Eman, he's in trouble. MP looking to gun him down, but still able to get away. Whoa, how did Felix survive that? He was already brought in with 2 valuable resources coming from RSGPH, the Divine Judgment, as well as another one, and yet he still was able to survive. By the time sustained back, in that team fight, nobody lost, but because of that trade in the gold lane, it is kind of, what do you think, 50-50? Better for who?
It's definitely better for See You Soon still, but wait a minute, one more fight.
Another Rage onto Light, and everyone just collapses. My goodness. Light taken down for the first time this game. Turtle should be advantageous for See You Soon, and that's a Red Tree battle. One out by MP easily. Nats now zoned away to another realm just to disengage for now. Demon Kite stepping back in. Felix still able to sustain quite a bit. Demon Kite abrasers grab Felix. Oh! Gets taken down by the Ghost Bursters. His Boxy's taken low. MP still looking for a way to win this team fight. Nats is stalking them all the way back.
I think Ra here plays such a huge role. A lot of the members of See You Soon are doing damage, but the bulk of it, I think, really is secretly coming from Ra, which is why it's just so important for him to stay active in the fight right here. And with the pressure, with the long fight that finally goes in favor of RSG, that gold lane, without the intervention from the rest of the map, you're really seeing this matchup play out just as we expected. The Aerithal getting bullied. What is this? Almost 1,000 gold behind. Both of the Haas Claws, but now the turret falling down. Light going in.
Flicker Divine Judgment connecting only onto the group from Boxy. Tyrant's Rage! Boxy! What a set, and Light still survives somehow. Wow, it's still RSG barely getting out of that skirmish.
But yet they were still able to get that trade in. Oh, Ra, almost. That was very, very close, but here comes MP.
No way.
He doesn't want to let this slide.
One decimate, and all of them die.
Well, with the chain of events though, with Ra and Boxy making the play happen, See You Soon, they're going to be able to trade a turret down, but this is what you expect from the Paquito, man. If you're not doing macro things, you're not splitting and abusing your mobility, what are you picking the Paquito for, really?
Good point. Good
Yes.
point, good point, good point. Felix now, however, again, Nats. I guess now RSG Philippines, they're looking for a way to win out a lane, right? They're putting more emphasis on Eman. They're trying to support him a little bit more, trying to utilize his resources, but Aqua gets caught.
Purifying Divine Judgment. Oh, the pullback all the way. Oh, still with a flicker out. A conceal as well. Eman, Worldy, just onto MP.
Whew. Very close for both teams. But man, I think without the Purify, it's going to be a bit more dangerous for RSG right here. The cooldown's a lot longer than the Tyrant's Rage. Whoa, Felix!
Final flash flicker. Eman still able to run away for now. A good disengage by Nats. Punching them back, but MP now. Oh, he failed the third part of the Mortal Coil. Gets hit by the Appraiser's Brad Boxy with another Tyrant's Revenge now connecting onto the back line, but now the Stampede brings them back. Another realm grants them enough HP. Nats still trying to chase them down. It should just be Felix taken out by Eman with those footballs.
And with that 2-4-0 trade, RSG Philippines control the economy lead in the 7th minute of the game. Something that we were unable to see back in game number 1, but here RSGPH, they're putting up a fight. Finally able to get a neutral objective as well. That's going to be a little bit of a win here for RSGPH with that 2k gold lead as well, and it looks like they want more. They're looking for that turret in the bottom side.
You might just get it too. There's a whole cannon minion that can tank it up. Unless Felix can do something about it, seems that they will back away. But this is the problem here right now. They're being forced to split, and the split push is what's forcing the urgency on those fights, man. But when they fight with urgency, that's where the Nether Realm can be valuable. Usually you can just come in, fake it out, and then you're baited to use it, and then now you fight again without the Nether Realm. But when you're dictating, when you know that your opponents need to get that fight, that's where you can get the perfectly timed Nether Realm. That is what's really working for RSG right here. And See You Soon for now. Look at this, they're the ones corralling. They're the ones not sure on what to do, how they can actually manipulate the map in their favor.
Yeah, it looks hard for them as as you can see here, they're always rotating as 5. With the constant pressure from the Paquito pushing those side lanes, the rotations from See You Soon, they're a little bit distraught. They don't know where to go. They don't know who to commit onto. But here is the commit. This is the decision-making that they go for. But RSG Philippines, no problem. They just don't engage. They just don't get baited in. And this is the results that we're getting. A 3K gold lead for RSGPH.
3K, and Aqua now has the Lightning Truncheon built up. Even more damage, as that's a problem. Now you're forced to deal with both magical and physical, because Iman is not doing bad at all. 3-0 and 1 in the bottom lane. That's why the Bruno pick was so good. Why we've been talking about it again and again. And man, this is just so reminiscent of a few seasons ago, where the fairness just becomes the deciding factor on who actually comes out on top.
And now it comes down to a very slow game. With both these teams, where See You Soon have been pushing the pace in the early stage, RSGPH getting back at it. Both these teams now are just trying to play it safe.
I think one of the only ways that maybe See You Soon can do is either try and get a good team fight around the neutral objective takes, aka board at this point, or they can use the defending strat, right? Because they have the composition to do so. They got the high ground, but Light...
Flicker, Divine Judgment now cancelled out. They're going to be pinning down every single member down there, and MP gets a good decimate. Another run is a bit late from Aqua. And now, See You Soon. Oh, it's Boxy Ray! Oh! On the backbinding too! Iman gets up for a bit, but Felix collapses down. They're able to kite away for even more. Kusei taunted and now slashed down by Demon Kite as Nats goes for the finishing blow. Iman dashing forward, or sliding forward rather. Nats still looking for the chase on the Felix. That's a time revenge missed away. Knockout strike and a final slash not connecting. RSGPH come out on top.
2-4-0 trade in favor of RSGPH. Despite the fact that they were able to get a few picks on the board here from the side of See You Soon, the problem was the main damage dealer. I would even say Nats does the damage too, but Iman, of all people, was still able to get those balls in, those damage in, and See You Soon were struggling with it.
Definitely, they have to try and target the right members, but the issue is they have no liberty to do so. They were just scrambling to get a fight right there, because they got that moment, right? A pick-off without the Netherrealm becoming an issue. It was flowing so well. But unfortunately, Kusei was stuck in the front, and against a Fredrin, of all things, you cannot let him get close.
With Nats picking up the Hunter Strike, the See You Soon, they should have the potential to disengage, right? They got Boxy, but why are these team fights always in favor of RGPH? Is it just purely the fairness blocks?
I think when you say disengage, it's kind of a bit different, because if you look at all the heroes from See You Soon, you have an Arlet, you have a Kufra. They can have crowd control, but they can't really push the opponents away. So they can land crowd control to stop the fight, but afterwards, can they get out with all the chase, with all the Divine Judgments, knockout strikes coming in, the Shadow Stampedes from RSGPH? That is a problem right here, which is why, by the way, now that they're at the base, now it's a turntables. This is where RSG were earlier on, and you can argue that RSG are in an even better spot.
Yeah, they should be able to actually, wow, that's a lot of damage on the base turret up top. See You Soon taking their time clearing that out. RSGPH have done quite a bit up top there, and it will definitely set up to what they can do in the far lane, all the way in the bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, the Lord spawns up top. RSG controlling every part of See You Soon's jungle at this point of the game, and for See You Soon, they're just trapped in their own base. RSG are pushing forward. Foxy, there's revenge. Oh, canceled out by Divine Judgment by Light. Beautifully done. Spaces out perfectly. Let's Demon Kite take that shot. Final slash. Bringing him on back into the realm, this time on time by Aqua. And Felix will fall. What a brilliantly timed kill and utility usage for the side of RSG. Nats is insane. See You Soon takes game one. RSG say we'll take game two, and it's all on the back of these Nats.
The Empire strikes back as RSG, the representative from the Philippines, will be able to take game number 2, making it a 1-1. It's best of 3. It's now back to a best of 1. GG WP.
No, Eterna, you were talking about banning away the Martis, but maybe the fairness is the problem there.
Told you.
What a big issue it is in the Land of Dawn. There's so many moments being made by See You Soon, but none of them mattered. When you're trying to go for a combo, a time-sensitive, urgent composition, this Fire Mist just negates everything. And until we can find a composition that can kite back reliably, that really has no need for long cooldown, big ultimates to win fights, I think the Fire Mist is always gonna be relevant.
Okay, fine.
Fine.
That wasn't targeted towards you, Return.
Okay, fine, Mirko.
It's good to be right.
Yeah, okay.
And also no Nolan pick.
But also, Paquito pick was also a big factor, I think.
Fairness bigger. Fairness is
I wish
almost like...
we could prove which was more important.
Well, we can. We'll see the MVP very soon.
Okay, but what is the MVP? Like, what's the calculation of the MVP?
Most impact in the game.
Yeah, is it like KDA based?
No. I think they choose it based on like... It's been accurate so far in MPLI.
Well, that's a very subjective opinion, Mirko, but I would agree. It's been pretty good.
Been accurate.
There hasn't been a lot of MVPs where we go, huh?
There hasn't been any.
What? Nah, he's gone. My bad.
Oh my god, that's so mean. I just got it.
Not like his team made it to the playoffs.
Man.
I wasn't going there.
You're not even in it. Let's zone back into this game. The adaptations coming from RSG. Of course, the Fire Mist pick was amazing. But on top of that, they also denied the Kaja pick.
Are you ready?
You know?
MVP?
Paquito. Okay, the MVP could be Faramis.
It is the Fire Mist. Aqua.
Look, okay, I get it, okay? But the Paquito pick that we questioned so much, that we're like, huh, Paquito? You know, the Paquito was able to, confuse the gameplay. Like, I don't know how to explain it properly. Be more eloquent. You understand what I'm talking about, right?
Fairness MVP.
Jeez.
In-game equipment. Enchanted Talisman.
Guys.
Holy Crystal. Some good burst, but also that spell. Arashi, the Purify here, really saved him in a lot of the crazy situations that he got himself in.
Absolutely.
And Lethal Ignition, my guy. We've seen Impure Rage, actually, for the most part. And now, Aqua's saying, nah, I want to deal damage.
Want the damage, man. Lethal Ignition. And that's why he went for the Enchanted Talisman. Sometimes they go for Impure Rage and they skip out on the Talisman. But no, Aqua just wants to get in it. But look at this play, man. There's so many highlight moments from See You Soon. It's almost ridiculous that they did not come out on top. But this is the world we live in. This is the current meta. And RSG, they just have the better ways to deal with it. They don't necessarily have the more proactive team composition. But once the laning phase technically is over, once everyone is moving S3, S4, there's only one single moment, I think, where the nether realm wasn't exactly on point. But even then, look at this. Aman just not under any pressure at all, just waiting right there, juggling. And this is that one play where they're able to get the pick off, and that is a huge moment. But unfortunately, look at Krusei, man. I think it's a bit too overzealous, and he took a lot of damage here. And that's because Nath was corralling him from behind. Yo, get over there. Come over to, the dark side. Get beat down by my teammates. And from there on, it's just a matter of time, man. Even Ra, the guy we've been hyping up in Game 1, he couldn't clear the wave alone. Showing again that now it's very much a team thing. It's a composition thing. One single good pick won't win you the game, but everyone working together with the strong pick is what gets it to you.
I didn't see that.
So what?
These Nas going straight into the base?
Yeah, and that's why I had to say on the back.
That was so crazy.
Because literally, he went to the back.
So brave.
And his name is Nats.
Nats.
The Nats.
Looking at the items though, and the post-game stats, it's a 9k gold difference. Not exactly the 10k, but, good enough. It's not about the difference, right? It's about who comes out on top and wins the game. Nats, as we were mentioning, has the Hunter Strike going full for defensive, and with the bladed armor, man, I feel like that's also a big problem here. Earlier, the Diverth was also part of the equation, but now with an Irithel, without the Diverth, without the composition that kind of supports how the Irithel wants to play, bursty, high mobility, it just doesn't seem as good at all. And I do think that maybe it's a very situational pick now. You just need to try and use it as one of the building blocks in your composition. On top of that, Ra on the Novaria. I guess he was feeling that the fights were so close, so clumped up, he wants that extra bit of HP and mana pool instead of having that regeneration. So he went for the Clock of Destiny still. And I think some people would think that that is no longer the way to go. You might as well just go for, you know, a Talisman straight to a Truncheon to more damage. And maybe if he did, he would have been able to clear the waves even faster, secure more burst damage in the early game. Because that's what it's about, right? The Clock of Destiny just takes so much time to stack up to its full potential.
It's also expensive, is it not? How much does it cost? Clock of Destiny.
Then you're putting me on the spot right here.
It's around, I think, should be around above 2,000.
I believe it's definitely above 2,000.
It's an expensive item to go for now that you don't get like the rewards that you used to get before the patch.
Yeah.
So arguably, I could say that I would not go for this build. I think I would go for straight damage or even utility. I don't think Clock of Destiny, it wouldn't be my choice anyway.
Wouldn't be mine either.
Yeah.
And I think the only real value is that you have more HP pool. The mana pool right now is just somewhat irrelevant.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
I don't think there's a hero that can use up your full mana bar in a single fight. I feel like that hasn't really appeared just yet. Maybe Cecilion.
Yeah.
If you really had to make the argument.
Cecilion still does use Clock of Destiny.
He has to get the sustain in, but honestly, it's kind of crazy. The fact that See You Soon, Boxy, was able to find so many big sets this game, but they were still unable to win these fights.
Yep.
In the fight where Nats just went ham in the mid lane, if you remember, Boxy got a rage onto two members that just got out of the Nether Realm.
Yep.
Like the whole thing, right? And
not enough damage.
It didn't. Not enough damage. They weren't able to really help out Boxy. And
oh my, dude, Kusei.
Wow.
0% kill participation, man.
Yeah.
Not enough damage. Which is why we're talking here about Ra maybe going for a bit more of a snowbally build, because they needed the damage, man. If they had a bit more, there were some kills that would really work in their favor. Of course, the carry is still Ra with all the poke damage, but still, I feel like there are better ways to go about it, for sure.
The presence of the Paquito, Nats, was good because it was able to disrupt the rotations that See You Soon used in game number 1 to give support to the Irithel. As soon as it was disrupted, you see the instant change in impact, right?
Yep. As you saw, like Kusei was just forced to move forwards instead of backwards, or at best sideways, because behind him, that's a scary boxer. And to make things worse, by the way, they went with a lot of movement speed emblems. They also all went for Quantum Charge. Aside from Aqua, everyone had Quantum Charge, so they were hell-bent on just getting where they needed. Either that's backwards kiting or even chasing. So that's what we were talking about earlier, right? What can they do after they crowd control RSGPH? They can't really outrun them either.
And for now, RSGPH and See You Soon, they're 1-1. Looking at the next game, it was very, very dominant, I would say, for RSG. Maybe not as much when it comes down to just, you know, mutual objectives on the board and just objectives, but look at the game time, right? 12 minutes compared to the first match or first game that went 16 minutes. This game, See You Soon actually started off really well, but then took a lot of these random team fights that RSG were able to just outplay.
Yep.
I would say outplay because See You Soon didn't really make big mistakes in these fights. They actually were able to get good sets, good engages, good ability usage, but RSGPH were just simply better this game at executing these team fights.
And if you look at the goal difference, right, the curve is a lot steeper than game 1, which shows that... What?
It's a mountain. It's nice.
It's like a hill, bro.
What?
It's not a mountain. But yes, it's steeper than game number 1.
Nice.
Showing... It's nice.
I think he just thinks we're short.
No, he's just a giant. We're average.
Really?
He's built different. A behemoth.
Anyway, you were saying?
I was saying that this Naisu of a mountain here in the goal difference shows that RSG, when it gets going, when everything is working in their favor, they are more decisive and like better at finding those opportunities, those windows, compared to See You Soon. Because we saw a bit of hesitation in game number 1 when they were about to end the game. But now with RSG, they just went straight for it and they got it, man.
That's true. Man, I love this series. It's so close.
1-1.
Because in their group stage, it was quite close too. It
was
wasn't like a
very close.
one-sided game that we
It
saw.
was 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was super close.
It was crazy. I mean, again, Boxy had the Franco, I believe, as well. RSG were leading, and then Boxy did Boxy things. And I think at this point, Seasoon really need to rely on, again, Boxy making those plays, but being ready to set that up. Be ready to follow that up. In this game, I feel like that was what was lacking, right? Seasoon gets it. Unfortunately, not able to follow up to Boxy.
So before we get into game number 3, we are gonna take a little look into what's going on with the hosts. What are they doing? Let's take to Bude Clara Mongstar as well as Rose.
Thank you very much to our wonderful casters. Hello guys, it's me Rose and of course Clara, and with us we have a very special guest.
Yes, dan emang di sini ada Rose dan Bude Clara berdua, nggak cuma berdua, nyatanya ada spesial dari jauh sana, King of the King from Brazil. We have RQ Akira here. Hello Luis, hello
Hola.
Takashi.
Hello.
Okay guys, so here we have Luis and Takashi from RRQ Akira. If you guys didn't watch just now, they were actually being focused on during game number 2, and we were like, you know, we gotta know why they're here. What are they doing in MPLI? Who are they rooting for?
We are here to cheer for RSG. We are cheering for RSG in this game. And yeah, we just come to watch
Why
and learn
RSG
something.
PH? Why RSG Philippines though?
Well, for me, I'm a big fan of Nets. I think Louis as well.
Yeah, that's so good.
And yeah, we are big fans.
Oh, jadi mereka di sini untuk match ini untuk mendukung RSGPH karena mereka sama-sama ngefans dengan Nats. Ini menarik, namun nggak mungkin dong mereka kesini cuma buat nonton. It's not possible for you guys come here just to watch. Are you guys here to prepare for the M5 with RRQ in Indonesia?
Yeah. We are preparing for M5 and we are very confident. We train it a lot and yeah, that's it.
When did you guys arrive in Indonesia?
I think 26?
Oh,
26 October.
26th of October.
That's long.
Yeah, it
So
has
you're gonna
been a
stay
while.
here for a long time. How does it feel like to staying in Indonesia for a long time?
It's hard because
Panas.
yeah, so panas.
So panas.
Panas.
It's different from Brazil, very different cultures.
Okay.
What about the food though? Do you like the food here?
Yeah, the food is the main difference
Yeah.
between the cultures.
Have too much
Indonesian
pepper.
Brazil.
Pepper? Spicy.
Oh, spicy
Yeah,
food.
You love spicy or not?
No.
No, we
you
don't
cannot
like.
spicy. Oke. Jadi kalau buat makanannya emang itu menarik ya di Indonesia. Cuma mereka nggak bisa makan pedas. Banyak orang luar negeri nggak bisa makan pedas. But how does the training goes like for you guys in Indonesia? Is it different with your training in Brazil compared to here in Indonesia?
Yeah, it's much different because the teams in the axis of PH and Indo is so strong. Because this is different. Brazil is okay first.
Yeah, it's different because the meta changes like every day. So every day we are learning something.
Yeah.
So very difficult.
Are you guys, however, ready or let's say confident enough for the upcoming M5?
Yeah, we are very confident. Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Very
very
confident. I love that. All right, before we send you guys off, I'd actually like to ask. So now that we are already in the second day of our knockout stage, we are nearing the grand finals. Drop your grand finals predictions, shall you?
Echo and Bren.
Echo and Bren. All right. What about Takashi?
I think we'll be Bren and Echo.
Oh, Echo
No
and
RSGPH?
Bren is your grand finalist.
Yeah.
No this?
No
I
HomeBois,
think
no See You Soon,
yeah,
no.
I think Echo and Bren. They're
Echo and Bren.
The strongest team.
I
How do you see the rivalry between these teams in MPLI? The competitiveness?
Like,
Can
do
you-
you
The
think
gameplay?
the two teams that you guys mentioned are quite competitive with each other? And how do you foresee the score, let's say, prediction for your grand finals?
For the grand finals, I think it will be 4-2 to Bren. Yeah.
Or 2.
Best of five.
Best of 5.
It's best of 5.
Yes.
That's a lot of games.
3-1.
We don't want to go home that late.
3-1, Brent.
3-1. In favor of?
Um,
Who's 3?
Brent.
Brent.
Oh, mereka satu suara dengan Bren.
Yeah.
I see.
But your support is for Echo. We like Echo too much.
So, will you be watching their upper bracket match later on?
Yeah.
You guys will be watching? Okay.
Oke, mereka bakal nonton sampai nanti upper bracket match. Mereka rooting for tim yang mereka pikir akan menang, AP Bren, tapi mereka suka sama Eko. Jadi tim-tim di MPLI masih terus berjuang. Tentu saja dua tim yang sedang bertarung pun punya chance yang besar pula untuk masuk ke babak grand final.
Yes, now we are still in our first match, the lower bracket best of 3 match to find out who will be continuing their journey. In between, see you soon and RSG Philippines. So now let's throw it over to the casters to start the third game in this best of 3 series. So with that, casters, take it away.
Let's go!
Thank you so much, Bude, Clara, and Rose for that interview with RRQ Akira. Very interesting. Do you agree with their opinion? Bren and Echo, 3-1 for Bren?
I think so far in this tournament we have seen that AP Bren is probably the best team in this in the tournament. I'd say maybe even AP Bren winning without losing a single game.
Oh.
Yeah.
So clean.
That's how strong they are right now,
Okay.
right? I mean,
but
so
do you agree
far,
with Echo being the grand finalist too?
on paper, I would say, yeah, they probably look like the second best team in MPLI 2023.
What about you? Do you agree with this?
I think I would agree because I don't think that it's going to be a complete like one-sided sweep. I think one game is realistic enough, but I do agree, man. And Land of Dawn and Mobile Legends, we've seen it happen, right? Grand finals, clean sweep. It's not impossible, especially for AP Bren, they're just doing so well right now. It's not just their performance and their consistency. It's also the flexibility, man. We've seen them pull out multiple different strats and they execute it like they're used to doing it, like they're used to doing every single one. And that is a bit different, man. Because some teams, they're very good at the death ball maybe, and then in the split push, it's okay. But AP Bren, it just seems like they know it all.
Yeah, I thought they were really strong since SBS, so I don't expect anything less from them here. We've seen how they're the only team that's gone undefeated so far, right? AP Bren?
Yeah. The only one that's undefeated from group stages, not a single game loss.
Up until this point.
Up until this point, not a single game lost. Later, they'll be facing off against Echo. So maybe we'll see a game loss, or maybe we'll just see them sweep through everyone.
See, I don't know about Echo being a grand finalist.
Who else?
I'm still undecided who I think would take second place.
Alright, so we know, okay, AP Bren number 1.
Yeah,
There's Echo,
for
RSG,
sure.
see you soon, Blacklist, HomeBois.
You hoping for HomeBois?
I'm rooting for HomeBois,
Ooh.
but I think.
You think HomeBois are gonna win against Blacklist?
Gonna win?
Rooting for.
Yeah, but you think they're gonna win against Blacklist?
I mean, they won once,
True.
and that was a stomp.
It was.
You're right.
It was very one-sided.
It's always really interesting to see Malaysian teams in group stage, especially best of
Best
one.
of ones.
For some reason, they are gods at best of one.
The mythical creature, man. Best of one Malaysian.
Best of one Malaysian. The scariest version of Malaysian teams.
Absolutely. That's a problem, though. As you can see in this game, dominant game 1, dominant game 2. I mean, if there's a best of 1, see you soon has just taken it. But the chance to just adapt and revise your strategy is what makes these multi-game series that much more impressive. And Rico just reached some kind of enlightenment. What's
Some
up?
revelation.
What's up?
I won't say it, but I know why you don't think Echo is gonna be in the finals.
It's not about that.
I know now. All right.
It's not about that.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was like thinking, like, why would she not say
Guys,
Echo?
it's
I
not
forgot.
about that.
I've got an inkling as well now, Mirko.
It actually isn't about that.
Well, it's about this game, Eterna. RSG PH versus See You Soon. Only one team can advance to the next stage. Will it be a Filipino team that can get a step closer to making it an all-Filipino MPLI top 4?
That's definitely the question here, Mirko. as we step into the drafting phase of game number 3. Numero 3. And both teams have opted to swap sides once again. So far, whoever has had first pick has been able to win out the game. We'll see if the trend continues. As we do see a Baxia, Guinevere, a Valentina being banned out by See You Soon
And a
from
Joy pick.
RSG, Kadira, Angela, and Faramis. So
That's
finally, no Faramis debate.
That is exactly why. Ban with the Valentina, pick up the Faramis. That's like a recipe for disaster for RSGPH. So now for See You Soon, they get that joy, but be reminded, it's not the same kind of joy. It's a bit more punishable. Picking it first sounds good on paper, but depending on the response, it might just be dangerous. Mathilda is still available, and usually it's between the Faramis and the Mathilda. We've seen the AP Bren does that, that option, right? Oh, you pick the Faramis or the Mathilda because they can make either work.
I thought you were gonna say it sounds good on paper, but it depends what paper, right? Because if you write on a different kind of paper, it makes a different sound. And right now, that's kind of the style. Wait till I reach my conclusion
Okay,
before
sorry.
you laugh.
Sorry.
You threw me off, man, but that was okay. RSGPH and See You Soon, the way that they've been playing has been a very different way, a very different perspective. Why are you looking at the right? That's HomeBois who've just entered the stadium.
No, I was looking at the box of Hello Panda that they have in their hand.
Oh my God, you're
I mean,
right.
like, they could give
nice
us
Hello
one.
Panda, man. I just said hi to Chibi, who's gonna be playing later.
Cute. Anyway, what was your point again?
So, different paper, sounds different on different paper, right? I mean, looking at See You Soon, the way that they've been playing, it hasn't been normal MLBB. It's been kind of an abnormal Ube, right? It's Ube, they want to group up, but it's advancing, it's aggression, it's all in. It's not the same kind of passive gameplay where you look for a team fight, but it's mainly front to back. It's a full dive most of the time. And now, with this kind of composition, and See You Soon has already drafted for themselves, Kusei getting his prio pick. This is the hero that he's played in all 3 games of the group stages. Now is finally back in his hands.
It's gonna be the Bruno, but they're going with the Shred still, but it's not nearly as effective right now. The Assassin in the jungle is magical damage. So the Bruno Diva synergy not gonna be as strong technically. And for RSG, they immediately respond with that Brody. So now it's a skill matchup. And I think more importantly than the matchup is gonna be the mid and roamer, man. That's why it's being hidden right here. Is it for both teams? Well, I guess Novaria is shown already. But the roaming 3-man is what makes or break the gold lane. We've seen it happen in game 1 and game number 2. For RSG, they're banning away all these hard control heroes. They're trying to limit Boxy from suppressing one of them.
Yeah, both teams are respecting their respective roamers, right? I think for the past 2 games, 3 games, there have always been so many heroes banned out by See You Soon from Light. Earlier, Guinevere, and then we saw the Florin. At some point, we also saw the Minotaur. But for now, with what you mentioned, with the dive composition that See You Soon has brought in, what could be the main halter of that strategy? Now that the Faramis is taken out.
Oof, that's tough. What comes to mind with the same effect is maybe an Estes, but it's just not the same thing. It's just not as good.
I am the power of
We'll
light.
see if that's an option, because if it's not big sustain like that, Florin comes to mind, just got banned, then it's got to be big crowd control. Something that can really swing a big fight in your favor. But we haven't seen those heroes, those kind of heroes being meta in a long time. Matilda, though, comes in for RSG. They're going to be trying to play that mobility game. Martis with a guiding wind flying at you, that can be a very dangerous situation for SYS.
I was just about to say, now this gets dangerous because now we have the Matilda and the Novaria. Arguably really good clear, really good rotations as well, and movement speed, in addition towards the Martis. So their mid trio is super strong in laning as well as rotations. And this is what See You Soon has been known to strive for, and that's how they were able to win in game number 1. But with RSG holding that control, how will See You Soon answer that back?
Wow.
Their answer is a Cho in their roaming position. And what's the last pick they're coming through here with?
Go to the RT show.
Your team
Lilia.
is picking.
All right. I was thinking that, hey, if you can't really win in the utility, then you can win in the damage. In a comp team fight with the marksman being a Brody, The Lilia can do a lot of damage right here, but again, this just makes the Daiwa just that much less effective, less efficient in synergizing with his team. It still can work out though. They have chances to just make solo plays. In the middle of a fight, I think it's going to come to individual skill. It's going to be outplays on top of outplays here to decide who comes out on top.
And it's Nats with the Bakito. Signature picks coming out left and right. See you soon with Boxy's Cho. Try to counteract that. I mean, looking at it, Boxy, his Cho has been spectacular so far in MPLI 2023. It's been phenomenal. Against someone like a Brody who cannot go for Purify, you finally understand why he waited all that time to finally show that Cho in the knockout stages, and here it is. What do you think? Quick thoughts. Hey, Turner? It's crazy.
It is crazy. It's loco.
It's Ra. Z, get it? Ra? Please.
Hi.
You can't spell crazy without Ra.
That is true. That is true. I think RSG with the strong mid trio, we get the point of it. They want to out-rotate See You Soon. They want to play the game better than See You Soon. And ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Go big or go home. Only one team can move forward. Will it be the Filipino Titan in RSG Philippines, or will the Dark Horse come out on top? See you soon from Cambodia.
I think a big factor right here is definitely the damage output. For the side of RSG, they win it out in the speed, in the utility. But when it comes to an all-out brawl, the damage coming in from See You Soon, especially 3-4 right now, is going to be very heavily favoring See You Soon. That can be what they use to win this game out.
The early game pressure from Lilia definitely is there. But if they lane with Light, I think that would be a little bit of a different story.
I mean, it depends, right? I think in the late game, even Martis compared to Joy, there's just a lot more damage on See You Soon, period. So if they're able to catch RSG when they're not ready or when the utility isn't available, I think they definitely come out on top. So it's about timing the guiding winds. It's about timing all these utilities, these ultimates that RSG will be trying to use to really come out on top in the fights.
For now, you can already see that Kusei is actually constantly been able to shove these waves in, constantly able to bully Eman. So far, has to wait till level 4 for Eman to really have an answer back. But Demon Kite, already level 4 with MP as well. Kusei getting ganked. And Light helps Eman out in this lane, giving Eman a bit more or a lot more pressure to play with.
The value of Light is insane, right? The Matilda pick in particular as well. The fact that he's able to make things in the mid lane unequal, make it unfavorable of the Brody in the gold lane as well. And the constant just pressure and the fact that he's able to rotate so quickly. But in top lane, already some flashes happening. Nats!
Oh, he gets a turret shot as well. Still able to sustain with that skill 1, that shield with a jab. See You Soon now. Trying to zone Demon Kite away. Felix doing a good job with the Spectre 7. Light joins in the fray. And Astro's Sphere! Aqua! Steals the turtle from downtown. Now Boxy's caught. That's jumping in. Knockout strike. Locking him down for a bit. Aqua. Another Astral recall. The snipe. Will he get it? Oh my god, he gets MP. Not. Oh, he did. Wait, he got Boxy, right?
Yeah, Boxy gets taken out.
I thought he was aiming for the purple buff.
What the?
Wow.
Like, in that turtle fight, you would say, all right, MP has a level ahead of Demon Kite. Now Demon Kite just reached level 5, but previously it was level 4, but meanwhile, Light's very quick.
Front of our memory, 1 HP, my god! Just barely gets out 1 HP. If Aqua got another, that would have been crazy. That would have been MSC Aqua.
The XP difference, no problem. We have Aqua on the Novaria. Is this a power pick for him? Because he's been throwing it very, very accurately. And he's playing it so well, making things that aren't in favor of them, in favor of them.
And it just blends itself so well to this early game. Like you mentioned, man, initially this utility is going to be so damaging until See You Soon catches up with several more items. They are the ones on damage control, technically. And as long as MP isn't shut down and he can still scale without being invaded too heavily, it's still gonna be okay. But look at this pressure onto the gold lane, man. They want to punish this Bruno bad.
Super fast maneuver, torn apart memory, Boxy taken out, and it's Light who picks up the kill. RSG snowballing in the 3rd game of this series.
And it looked like See You Soon wanted to go for a similar engage in the top lane. But unfortunately, Nas, just too strong, just too slick with it, man. Gets untouched and not taken down.
Here's the... Oh, hang on. Oh, Felix is actually going to be pinned down for a bit here by 3 members. Aqua pops in the Astral Medium, just slows him down for a bit. Forces a flicker out though, big one, right as the turtle spawns in.
Yeah, what I was about to mention is that, okay, they're getting kills, but it's only kills onto the Cho. We already mentioned that this is a thing, right? Like a split push roam, distracting everyone. Look at the level difference with the MP.
Let's see, Red Tree battle coming down at it. It's going to be Felix with the Abyssal Strike and Demon Kite with the Red Tree win. Now it's Boxy with Way of the Dragon, locking Demon Kite down. Rod jumping in with the Black Shoes, getting out See You Soon, disengaging, getting one final Astral Spear hit onto Boxy as RSG completely disengaged.
That discipline coming in from RSGPH. Instantly get what they want and they completely retreat. Not wanting to go for anything else. Very different to See You Soon, who I believe would have actually stepped on the gas pedal. Meanwhile, Felix, he has to be careful.
Demon Kite, Mortal Coil brings it back. A Decimate down in the Tier 1 turret to pick up a kill. And it's all RSG in the first 5 minutes.
I have a question. How? Whoa.
Come on.
Question's gotta wait.
Hey. Just an Astral Echo. Just a little bit of a zoning ult.
Whew, okay, that was close. But back to the question, how was MP unable to get that turtle earlier on against Demon Kite, who was, again, a level below?
Oh, it's almost 2 levels below. I think it's due to the Mortal Coil, but Nats.
1v1. Oh, the sustain gets him out just for a bit. But MP takes him down in a 1v1 solo kill up top.
But back to the point, man. I think Demon Kite hit him with the Mortal Coil knockup right as the turtle got in range. So it's back again, a mechanical play. Because that's what it's going to boil down to. Both these teams are kind of equal, but look at the gold differences in the equipment and in the gold. MP is the only one, but with all your laners not doing so well, it's only a matter of time, man.
Wow. Now they're going to go in again. Way the Dragon kicking Iman, finding the right target, but Iman is still able to disengage for now, and Felix has no say as to who gets picked off. Astral Spear, every time he shoots it out now, you have to watch out. By the way, was that first item blade armor from Nats? What the heck?
Didn't get to see it, but if it is, then that's the whole idea. Shut down the Bruno, make sure that the DPS ain't available. I think it's valid for the early game initially, but later on, I think the main carry in the big fights is going to be Ra and MP. It has to be what Season is going for. RGPH, they have vulnerable members in the backline. With the Mathilda, Season could maybe pose a question to RSG. Who are you going to try and protect? The magic damage or the physical damage?
Right now, they have to choose one, but Felix is getting Nova. Demon Kite buying the space necessary for Iman to get a few good hits. Light winning in the trade against the Mage. Ra forced back, forced to pop regen. Still has the Black Shoes, however. Nats distracting 3.
And the Lilia in the hands of Ra really isn't as accurate, and there's just so much movement speed on the side of RSG. It's a lot easier said than done. You're going to land all these angry glooms. Boxy, though, trying to make a play, it's just too difficult. They're so limited in their catch tools, and it comes from so close, right? It's so telegraphed when the Chub is trying to go for a pickoff that you can't really surprise your enemies unless you burn the battle spell. And I think for now, Boxy is still waiting on that big moment, waiting for the right chance to really catch RSG off guard, because at a 2k gold lead, you gotta try and do something quick.
And honestly, they do still have the opportunity to do so. Look at the gold difference from MP. Despite everything going on with the team right now, he's still able to carry through. And oh, wait a minute, Demon Kite?
Taking low to half HP. There's some stun. Demon Kite gets chunked and taken out. From our memory. From Iman. Fade away. All the way to MP, who was in his own jungle.
So that is going to be trades happening on the board. MP has the damage. Earlier on, I did see that he was able to take the Holy Crystal, so a lot more damage. But in terms of his ability to accept the damage, I mean, well, you saw himself how quickly he was just disappeared out of the board from the ultimate coming in from Aman.
Right now, I think a big issue from See You Soon is they can't really catch anyone. Like we said, the show is limited. So they're limited in the quantity, but also in the quality, man. Because when Nats is maybe trying to distract, when Aqua is just moving in and out of the walls, you can see them just get confused on how they want to try and catch someone. The only time they can really do so is when the Lord is up. But even then, they haven't been really winning in these fights, and Eman is 2 levels ahead of Krusei. Not the situation you want to be in.
That's why Novarius is so valuable in these particular situations, right? You would think that Boxy looking for a flank, look for, you know, just a place where they can find the blind spot of RSGPH to go in for that one big play, but Aqua constantly pressuring, but here it is. This might be the moment. See,
wow.
Cannot.
And use Flicker for that. Massive resource. Now Nats re-engaged to the back. Knockout strike. Only the knockout strike committed for now. RSG backing away. Aqua getting some good vision as he pops in that guiding win to help or to get back to light.
It's so difficult. There needs to be a way that you bait maybe the Astral Echo, and then you would find Boxy looking for a flank. Is there a way to do that?
I think the Astral Echo is a factor, but more importantly than that, I think it's just light. He's still too tanky at this point. In the mid-game, the Matilda is just scaling through with that guiding win. So look at that, he's just coming in impudently, and Ra now gets caught in a weird spot.
Black Shoes used up already. 3-man Astral Echo. Torn apart memory. Oh, gets Boxy to 1 HP. And that should be RSG who can control this Lord fully, unless MP wants to say something about it. Felix and MP trying to find a position to look for a chance to possibly steal the first Lord of the game. RSGPH still holding at it. Demon Kite pulling the Lord to a spot where he can reset it at will. And Eman has finished up that Wind of Nature.
The problem right now is also Nash pushing on the bottom side. He's already taken a turret away, and his movements up and down here from the bottom lane, it's really making it very difficult for See You Soon, because they have no idea if it's time to commit or is it time to, you know, bait some things out. They're gonna go for the Lord right now with Boxy.
He's trying to look for an opening right now, and it's giving Demon Kite still with the Retry win! Walks in and takes it. It's a double kill for Eman, and Nats is hunting in the back. Ra falling down to give Eman his 3rd kill. It's a triple. Nats setting up for a possible Savage. Eman getting brought back to the 2 See You Soon members left standing. And RSG, the Raiders, are raiding See You Soon's base.
6,800 gold lead for RSGPH now. With Nats being able to control that bottom lane, it bought them so much time to go in for this neutral objective. See You Soon again looking confused as to what they were supposed to do. Were they supposed to send someone else down to prevent that push coming from Nats? Were they supposed to go for an all-in? And when they did, this is the result that they get. They lose the neutral objective to the Retribution battle with Demon Kite, and RSGPH, they're looking for more.
Felix bursts it down, jumps in with a Spectre Step right now, but a torn apart memory won't be enough to take him down for now. Boxy tried to go for a Jeet Kune Do, but it's Eman who flickers out of that range. RSGPH haven't been able to crack down a single base turret, but they're looking to do it with the next few pushes.
There's a Lilia wave clear. We can see right here, I mean, Ryzen was stacking the energies in the lane before the wave arrives. So you do wonder, is this a pick that is forced out of them, or is it something that Rise used to? But it's not, at least, it's not being played to the same level as the other heroes we've seen him perform on. Right now, the Felix on the Dairoth, this is the big problem. You really don't see any real use for this Dairoth, man. It doesn't win in the 1v1, it doesn't win in the split push, it doesn't really have the same impact in a team fight. It's just there.
That's the thing, right? I think it might be a bit forced, Eterna. Because we saw the Dairoth comboed with the Irithel in game number 1.
Which made more sense.
And the Martis, right? So physical damage. Now it's combo with a Bruno, okay, but then a Joy, yeah.
And Lilia, that's why we said it earlier, not as much synergy. And in fact, the whole time here, Felix hasn't really moved around together with Krusei, so that synergy really is completely unused by See You Soon. So maybe in this big team fight, it might prove valuable. Maybe a big physical shred into a worlding might do something. For now though, it's just damage control. It's 8k, not uncomebackable, but it's still a big problem, especially against a team like RSGPH.
I mean, see you soon. They're thinking with their tournament lives here, right? You can see them reverting back to plan A, plan B, plan Z now, right? They're pushing MP to clear in that top lane, trying to get those far lanes pushed in. They're looking for any option that they can possibly do to have more control of the map. They're forcing Iman to clear in that top lane. And it does give them a little bit of space here in the bottom lane to open up the vision and maybe looking for a pick here. Boxy already hovering in, but Light's over there. He has to be careful.
The stun down, the torn apart memory fadeaway kill as Light picks it up. Nats chasing the footballer down. Kusei forced to back away. MP looking for the re-engage onto Nats right now. Does a lot of damage and Nats should fall unless he's able to dodge away and gets the shield right on time with the help of the guiding wind photo. And in the midst of it all, pops into with nature and outplays the situation. Torn apart memory used a bit late. But wow, RSGPH got out of a situation that looked like See You Soon's 100% broke off. No! Every time, RSG just get out, away from death.
That's a tilter. That is an absolute tilter, man. Light has built a Holy Crystal as well. He wants even more shielding. And like it's not enough so far. See You Soon now. They can go for it. They're trying to get some compensations.
A bit of strike, a desperate attempt at a fight, but the guiding wind just grants Nats safety! Torn apart memory from Iman. What a shot again!
No fairness, no problem. They can find these miscalculations. They can bait these miscalculations from their enemy in different ways. The Matilda guiding wind, the photo coming out, the passive coming through, activating is all that it takes for See You Soon to make these mistakes. MP taken out, 16 seconds left on the clock, should be able to spawn right in as the Lord does come crashing down in the top lane. But either or, this is a complete dismantle of See You Soon in game number 3 with this 10k gold lead built by the Filipino RSG.
The damage dealt, man. Eman, 70,000. Just twice as much as the Joy. It's just such an absurd difference. Now again, Eman attempting to go for a play.
Flickers out to safety, gets a stun in. Boxy taken down again. And See You Soon, the rest of them were zoned away by the torn apart memory of Eman.
What can they do, man? They claim the Lord. RSG are actually backing away right here. Not forcing the issue. Waiting for the calculative, just pick out to the torn apart memory, now going in Nats.
Again, it's Nats with a knockout strike trying to lock them down as Rod gets taken very low. Kusei as well gets hit by the Astral Spear. Iman, look at the poke, look at the stacks, all on. The base is wide open. RSGPH, the Raiders want to go to top 4. It's Felix with one last chance to look for an opening, but Iman just pops in. The damage, not enough to get a torn apart memory. Down Rocket, snipe from Aqua from downtown. Now one cannon minion cleared away. One more wave coming down mid lane. Boxy taken low. The torn apart memory takes him out, but Felix as well will fall in the mid lane. RSGPH have done it. They've reverse swept See You Soon to knock them out and to advance to the next stage of the knockouts.
The rumbling continues, ladies and gentlemen, as it is looking once again like stepping closer to an all-Filipino upper brackets and perhaps even the grand finals. What a game by RSG Philippines as they have knocked out one of the dark horses here at MPLI 2023.
Who would have thought, man? It was such a close game, but in the end, it seems like RSG had every solution prepared. The engage, the split push, the big team fights, nothing just escapes their sight. And unfortunately, See You Soon. We won't be seeing them soon at all.
Not for now, man. MPLI 2023, it's See You Soon knocked out despite their great run in the knockout stage already. Just yesterday, knocking out the Ohio brothers, but today against RSGPH, despite a good start to the series, they weren't able to fully close it out. And RSG, we know that the Raiders have always been a downloading team. They take their time to download and adapt to their opponents, and this time, again, it's these Nats who comes out on top.
Definitely. What a team. Very excited to see what happens in their performance next time around because like you mentioned, their performance after game number 1, their performance to game number 2, and we saw the instant transition to game number 3 and how it was able to change that quick is insane from this team. Really excited to see what they are able to show us the next time they perform on the stage. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to throw to our hosts for an interview with the teams.
See You Soon ends their journey in MPLI 2023 after being reverse swept by RSGPH.
Setelah kita melihat perjalanan mereka gagal untuk melaju. Inilah dia tim See You Soon dari Kambodia. Mari kita beri waktu untuk satu persembahan terakhir. One last bow from See You Soon, Cambodia. Please give, thank you so much for the fight. Terima kasih sudah berjuang di MPLI. Come back stronger for See You Soon.
Thank you very much. We will see you guys again soon. And with that, the winning team that advances further is none other than RSG Philippines.
MPLI still has 4 Philippines team and they're coming really strong from the lower bracket. Mereka masih bertahan. 4 tim dari Filipina. RSGPH.
Hi guys, kamusta kayo?
Masaya.
Masaya, okay lang kayo?
Okay lang, panalo eh.
Panalo. All right, I'm asking, are they okay? And they said they're good, they're happy because they won.
Ya, tentu saja mereka baru menang dengan 2-1 setelah game yang mendebarkan. Dan I want to ask about how hard it is for the lower bracket this compared to group stage. Is there any difference between See You Soon in group stage and now in this grand stage?
Ang tanong ni Clara is, anong pinagkaiba ng See You Soon sa playoffs at saka sa group stage? Mas malakas ba sila at mas pinahirapan ba kayo kanina?
Opo, kasi doon po kasi best of 1 lang eh. Dito po kasi parang lasunan po talaga. Kaya sobrang nahirapan po kami sa See You Soon.
So he said in the group stage, it was a best of 1 match. So the potential was there, but you know, they really didn't go all out. However, this is an elimination match, a best of 3 match, and they really felt as if See You Soon gave them a hard time because, as we can see, first game, See You Soon took that game and they managed to do a reverse sweep. However, it wasn't that close of a game as well. So he said See You Soon really did step up this playoffs.
Wow, mereka ngerasa kalau See You Soon terlihat lebih mantap dan lebih siap untuk babak playoff ini. Apalagi di babak group stage, mereka baru saja memenangkan 1 game. Kalau di sini mereka membutuhkan 2 game dan itu benar-benar game yang sangat-sangat ketat untuk kedua tim ini.
Alright, can you pass the mic to Demon Kite? Okay.
Hello.
Demon Kite, last season you played in MPL Malaysia and I was there. Now, in case you guys didn't know, in MPL Malaysia, RSG Malaysia had a win streak during the regular season, and they only lost 1 game, and that was to the hands of HomeBois. So, Demon Kite, I'm going to ask you later on. After this match, the match will be Blacklist and HomeBois. The team that will win will face you guys in match 4 later on in the evening. In your opinion, do you want to get your revenge on HomeBois ba?
Yeah, I really want to meet them again because I didn't have a chance to win against them.
What are you looking forward to the most? Sinong gusto mong makalaban talaga? Si Chibi ba? Si Zorn?
Si Zorn tsaka si Chibi. Pagsasabayin ko yung dalawa.
Oh, wow. All right. So I'm asking, who is he looking forward to meet later? Is it Chibi? Is it Zorn? Who in HomeBois? And he said he wants to meet both of them at the same time.
Oh, kepengen ketemu dua-duanya langsung karena memang dari Demon Kite sendiri sempat bermain di Malaysia, namun pada satu win streaknya gagal dilanjutkan karena adanya HomeBois dan sekarang mereka ingin bertemu HomeBois kembali untuk membalaskan dendam juga. Dan how are you guys preparing for today? Because you guys has 2 matches. This one is the first, the second is you don't know who, but what you guys plan for the next battle?
Anong preparation ang ginagawa nyo para sa last match nyo? Kasi today, dalawang magiging laban nyo, di ba? Ito yung una and then the second one will be later on in the evening. So, ano mga preparation na gagawin nyo and anong plano nyo after this match? Kasi you guys will have a 2-match break. So, anong mangyayari?
Siguro po, papanoodin po yung magiging laban ng Blacklist tsaka HomeBois. Kasi kung sino manalo doon, makakatapat namin. Saka feel namin parehas malakas yung team nila.
All right, so he said they will be watching the match between HomeBois and Blacklist because they will be facing that team later on. So they have to keep their eyes on the opponent, you know?
Iya, jadi mereka nggak akan istirahat, mereka nggak akan ngapa-ngapain, mereka akan berfokus untuk match selanjutnya. Mereka harus belajar dari tim mana yang akan mereka lawan nantinya, apakah Blacklist atau HomeBois. Mereka akan terus memantau.
Alright, and I'm pretty sure these guys need their well-deserved rest because that was a tiring full series of best of 3. So let us throw it over to the casters to find out what happened in this full game. Casters, take it away.
Silahkan.
Thank you so much. To see you soon. From Cambodia, our Cambodia representatives, one of our dark horses, one of the teams that I personally was really rooting for, alongside with the HomeBois, to be able to take down the Titans. But of course, unfortunately, their journey in this tournament has to end here. But, you know, come back stronger. We want to see you very, very soon again. But of course, the MVP for that game was Light on the Matilda.
That Matilda was just so good, man. Especially in this context when See You Soon really desperately required that dive in, that big team fight. He just was able to just deny everything. And with the flash of the Oasis, now in the early game we don't see it as broken, but in the late game you saw that the one passive trigger from the flash of the Oasis really saved Nats and just ruined everything for See You Soon. Gonna maybe see a bit more of that later in the highlights. But afterwards, going for a Holy Crystal, I mean, this man was 1v1 out trading Lilia in the early game. Like, what is he even made of?
And looking at the way that RSG just stayed so composed was so scary, I would say, right? Because it feels like in game number 1, it was a completely different game that they were playing. We have, you know, at this point, I think, have to normalize the fact that RSG just takes their time in series to get to that hotspot. They have a warm-up game first, and I think game number 1 was truly a warm-up game because the game that we saw earlier, compared to game number 1, it was like it was a completely different team playing. Arashi, turn RSG PH, they're back in game number 3.
They performed so well, and it's crazy. I mean, even the drafts, it just seemed to get even better and better, slowly but surely. See You Soon just kept losing out on tools that they should have in their disposal, for their advantage, and everyone was just stepping up too, man. We were talking about Light, but Nats was still doing his thing. Demon Kite was securing the retributions, and look at Iman and Aqua. The amount of damage they're able to output while still being 0 deaths. Like, what is that even about, man? RSG had no urgency at all to try and get the kill. Eventually, they just keep falling to the torn apart memories to the Astrospheres as well. It's like an outrange kind of situation, and it's just, can't really say much about it, man. It's just absolutely well played. Even here, instead of just greeting for the end, desperately forcing it, they just keep slowly but surely grinding down the members of See You Soon until they can't resist any longer.
And that's scary, right? The fact that they're able to do that, what in the world is this team made of? But if we take a look like face value at like the differentiation, it looks so one-sided for RSGPH here in game number 3, 14-2. This time it was a 16-minute game. It wasn't as quick as game number 2, but it was a lot more one-sided in my opinion.
Wait, that's a 14K goal difference?
I can't math.
Wait, I can't math either.
That's 14.
It's actually a 14. I was in disbelief. It's a 14,000 goal difference. No neutral objective given. And man, by the way, just quick mention, of course, to the Novaria, right? No Clock of Destiny. Enchanted Talisman, Truncheon. He went for the glowing one, actually, to try and help with the poking. And then afterwards, immediately for the Blood Wings. And that is a huge amount of damage. Not even going for any penetration, knowing that, you know, there's not a lot of gold available in See You Soon anyways to try and itemize against it.
And it worked, right? Because every time we saw, let's say, Boxy looking for an engage, and then he gets sniped in with a meteor from Aqua, and then even if he wanted to still commit, he was already like, what, 3/4 of health? And then it didn't really take much from the rest of his team to follow through on it. And Boxy was severely punished. I mean, take a look at his KDA, 0.51. so different to what we saw in game number 1.
Super different, man. Boxy was really not given any space. I would say it's just the Mathilda, right? Light was really outclassing the show, not in the way of engages, but in the way of disengaging. He's always at the right time, able to utilize that guiding wind to get the person who gets Jeet Kundo'd up away every single time. Yep. Even with the Jeet Kundo flicker, it's almost like Light knew what he was gonna do. He read him like a book. Every single time, even with the concealed plays, even with the flanks, Boxy was just unable to find the right openings in this game.
Well, how was he even supposed to do that, man? When he goes in, there's still the circling eagle that it wasn't used to scout like it usually is. It's just used to immediately stun him up and punish him. And even if he does try and abuse the kit of the Cho, the mobility, the shielding, then the prototype memory and the Astral Sphere still punish him when he thinks he's out of the danger zone. If you look at it, the only kills in this game for See You Soon is in the hands of MP. That is just not what they were planning for, definitely, man. Ra was still actually the highest damage dealt here, but if you look at the curve, not as steep as game number 2, but it's a slow and brutal process that RSG has put in front of See You Soon.
It's like when you trip on a hill.
Yes.
And then like you try your best to
stop.
Stand back up or like to stop it, but the ball just keeps rolling.
Yeah, it's not exactly a painful fall, but you just end up so far away from your original point. It's just painful, man.
And despite everything that we've seen in terms of just how RSGPH were able to completely obliterate See You Soon in game number 3, MP did a really good job.
He really did, man. I mean, in this game, I think he was really the glimpse of brilliance with the team, the way that he was able to play the game. And I would say it's not just MP, but it's MP and Kusei, right? Because despite the fact that there was so much aggression from RSGPH, so many dive attempts as well, Kusei stayed 0-0-0. Technically, on paper, it's a pretty bad stat, but as a marksman who needs to farm to the late game, he did well. Considering his team was behind, that's what you were supposed to do as a marksman. Farm up, just wait for the moment. Unfortunately, that moment really that chance never gave, never was shown at all in the game because of the complete shutdown that RSG did after getting the first few turtles and then freezing up the waves, halting Kusei's farming capabilities.
How does the song go?
Hello, Panda.
No,
hello.
I was thinking of a different song.
What song?
Like, na, 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 na.
That's basically it, right? Like, the Filipino teams right now are titans, and they're trampling down every region.
Completely obliterating, and it continues again. A Blacklist International from the Philippines looking to HomeBois out. The dark horse.
You see, Eterna's so hyped for the next match, she can't
I'm
even
really hyped.
voice her hype. She has to visualize, give you guys the visualization of the hype.
Exactly. And for those of you who are at the venue right now, don't forget that after this, there is going to be a meet and greet session with Team EVOS. So don't forget to...
In the hall?
In the hall.
With EVOS?
With EVOS.
Legends?
Yeah.
The one with Doma and Brands?
I'm not sure. I want to go there and take a look after this.
I think we all have to go out and actually take pictures with EVOS Legends here while they're here in the venue.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a short break before we head into the next match of the day. Don't forget to see EVOS right after this, because it's me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko and Arashi. We'll see you after.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di bigger round kita susah cari sosok seperti Bin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di bigger round kita susah cari sosok seperti Bin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di bigger round kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di bigger round kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di bigger round kita susah cari sosok seperti Bin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di bigger round kita susah cari sosok seperti Bin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
super hot here, just like the matches in MPLI 2023. We're gonna continue the second match of the day in best of 3 series. We are still on lower bracket, but look at the crowd here. Look at how the people here love with this match and the teams, because we're on the outside on MPL 2023. Me, Bude Clara Mongsar, are meeting with a lot of people. They are in the fan meet with Evo's legend now. They're really exciting. They're really excited. They want to know more about the players. So if you guys want to come here, please come here, because a lot of booth, merchandise booth, and then meet and greet. And then after the match, usually the player will be holding a fan meet also here on the outside stage. So it's gonna be super duper terrifying for the player to play on the lower bracket. But we got one winner this first match. And the second match, we're gonna win, because Blacklist International gonna meet HomeBois, the one region left between Malaysia and also we got Philippines. 2 regions left. Who's gonna resume the journey? Philippines, they got 4 teams left in this MPLI, but Blacklist, now they're in the edge of the life. And also HomeBois, they got a lot of love from all around the world. They want HomeBois to be the dark horse for this match. So the crowd here is really, really great. How about the inside? Because I'm sure that everyone is waiting for the match. So, di Indonesia sini kalian bisa berkumpul di GBK Basketball Hall. Untuk datang, ada fan meet juga, ada meet and greet. Kalian bisa datang dan ada merchandise booth yang bisa kalian datangi. Banyak aktiviti seru, datang saja ramaikan dan saksikan match-match yang terus berlangsung untuk hari ini. Today, we're gonna have 4 matches. We already saw 1 match in best of 3. 3 games are done. How about the second match in still best of 3 series? So Blacklist International, they're gonna have a great time also as HomeBois. So we got here the crowd. What you got, Bruce? Please.
Thank you very much to Clara over at the Outside Arena. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the MPLI main stage. You're still with me, Rose. And right now, I have a player from HomeBois. Hi, Zorn.
Hi.
Okay, Zorn. So, you know what? Let's cut it down to the chase. Everybody was not expecting HomeBois to perform this well, actually, in MPLI. Now that you've made it this far, technically now top 5 already, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys think Malaysia still has what it takes to continue their journey in MPLI?
Kalau menurut pandangan saya, memang kita orang ready untuk menjadi Philippine Slayer.
Wow, okay, that is a statement. And now Zorn said that if you ask him, he is definitely ready to be a Philippine team slayer. Because right now in MPLI, we only have 2 regions left, which are Philippines and Malaysia. All right, so Zorn, aside from wanting to be a Philippine slayer, HomeBois and you yourself is very, very popular in MPLI. A lot of teams want to face the dark horse of MPLI. And yesterday, Ogwin from AP Bren made a statement and he said he wants to meet HomeBois because Zorn has never won against him yet. So what do you have to say about that?
Kalau untuk Ogwin, memang jujurnya memang kita orang, saya tak pernah menang secara peribadi menentang dia. Tapi insyaAllah kali ni kita orang dengan performance kita orang semalam lawan Eko, kita orang confident boleh pergi ke grand final.
Wow, all right. He said, yes, he has never won against Ogwin yet. But with the performance that HomeBois is giving out, he is very confident that HomeBois will be able to make it to the grand finals of MPLI 2023. All right, now this matchup is technically a rematch from the group stage, right? Because you'll be meeting Blacklist International in this lower bracket match. Now, Zorn, yesterday Haji said that in the group stage, they didn't really perform to their best and they really didn't, give out as much. And they said that they're holding back the potential. And now that they're going to be meeting you guys again, they want to get their revenge. Do you think they will be able to get their revenge?
Kalau pandangan saya tak dapat dah sebab kita orang dah bantai Haji dekat mid sampai dia tak dapat minion. Tak tahu sampai level berapa, cuma kita orang dah study dah gameplay Blacklist.
Wow, okay, the confidence from HomeBois is really through the roof because he said Haji or Blacklist will not be able to get the revenge they want because in the group stage, they bullied Haji in the mid lane to the point where Haji could not get his waves in the mid lane. All right, last words for Blacklist International and Haji.
Untuk menentang Blacklist, kita orang dah study gameplay diorang semalam dan kali ni untuk kali kedua, diorang akan terseksa kot buat kali kedua.
All right, so Zorn said to Blacklist International, we have studied your gameplay last night, so be ready to fall for the second time. All right, so this is going to be a spicy matchup, but I'm pretty sure everybody is ready to watch the second lower bracket match of the day. So with that, let us show it over to our casters to start the match between Blacklist International and HomeBois. Casters, take it away.
Two more regions are left standing here at MPLI 2023, and that could end here right now. The Malaysian representative and HomeBois are going to try their best to dismantle what it looks like to be the PH era, with Blacklist International as their next and final hurdle to be able to continue on in their MPLI journey. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you to the English broadcast. We are live here in Jakarta, Indonesia Basketball Hall, GBK Arena. It's me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko and Arashi, as we are going to be bringing you the action in the next best of 3 series. Now, Arashi, how are we feeling about this next matchup?
I'm feeling excited, man, because someone was asking me earlier, like, who are you rooting for in this matchup? You know, it seems to be kind of Filipino dominated. You think it's gonna be an easy game? And I was thinking, you know what, there's no fun in that. Only one region, so I'm rooting absolutely for HomeBois.
HB, is his prediction? I actually predicted the other way, Arashi. I gotta tell you here, man.
Oh.
Well, you'll see it later. I won't actually reveal who I picked to win in my game prediction. What about you, 8th turn? Do you want to reveal that?
They'll see later.
See?
They'll see
Exactly.
later. It's like there's one thing to root for a team, but like sometimes your heart and your head don't fall into sync, and I experienced that
You
a
know
lot
where my heart is?
in MPL ID. If you know, you know, you know.
You know where my heart is?
No, I don't. Do you even have one?
Oh, whoa. I think I do.
The shade.
I think I do. But as you can see, inside, even though they've been knocked out, it's still red, baby. Bigatron Alpha, and you guys can still catch a glimpse of Bigatron Alpha's captain, Finn, on the mini documentary series on Omni by FWD. Or maybe you're an EVOS fan.
Maybe you are an EVOS fan. And if you are an EVOS fan, you guys can take a look at the journey and the real documentary.
Mini documentary.
See, it's like a mouthful for some reason.
Exactly.
Mini documentary regarding EVOS Legends' Una, the brand ambassador. And if you guys actually love EVOS Legends, they're actually having a meet and greet right now.
Outside. We actually got to meet them before the fans got to meet them because they went through the backstage and I gave Taza fist bump. I gave Doma a pat on the back. Not for the performance, just, you know, because we're friends.
I'm friends with Hello Panda.
You're more than friends, it seems like. You're very intimate with Hello Panda. Seems like every time we get into the venue, the first thing, she doesn't even say hello to me or Arashi. She just comes in, takes the Hello Panda, grabs but 2, finishes 2, and then she's like, all right, now let's talk.
I heard Eterna has this combination in mind. So she'll go grab 2, and she'll eat it at the same time and get that fusion action.
That's a lot of
That's
snacks.
a lot of Panda.
That is a lot, man. I mean, which one do you take? The double chocolate, the strawberry, the cookies and cream?
I like to make a party in my mouth with flavor.
Okay.
So I go for the strawberry one and the cheese one.
Oh!
And then it becomes
wait a
a
minute.
strawberry cheesecake.
That's an interesting combination. I've never tried that
You should,
before.
you should.
I've only tried it like one by one, like strawberry first, then the cheese, but
We should bring them all here, and then you can do a live testimony.
we can just take one.
Because you know, on your live testimony, you can actually put it and display it on the official social media of One Esports that you guys can also get your hands on. So stay updated, stay tuned with the
Stay
latest
relevant.
information, stay relevant because you guys will be able to find memes, roster updates, and basically every information available if you guys just follow all our social media platforms from, I don't remember, but there were a lot previously.
Facebook, YouTube,
Wait,
Discord,
there's 7, right?
TikTok,
Okay.
X,
Okay.
Instagram,
Okay.
YouTube.
Discord, Twitch.
I got this. Oh, Twitch. There you go.
There you go.
We got it. We don't even need that
We got it.
bumper up because right now there is a bumper below. And even though it's up there, even though these two clearly can see it, they are so weird. They think that right there is Bauman and Glue. So if you guys want to actually win and you don't want to, waste the chance of getting to win 4,000 diamonds like these two, then go ahead and vote and name that hero. Clearly not Bauman, clearly not Glue. If you guys are as bad as them, though, you can just register for updates. It takes no skill. Just register, and then skill comes in later when you read the guides and then you implement it to your game.
It's literally Bellman.
Dude, we're done with that, man.
Well, either or.
This is why you have 0 diamonds, Eterna. Oof.
I actually have 50,000 diamonds in my account. Thank you very much.
We're talking about diamonds, not battle points, my guy.
I am talking about diamonds.
I'm talking
My
about
guy.
diamonds, not
You
skins.
wanna-
Wait,
What? 50,000 skins?
I wish I had
Me
50,000
too.
skins.
Are there even 50,000 skins available in the game?
I don't think so. That's a lot.
Could be at 1,000. But ladies and gentlemen, here it is. The final Dark Horse. Let's welcome them on the stage.
The last remaining region that is not the Philippines. It's Malaysia. Welcome, HomeBois!
Man, HomeBois, you have to see what they're made of, man. They've tried so many things, and they've shown different looks as well. But most definitely, we are all expecting the hyper HomeBois train, man. It lost out in speed against the Echo Express, but against Blacklist, it's a bit of a a bit of a contrast there. A slow starting team usually against the hyper HomeBois.
But you gotta remember, with Hyper Trains, this is a team that has adapted and refined the ADP strategy. Let's welcome them on the stage.
They won't just be looking to break the code of HomeBois. They're looking to break the Zorn. Ladies and gentlemen, Blacklist International!
One of the large titans from the Filipino region, Blacklist International, in an interview even said that back then, HomeBois, you won in 13 minutes because it was just the best of one, all right? Now you're coming into our zone. You're coming into our era, which is a best of 3, where we flourish and we will find our revenge at full potential.
I mean, it's hard to argue with that statement, man. We saw earlier, Yosun was doing pretty okay, but the longer the game goes, the more these Filipino teams, man, they just find a way to read in, to analyze. For both coaches, it's gonna be a huge test. Can Coach Bonchan just find something that works off the bat? And on the flip side, can HomeBois just find a winning formula that can last? That's the main question here. It's a bit of an attrition battle.
Coach Pabs, we'll see what they're able to do today. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of the things that I really want to talk about. In their first meetup in the group stage, where it was a best of 1, it was HomeBois being able to win 1-0 against Blacklist International because of that snowball. But we saw yesterday what Blacklist International were able to do against a snowball, the ADP that Wolf mentioned yesterday. What does it stand for? Anti-destruction protocol?
Disaster.
Disaster.
Close enough. Anti-disaster protocol, yeah. They have a way. Blacklist, all the way since, Season 7, this has been the way that they played the game. If they lose out in the first hurdle, they'll just go to look for trades, minimize their losses, and come back when the power spike hits.
It's almost like the alternate game plan that is also as refined as the initial game plan. And looking at the stats right here, I think what's important to mention is that Owl has a lower KDA than everyone except for Dominic, but that man does a lot of damage, and he is a very dominant laner. I think if you give him the right tools, that gold lane is going to be a tough matchup for anyone. But even so, they have that flexibility, which is shown in the fact that they have the strong laner, but yet everyone else sometimes due to circumstances, still outmatch him in the KDA department.
I have another thing to add. Keys to victory for HomeBois.
Ooh.
They gotta look at Dominic, and they gotta see Soto, not Dominic. I believe his surname is Soto. And the HomeBois, the Malaysians, and even two of the Indonesians, they love Indonesian food. You know Soto?
They love Soto.
So they gotta try to take him down in the game. Eat him up.
Consume him.
Consume him.
We'll have to see. But for the side of HomeBois, I think Chibi has a lot to do right here. Always the tip of the spear. But hey, when you're too concerned and preoccupied about one player, that's where you misread. You just fall short in the predictions for the rest of the roster. So I think for HomeBois, there's a lot of ways they can really mind game Coach Bonchan. We'll have to see if it works, because experience is the one thing that I think the one is questioning from Blacklist International.
I agree. But what do you think, how do you think they're going to be able to achieve that in the drafting phase, outsmarting Bonchan? A lot of people have said that this has got to be one of the best drafters in the league, one of the smartest, most intelligent coaches in the league. The way that they're able to bring a million different rosters but still make it work.
I think it depends. You have to see and try to initially predict what he thinks HomeBois is going to do, which is why I'm saying maybe initially you go for a draft that's not very chibi heavy, and then from there, now you can keep Blacklist guessing. Hey, is it going to be chibi again? Is it going to be that early game strat? Or hey, is it going to be that late game strat maybe, when you can actually rely on the gold laners and the other members in the team? I think that is one way that teams can really try and mind game each other. Aside from that, of course, pay attention to the pocket picks, pocket heroes that can be brought out right here. Because I think flexing heroes is great now, but it's not really as flexible as it used to be in 1 or 2 patches ago.
That'll come down to how Bonchan actually utilizes the flex picks, utilizes the prio picks as well, and honestly, what's so scary about Blacklist International is the fact that there you go, the town prediction organized by One Esports coming out, Mirko, Eterna, and Rash E. Anyways, back to my point. Why I have to go for Blacklist International this time around is because Bonchan has been in this game for so long, a world champion, a SEA Games gold medalist, yet he's still little. He's still Bonchan.
Not Bonkun?
Not Bonkun, not Bonsama.
Bonsan?
Bonsan. He's still Bon Chan, which means he's still a young prodigy.
I see. What's the point with that? Wait, all that build-up, what's the point?
I was waiting for it.
We've yet to see his prime.
His
maximum
potential.
His maximum potential. Well, he'll be going from Bon Chan to Bon San.
So him dominating literally like an entire year of Mobile Legends was not his peak.
That's Bon Chan.
Okay.
Chan means little, right? Like little?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like but for girls, right?
Trust me, I'm fluent in Japanese.
Smaller or someone kind of cute, like girls or someone smaller.
Like Arashi-chan.
All right, let's not go there. I feel like that will gain way too much traction than we can predict.
Well, for me, I honestly think with my head, it's going to be a Blacklist match. But I don't know, there's like a small voice in me that really wants to get that Cinderella story
I know
going.
the small voices. There are two small voices, right?
Uh-huh.
2 big reasons as to why you went for HomeBois.
Ooh.
They have the last 2 Indonesian players in the tournament.
Oh, I didn't know that. Unaware.
You guys can't see it, but Mirko's face is so deadpan right now. It's not even funny.
Is it Rizal? Is Rizal the Indonesian player?
Yes. No, it's Zoran.
See, I don't know.
It's Warlord and Rizal, yeah.
Thank you. All right. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's definitely not the reason why I'm rooting for HomeBois, because, you know, I literally just realized. But let's go into the first drafting phase, game number 1 of this best of 3 series between the last non-PH region HomeBois from Malaysia against Blacklist International. You do see that HomeBois is going to have first pick here with the Matilda and the Valentina being banned out. Blacklist have responded with a Joy and a Nolan. I'm wondering whether or not a Aramis will be left open alongside with maybe even an Angela.
Usually it seems like the Aramis, in recent times at least, that just seems to be the problem right here. HomeBois are even banning away the Lilia, what can be used to try and out-damage and just crush that Nether Realm in the middle of a big team fight. Logically, I feel like Blacklist will ban it, But hey, Blacklist is, I feel like it's
born
not
your
cool.
talent
It's
is
not
there.
weird at all for them to let it go and try and experiment to find a way to shut it down, to turn this Faramis from a surefire win weapon into a bit more of a just a possibility.
And now looking at the way HomeBois wants to play it, it is still that King of the River playstyle that we've actually seen many times before from HomeBois in MPL Malaysia, even in their wins yesterday. That's how they were able to get the dub in the early game all the way, but they were not able to fully close the game out. That's the only problem for them. Seems like with the Lilia ban, they're trying to take away a lot of mid-control from the machine, Aji.
Yeah, he's no longer the Kada machine.
No,
the machine now.
He's just the machine.
Just the machine.
Cars?
Oh
Cars
my
is a
god.
car, and he's out.
He's not even here.
Well, the
Sorry.
machine. Love to see, man. For HomeBois now, going with that Boxia. It's interesting because, you know, we were talking about the Faramis so much, but it's not even first picked. They want to go for that really fast play style. And we've seen what Chibi can do when he's just rolling around, just styling on the haters.
I would have imagined maybe even a Martis that HomeBois would like to go for. We saw that Chibi is a very strong jungler when he's given a power hero like a Martis, but he goes for something different like a Boxia. It kind of works the same way. You get really good rotations in. But for Blacklist, they will respond with a Bruno and a Novaria pickup.
The Bruno and the Novaria. Faramis completely ignored in the second series. Meanwhile, the entirety of knockout stages, it's been Faramis, Faramis, Faramis. Ban or pick. Now, ooh, it's a 1-1 pickup early on, and then Angela to combo it together. HomeBois want to go in. That's the hyper HomeBois we know.
But Mirko, we were talking about earlier that the Faramis is actually quite the legitimate counter for the 1-1. Yes, the Novaria is picked up, but knowing Blacklist, they can very easily flex it around. Have HomeBois just went too fast here. Turns out it should be fine. It's gonna be an Akai picked up first for now. But here you have a fun fact. Wonder would never trash talk or throw trash at the airport. What a nice guy.
What a
Wait, what?
What an average dude. I mean, I think that's an average thing to do, right? I mean, would you throw trash?
Well,
in trash talk?
the trash talk is like not
More
an
of a-
average dude thing.
More of like a Moreno, Zorn kind of thing to do, you know, trash talk.
Yeah.
But the not littering part is like,
Zorn did it.
Zorn littered?
Well, no, did it. Well, he didn't trash talk, but he was like,
Oh, the trash talk part. I thought we were talking about the airport.
oh, I mean,
I thought you were talking about the trash
do you litter
littering
at the
part.
airport? I don't think I litter at the airport.
Well, moving on from this very interesting topic for now.
Fun fact. No, I'm just saying, that was a fun fact.
Absolutely was. We'll see, man. I think the fact that the Faramis is not prioritized right here comes down to the different style that both these teams play as well. It's not exactly a death ball. HomeBois makes plays individually all around the map. They don't always corral together to find safety in numbers. The Blacklist, they're thinking there's still a possibility. They respect it anyways.
All right, yeah, the Faramis gets taken out here by Blacklist International. And for HomeBois, with the Diggy being banned out, that shows us that they want to have a certain layer of protection over the 1-1. Because as you know already, that the Diggy has the ability to take away the weakness points coming in from the 1-1. So they want to be able to enable that, especially with the Angela, who can actually support or give the hard guard over to the Boxia, or even the 1-1 at times. The next ban that they go for is the Minotaur. Why did they go for the Minotaur ban here?
I think they just want to make sure that when they go in with a dive, they have a box show 1-1. It's going to be very divey by default. And even the Angela, when you have that hard guard, of course it's the healing, it's the slow, and it's the shielding initially. But it's also the movement speed that can be used to just go all the way to the back line, and especially with the 1-1 to trigger the crossbow tank. If she's going for that and gets hit by the Minion Fury, that could mean disaster for them. But for Blacklist, they found an alternative right here. They have the heavy spin, they have the Edith as well. It's a lot of crowd control that comes out in an instant. HomeBois definitely need to respect this, find a way to chip them away from far away, or just find ways to avoid a lot of this crowd control to begin with.
So what's the answer here for HomeBois? Do they want to go for even more initiation, double down on that against the Edith, or do they want to actually go for more utility? We've seen from See You Soon as well that the Angela can still be utilized in the mid lane. Doesn't need to be 100% a roamer. It's already a very good roamer, by the way. But again, with a 1-1, we did see this kind of strategy as well from Blacklist yesterday against, who was Blacklist when they won? Rebellion. With the 1-1, a full cover composition for the 1-1. As he does damage, no, HomeBois don't want to cover. They want to go in with the 1-1. It's the Yu Zhong and the Grok as well. All of them want to dive. And fun fact, it happened. Angela again, going to be flexed into the mid lane, not going to be the roamer.
I think it's going to be the Grok for sure here. With immunity right there, he is a lot safer from the heavy spin, from the Earth Shatter onward combo. But not for Blacklist. Final reveal.
Power of light and carve.
Okay, so they go for Kaja. So they're securing a secure CC source of their own. But I think Warlord is still going to be able to pick up the Grok. Zorn is going to be the Angela. But as we all know, we saw it in the group stage that they're able to switch it up. We saw it last time with the Kadita and the Grok. Now we're seeing it with the Grok Angela.
Wow.
Meanwhile, for the audience prediction, both from Indonesia as well as the Philippines think that it is going to be Blacklist International winning it out in this best of 3 against HomeBois.
Wow, interesting, right? You would expect a little bit of a shift there for Indonesia. They were actually rooting half of them for See You Soon earlier, but now they're going full Blacklist.
They're like, no, let's just be realistic.
Let's be realistic.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Is Blacklist the realistic prediction here?
I would say so. But, you know, expect the unexpected from Malaysian teams.
In best of ones especially.
But this is a best of 3.
Is it?
It's a... I think so.
Maybe they'll turn
Is it a best of 5?
If they equalize, it turns into a best of 1. Hey, technically, there's a chance it does come down to a best of 1. So expect the unexpected, think the unthinkable, and witness the unwitnessable.
One team will move forward, and one team will have to say goodbye to MPLI 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the first game of this best of 3 series. The Malaysian HomeBois versus the Filipino Blacklist International.
Will the top 4 of MPLI 2023 just be MPLPH Season 12.5?
Well, looking at the lanes right here, Warlord indeed is on that Grok, so it's Zorn on the Angela. Interesting to see how this works, especially in the early game. They have a Baxia, but without the right backup. I mean, the Angela is great, the Grok right now also a Warlord, going very deep.
Again, already very, very aggressive in the early stage of the game. Chibi walks up, wants to go for the Retribution here up against Rindo, and Chibi does get it, steals it away from Rindo. Does that mean it's worth it, Arashi? A purple buff for a kill onto the roamer.
I think it's not as fatal, considering it's an Akai, not exactly an assassin that could really benefit from the lower cooldowns, etc. But it's definitely going to be a bit of a dent in the farming speed, and against a Baxia, that can prove to be very important later on. Going to contest the first turtle without a heavy spin. Not exactly the wisest of choices.
Okay. With that being said, again, Warlord still being the aggressive force that he is, giving information once again. One of his main strengths therein lies in this ability. He actually is able to chunk Haji a little bit down here. And now I start to understand the Angela and the Grok mid lane combination. The fact that, okay, maybe the Angela can't clear as fast as Hajim and Avaria, but with the speed clear coming in from Warlord, it should help. But the Plat is actually the one to help clear it out too.
Yeah, the wave clear was nerfed for Angela. It doesn't do as much to the minions. But look at this, man. The setup advantage, the level advantage too. Easy, secure by Chibi. This is a Warlord.
That's a hard guard to help him out with the shield unity and a black dragon form as well. They do not like Kimpoi. My goodness, a full dive for the roamer. It's another furious dive on the Petrify landing onto Dominic, but with the Primal Wrath, a bit too hard to really burst him down under the tier 1, so they'll just take Kimpoi.
All right, another trade here coming through for the HomeBois, signaling that they are going to be able to pick up the speed in terms of economy for the in-game emblems, however.
Inspire on the 1-1.
Inspire on the 1-1 for more cooldowns. Technically, a lot more laning prowess there with more skills to use out. It's in line with the mentality of Ryzel, I feel. A lot more outplay-minded. Soren also with the Inspire and the Wilderness Blessing, though. He needs to be around the map as much as possible. Everyone else is going for firmness, so you can see the tanking is coming in.
Wild charge onto 2. Kimpoi running away. Rindo not popping heavy spin just yet. Tries to go for the retreat battle here against Chibi, but he wins it out. Chibi taking the second buff stole or steal this game.
And he's actually a level ahead of Rindo up until this point. So in terms of neutral objective takes, Warlord gets committed onto, but nobody's able to cut him down just yet.
Chibi, Shield Unity again down below. Dominic caught right as he was trying to cut the wave and he would lose his life. It's HomeBois who gets another kill on the board, but somehow, some way, Blacklist are still holding onto the quality of the goal. I mean, look at that. HomeBois only have a 476 gold lead right now.
There's the farming difference right here, but you can see that for Blacklist though, whatever they're doing, HomeBois have been able to counter. The wave cut was predicted, the roam top gets cancelled just because there's the Angela hard guard. The fact that 1-1 can outplay, can use a crossbow of Tang, and the hard guard can come in to ensure she survives long enough. This means that in the gold lane, even though you're susceptible to ganks, HomeBois' gold lane right now is surprisingly, right, unexpectedly, quite immune to most of the ganks coming in from Blacklist, unless Keeper can make something crazy happen.
He is level 5. He does have the Divine Judgment in his arsenal right now, but with the Turtle already at half HP, doesn't look like Blacklist International want to go for a contest. It looks like this is a ADP happening here, just a little bit, with them not trying to go for a counter engage on the neutral objective, but instead looking for a counter play down bottom.
Not able to find anything just for now. Kimpo is really holding on to that Divine Judgment for the right time. He needs to find the right target as well, because let's say, right, he finds, let's say even he gets Rizal. If the team can follow that up with more dive, the aggression turns into really good defense and cover for the 1-1. Say the Wild Charge to knock up the rest of the Blacklist members after Divine Judgment connects. That means there will be no follow-up.
All right, with everyone just grouping together here, expect a fight to break out, but on who? That's the real question. The Angela on the other side of the map, making use of that global presence. But Blacklist, like you mentioned, is in damage control. They know they don't really want to let HomeBois snowball. That is where they want to be. But Rindo is slowly but surely falling away in levels. 2 levels so far. Chibi might increase that gap to 3 levels, which means the neutral objective is even more difficult for Blacklist. They have to really be banking on that late game.
Like, you can even tell from the gold differences here in the in-game equipment who's falling behind. And wait, what? Novaria with a 1,000 lead?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, Warlord is actually swapped to Roamer. This is what we like to see actually when the Angela gets picked up by HomeBois. It's Zorn on the Angela and Warlord actually to shift over to the Roam. Usually it's always on Grok. Chibi though really doesn't like Rindo getting farmed. Going at it again for the third possible invade, and he gets it with the Retribution as the Turtle will spawn in 18 seconds.
We won't have it available for the Turtle fight. That's the big concern, but HomeBois can very easily just go for a fight right now. Owl might not know that Spot is just waiting in the wings.
Very aggressive maneuvers by Owl there. The Shield Unity connects, and Owl definitely overextended. I thought he saw Subplot up there.
Yes, he didn't. And Warlord now still being a huge pain in Rindo's back. As the Turtle gets taken, it might be uncontested. Blacklist just trying to get trades, but look at HomeBois making plays all across the map, not bringing everyone to the same area, trying to dominate the whole of the Line of Dawn at the same time.
And it's not a problem because at any time, it's never a 1v1. Thorn can just hop in with the hard guard to make it a good backup from anyone who's being in a certain situation when they're in a bad spot, right? Even in this 1v1 that we see down bot with 1-1 and the Edith, at any time, Thorn can just hop in and help that lane out. And with that being said, HomeBois has been able to get really good control over these neutral objectives, the lanes as well as the matchups. As we take a look at the goal differences, once again, there's a certain distinction there.
I think there's also a lot to look at in the EXP lane. It's going to be an important 1v1 situation.
Oh, look at that! A full dive with a Wild Charge, a Shield Unity, everything in the kitchen sink, just throwing an Owl. Another Petrify with a Furious Dive as well. My goodness! A lethal dive to the back, and they only lose their Roamer.
The timing on that, man. There was no real objective here to contest after the big fight. It's only going to be turrets, so I guess Blacklist just wasn't ready. I was bringing up the fact that Dominic is actually falling away in levels to Sapat, who has 3 kills, but also a lot of farm funnel towards him from the mid lane. So the longer the game goes, if Blacklist wants to play this macro game, Sapat has a lot to say there in the 1v1 or possibly 1v2 situations when he's contesting the far side of the map.
But remember, it's only been 8 minutes. This is something that we saw when Blacklist was in a match against Rebellion Zion, where Rebellion Zion were able to pick up so many things in the early game and completely dominate that early game. But Blacklist International, with their mid and towards the late game power spike, they were able to regain control. With this composition, is it possible? I mean, they have the Novaria that definitely scales in the mid game, but what about the rest of the members on the team?
The Edith and the Brody, I mean the Bruno, sorry, they actually scale very well into the late game. The real concern is the Kaja perhaps, because like it's going to be very difficult to really find those pickoffs, and even then you have to deal with the Warlord just standing in your face. And now Blacklist, Windows tries to find something. Is he going to go for a steal?
It's a wild charge. Heavy spin used up by Rindo. Looking for a steal, but I don't think he has enough damage. That's a 1v5. Rindo just walks to his death. Sapat picks him up, and it's a free Lord. It's a nice try by Blacklist. They can only afford to lose one in the sacrifice, but definitely a bit ambitious.
Okay, so what was that?
What
was the plan there? Why did Rindo go all in on that?
I guess he's trying to make use of the Akai, right? He is, to be fair...
What are the odds that he gets it though? How many levels below is he of Chibi right now? He's 2 levels below of Chibi still.
I think earlier it was 2. I don't know, it's between 2 or 3, depending on the time. And now he's even donating his purple buff to Haji. They're relying on the machine right here to try and make something happen. But look at their positioning, man. They might get cut off if they stick too long behind this first tier turret in the mid lane.
Definitely weird. Very ambitious play, you know? Because, yeah, I mean, they could still sacrifice Rindo. Technically, he's still a utility jungler, right? Not a carry. They can afford to get him a death. But it was very, very... The odds that you were asking for, very close to impossible. Especially with 5 members and no real follow-up. HomeBois now just utilizing that Lord and the free kill onto Rindo earlier to just capitalize even more, double down on these pushes. It's a 6.5k gold lead. Rindo's holding on to the Lord right there, not letting it crash in. Seems like HomeBois are okay with that though. They do not want to push it all the way anyways. They just want to go for tier 2s, and they'll be able to take down the final tier 2 in the mid lane to get themselves a 7,000 gold lead.
In 10 minutes. This is looking very similar to what we saw in the group stage. The HomeBois were able to snowball and create a... It's funny how that seems like to be like a theme of today, isn't it? The snowball, death ball kind of strategy coming through. But for Blacklist, the way that we're usually accustomed to seeing is that they don't overstep like that. They stay patient, they look for trades on the other side of the map. They slowly build a support, a push onto these core members like Haji, as well as Owl, but that play from Rindo earlier doesn't seem in connect with that, which is why I thought that Blacklist would be a really good counter towards HomeBois.
Maybe their idea is just that they can afford to lose Rindo, might as well try something when they're going to end up stuck in the base anyways. With the heavy spin, it's a possibility, but the red tree difference is where it's at. And I mean, HomeBois did a great job just stopping doing any damage to the Lord and making sure that he gets taken out first. But now, I do feel like the hidden carry right here is Sapat on that Yuzong, man. He is the one just gnawing everyone down, munching on them with the Black Dragon form. Rizel is just waiting in the side, and this is why he doesn't really have to extend. They don't require him to be the main damage dealer, for now at least. So they can just chill, wait it out, and when Keyboy makes the play onto someone else, that means Rizel has full reign in what he wants to do in a team fight. And if there's a marksman you want in that position to be able to be creative, to be crazy in a team fight, it's Rizel, man. We've seen this guy do insane things.
He's been flashy on the Ixia. Not something you would actually try to relate together, right? Ixia and flashy plays, just usually a front to back type, very safe. But Rizel has been given the hyper carry treatment, both purple and orange given to him. He's the main carry as we transition from the mid stage to the late game, and Chibi just secures a Lord for free. That is the second Lord of the game. This time around is going to be enhanced. Marching down the mid lane, and HomeBois will try to look for the most out of this.
Look at the turret on the top side though, it gets taken out. HomeBois were very respectful of Blacklist's potential to make a big brain play. Sorn was there, but he didn't want to walk up. You can see the respect still by HomeBois. They know Blacklist are no pushover, and at 13 minutes, they don't have a lot of damage to work with, but it is available.
They're looking for a big fight. That's why they're not pushing all three waves. Just one in the mid lane with the Lord marching down. And with Chibi brought back to the team, he actually gets a shield unity. And in the back as well, Suppot finds a Furious Dive, loses immortality. Also free hitting, but Ryzel's doing the same thing. Down with the crossbow, tank ready. It goes, translates over. It's a double, it's a triple. It's a maniac for Ryzel in game number 1 as they secure match point in a dominant fashion. What the heck? One wave.
Control. Complete control by the HomeBois in that first game. Literally, like, complete control. Objectives, rotations, pickoffs, lanes.
Team fights?
Exactly.
Everything just went so well for them. If the base, the
HomeBois
fountain
did.
wasn't there, if the front wasn't there, that was a savage. Haji barely made it because of the regeneration. Ryzel just got it done. And that's a strat we've seen popularized. I think initially, the first time we saw it in this tournament, was it a Blacklist? The 1-1? No, the 1-1 cover strat, technically. It was Blacklist, so
yesterday.
Making a statement kind of here. Yeah. The Hyper HomeBois.
Because it's not the cover 1-1 comp. It's the dive with 1-1 comp. Or dive for 1-1. It's D4W. D4W. Dive for 1-1. As a 1-1 player myself, I approve of both. But dive seems more fun.
Dive more fun.
They just dove. Dude, they didn't even care about the waves. I was like, all right, they're going to get a base turret here. In my mind, right? Because only one wave, they get a base turret, and then they just dive in the base. And I was just like, all right.
Can you check how many minutes was that?
Oh. We're really going in. Oh, 13 minutes.
13 minutes again.
13, yeah. The exact
Seems like the average time these days.
That was the same amount of time that HomeBois needed to win in the group stage.
13:32? Oh, I thought it was the same time.
I think it was like 12:29 and then I rounded it up. I think. I have to double check.
Got you, okay.
But again, what a stellar performance coming from the HomeBois. Yeah. Again, I told you, expect the unexpected from this team. You count them out every single time and then they perform like that. So Echo's the only team that has successfully beaten them.
So
only
far.
Echo.
Right.
Right? Let me double check.
2-1, yeah.
In the group stage, they
3-0,
3-0, right?
Yeah. They were 3-0 in the group stages in the first round of the knockouts
3-0.
in the upper brackets. It was a 2-1 victory for Echo as well. So it was very close up until the very end. Even in the final game, it was HomeBois leading and then Echo finding a moment, turn everything on its head.
That's definitely a good experience for HomeBois as well. What?
Look at this man.
Yeah, look at him. He's looking menacing there. You can see the aura coming in.
Oh no, that's the other team.
That's the other guy. The MVP, Suppot on the Yutong. 4-0-4. 44,440 damage taken. This man is all fours. You multiply that by 2, you get 8. Shout out Rose.
I think the one thing that really stands out to, like in terms of these numbers, is more to TP. 80% as an EX laner. He's very active in these team fights. He doesn't just focus on the lane, but he's always... Because we saw, right, he initially cleared the EXP lane, fast cleared it, went to the mid lane, had a say in the team fight in that mid side. And that's what he was able to do. I think that really shows the impact. It reflects what he was able to do.
And that's the lead that he has compared to the Edith. I think the Edith is a lot stronger technically kind of in the lane when you're trading, when you can use that true damage proc. But when you are talking about the clearing, right, this guy was all over the place. I think if you're looking at the strictly at the APM, how much he's moving around, tapping buttons, Suppot might be up there, man. He was clearing the bottom side, the mid side. He was participating in invades and in ganks as well. He was doing everything. And his role is so hybrid, man. He was doing damage initially. And then in the last fight, he was landing those huge Furious Dive knockups. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here first before we get any further. Where Warlord, by the way, honorable mention to him as well. He is undeniable. He just keeps going in. He doesn't care. And overall, it seems like Blacklist are completely read out. Whatever they're trying to do, their responses here, their plan B, plan Cs, have been read through by HomeBois.
You know, Johnny said something really funny yesterday. Okay. About Blacklist International, right? When they won against Rebellion Zion. He said that in the group stages, Blacklist wanted, this was Blacklist, I want to win. But in the playoffs, Blacklist is, I want to win. So it's a different, yeah, exactly. It's weird. But then he explained it really well, where he said it's all about the intensity. It's the same mindset, it's the same goal, but it's all about the intensity. And that's what Blacklist brought to the game yesterday against Rebellion Zion. They knew when to be calm, they knew when to be disciplined with a different level of intensity and a different mindset completely coming into the knockout stages that we didn't see here, I feel. Like we said earlier, you said as well, Rindo made a few big mistakes jumping in, making these big plays when they should have just maybe stalled it a bit later to the game.
Chilled out.
Chill out, man.
All
Chill
right.
out.
They gotta chill out, but maybe now they
The
gotta
ADP, bro.
gotta get more into it. I mean, Dominic on the Edith, he went with the very, very early Starlium side. I guess he was not underestimating, but he's thinking, hey, there's no magic damage available for the most part for HomeBois. Let's just go some tanky items right here. Weird armor for the 1-1, Dominance Eyes for the Angela, technically. Then went straight for the Starlium. That's the advantage they had right here, composition-wise. But HomeBois just made it work. They're just out-damaging, showing again why this 1-1 is absolutely one of the best, if not the best marksmen available, as per the words of Mr. Wolf himself. Looking at Haji and Navaria, no Clock of Destiny. Like I'm telling you, I don't really see value in that item any longer. Haji seems to agree. He went for the Enchanted Talisman for a bit more spammability, but I think it's too little too late at that point. He has damage, but maybe only if he lands it on the back line. And I think the heal coming in from Sorn on the Angela is outmatching his damage at that point.
That's why it's like you want to go for a long-range composition, but if there's a healer on the opposing side, that idea of poke and, you know, trying to play the outlasting game with your opponents, it doesn't really work the same way.
Definitely. And Kimpo and the Kaja, you got to feel for him, man. Where are the targets? I think the best moment that he made was when he pulled the Grok, right? Because the Grok was like, oh, I'm immune, and he gets suppressed. But that's the only thing. Every time else, he didn't even get to use the Divine Judgment. If he gets anywhere close, he just gets immediately jumped on. Because HomeBois, man, they are just so aggro.
And even then, even if he does get pulled in and he doesn't get instantly bursted down, that would have been a bad time for Blacklist International. That just closes the gap for the wall charge?
Wild charge.
Wild charge. The wild charge from landing, and it's counterproductive. If we take a look at the carry, it was still Haji, so he was still dealing all that damage. But unfortunately, like you mentioned earlier on, like the sustain coming in from HomeBois just rendered it completely useless.
And Rindo with the 71,000 damage taken, he was just getting beat up, man. Every time they saw the panda, they were like, no, we don't like that. You know, we know they're protected and stuff,
pandas.
But at least he
no,
doesn't
I like
let her in the
Hello
airport.
Panda. We don't like, I guess HomeBois just don't like the panda in general, so just beat him up. Make sure he does not make a comeback.
I think that's really rude.
That is really rude, man. Why would you beat up a panda, right?
That's so mean.
They're almost extinct
They're
in real
so
life.
cute.
That too.
Have you seen baby pandas?
No, actually. I have seen videos of baby pandas.
They're really
yes.
cute,
Well, I like
right?
how they roll, actually.
Yeah, they don't spin.
Yeah, not the way Akai does. Akai ain't a baby panda. Hang on.
He's a kung fu panda.
He's a dragon
Oh,
warrior.
Right, okay.
Well, yes. Anyhow, back to the topic at hand. What can Blacklist do right here? They know. Oh, they can make adjustments because, of course, we saw it earlier. Dominant first game, dominant second game. But here's the catch. HomeBois has seen it happen to See You Soon. Now, are they gonna try and do the exact same thing in game number 2, or are they gonna try and mind game Coach Bonchan? Right? He's expecting all this aggression. Maybe it's a sustain strategy, or maybe it's a long distance mobility strategy. This is where the coaches really go head to head, literally.
Pabs versus Bonchan.
Pabchan.
Pabs Kun.
Did you say Pabs-chan?
Yeah,
Like
he
if
did.
they
Move on.
like have a...
What?
Never mind.
What were you about to say?
Like if they have a baby, it becomes Pabs-chan.
Register for One Esports updates to get breaking news, exclusive interviews, and in-game guides to navigate the land of Dawn. Stand a chance to win diamonds just by signing up. 4,000 diamonds.
4,000 diamonds for just signing up? Sign
Okay.
me up for that sign up.
That's why you have 4,000 diamonds
For
right
the
now, right?
4,000 diamonds. No,
Well-
I wouldn't take it away from them.
16 divided by 4. That's how many times?
16
16,000 divided by 4.
Wait a minute.
It's
That's
4.
how many? 16,000 divided by 4. That's how many diamonds you can get when you register.
4,000.
Boom.
Bang.
But isn't the goal to get to 8?
What happened to the bada bing?
What? We were talking
You,
about
you
two
said
different...
boom, and I said bang.
And he said, what? I thought it was supposed to be 8. You know what it's supposed to be? It's supposed to be you guys just downloading the One Esports app.
Yes.
Right, Eterna?
Right.
And where?
Because on the app, you guys get to dive deeper into the meta plays, builds, and the rivalries of MPLI on the app. Your one-stop destination for breaking news and exclusive interviews with the athletes fighting for the MPLI throne. And don't forget that you can only download it for free on Google Play and exclusively for Samsung users, the Samsung Galaxy Store.
It's so good. Like I can imagine Wolf just exclamating, "Man, it's so good! Penguin Dolphin!"
What?
Penguin Dolphin?
You have to confirm with Wolf to find out what that means.
Huh.
I think I need to confirm with Wolf as to the benefits of joining the One Esports community, because I think yesterday he said that there was a Discord and you guys can make tournaments and you can even get into the tournaments and win diamonds and stuff. I mean, what else did he say?
Well, quizzes as well.
Quizzes, okay.
Community tournaments.
Okay.
Finding friends with the same interests, which is gaming, just
Which
like
is
Leo.
rare.
Which is rare. It's like Leo, gaming, right? And also, you guys can follow a lot of the challenges where you guys can test your MLBB knowledge and put your skills to the test. Like let's say Eterna, right?
Okay.
She's not very good at gaming, but she is very. Whoa! I wanted to
Excuse
just
me?
say that with a straight face, just
But my
try to roast.
YouTube is called Eterna Gaming.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wow!
Like the link
You're part
is
of the gaming.
youtube.com/Eterna
You're part of the
Gaming.
gaming clan. I'm disappointed.
It's okay, Leo.
Gaming.
You're not alone.
What? You're part of the gaming clan, not the singing clan.
You don't know that song because you weren't born yet.
Whoa, what song was that?
Saosin.
What?
You're Not Alone by Saosin.
Who?
Oh my god.
I
Can
know.
somebody say that they know it? Because now I feel old.
Confirm it in chat if you guys do know.
Does anyone know that song?
I mean, it depends, right? Did it come out in the 1800s? Quick little roast to Eterna, man.
Oh,
Quick maths
man. And
on
I'm
the
so bad
years.
at like roasting back. So it was really fun to watch him and Wolf and
And
Goni.
Goni.
Because they're so good at like roasting one another, but here it's just one-sided.
What you're saying is you don't like barbecues.
Because it's roasting, did it?
Because you can't roast.
I'm gonna give you that one. Raj. You
we
know what?
dapping on the desk right now.
I'm gonna give him that one. That one was pretty smart. That was instant, right? I mean, instant, just like noodles.
Oh,
That's, all right.
Dude, I wish the camera was on us right now.
We had to dab twice there after a big.
Jeez.
First one was so nice, you gotta do it twice.
Okay.
Ooh, but let's see if HomeBois can do it twice against Blacklist International.
And what was the song earlier? You are alone?
Not alone.
You are not alone. Well, for HomeBois, they are alone. They're the only team that is not a Filipino team in MPLI 2023.
Must be pressure.
Well, look
or maybe no pressure. The opposite, right? Because you know what? It's a Filipino dominant MPLI 2023. Now that we're here, we have no pressure. We're just going to go all out. If we win,
great.
Malaysia W. If we lose,
well, they made it this far.
Yeah, we made it this far, and a lot of people count us out already.
That's
So
a good
you saw the
mindset.
prediction, right? The predictions were counting them out completely, man. Like
Not
HomeBois just
completely.
refused to math.
Not completely.
Oh?
The town prediction was 2 HomeBois, 1 Blacklist. I also predicted see you soon to... No, never mind.
You were saying?
No, we don't talk about that.
No, seriously, what was his prediction earlier on?
It's Blacklist.
Huh? No, for match 1.
Oh, for match
RSG.
1? Oh, it was RSG, yes.
Mine too, I think.
Yes, I was the one predicting see you soon.
But
Why?
we'll see you soon, Arashi.
Hopefully, I'm not going. I don't plan on leaving anywhere. But
Seems
yes,
Yeah, neither do HomeBois, man.
Neither did the crowd, by the way.
Hello, everybody.
it's great to see the gradual increase, right? As we get closer and closer
To the finals.
to the finals.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I didn't realize.
You know, a lot of people were concerned, like, man,
We were concerned.
exactly, no Indo teams. How will the audience look? The audience looks great.
Yeah, especially now that they're munching on Hello Panda.
That's why. They're finally energetic now. If you guys don't know, by the way, it's been like this since early today, but maybe just because, you know, it's the first time for them to see a lot of these teams. They weren't energized yet, but now with the Hello Panda, you can finally hear them.
Finally. And
Finale.
finally, we're getting into the drafting phase of game number 2, match point for Blacklist International. They need to outsmart the HomeBois here from the drafting phase in order for them to make it a 1-to-1 and eventually force a game number 3. With that being said, HomeBois and Blacklist have opted to stay on the same sides. No swaps whatsoever. With the Matilda, the Valentina, banned out by HomeBois, still the same. From the side of Blacklist, we have the Joy as well as the Faramis. So already a slight adjustment here from Blacklist.
Joy and Faramis. I mean, earlier they banned Joy,
And
then
Nolan.
and then the Guinevere. And then they did ban the Faramis eventually, I believe, as a final ban in the second phase. Can they wait that long now? Will HomeBois just pick it out of nowhere here? Knowing that, hey, this could be something that they haven't seen at least. We can use it to catch them off by surprise. They're the ones banning the Nolan.
And for the side selection, it hasn't changed. Blacklist have opted to stay on the red side on second pick. Wonder what they want to reveal this game right now as an Angela ban. Good respect over to HomeBois who were able to utilize it. But yeah, Guinevere up for grabs. Technically, win rate hasn't been too good this MPLI 2023, but in the knockout stages, if we just calculate the knockout stages and don't count the groups, it's pretty good.
Really pretty good. I mean, the spammable nature of that spatial migration, it works very well against teams that really want to kite in and out of fights. With the spatial migration, you just never know when it's coming, technically. But for HomeBois here, they go for the Glaxia. As a result, that's the Guinevere coming in the hands of Kimpoi. And they go straight for the Lilia, potentially a pre-pick to counter the Faramis. But HomeBois can throw a curveball here and not pick it. They can go for something like the Novaria that is still open.
We actually have a fun fact here. Blacklist International announced their entry into Mobile Legends on January 20th, 2020. In Indonesia, it's called Tanggal Cantik.
Tanggal Cantik.
Yeah, it's like a pretty date.
Yeah, it is. 21 because of the month. 20.
20.
Wow. It's like, break the code and then, well, I was about to say like maybe binary, but binary is 1010, not 201.
And then in 2 days, it's going to be the 20th. And 20 minus 18 is 2. Like the day that they debuted.
What are you
Coincidence?
talking about?
I don't think it's a coincidence.
Ooh, math. What is the... Wait, the finals will be on the 19th, not the 20th.
It's our showtime.
Yeah, but in 2 days, it's the 20th.
Eterna's like rounding it up, like she always does.
I'm not rounding it up. That's the date that they debuted into MPL. The 20th. And in 2 days, it's going to be the 20th.
It's
and
close
20
enough,
minus
it's what
18
she's
is
saying.
2.
She's rounding up the date we're talking in question.
You don't
Moving
you
on.
don't understand. You don't understand. But yes,
Eterna is
moving
operating on a
on.
higher level, a higher dimension
Yeah,
that we
nobody
can't really
understands
match
me.
Just like Pops
just
and Paul
yet.
Chan.
Exactly.
Yes. But
Lilia, Guinevere, and now the Claude being picked up. They go for a ban onto the Cho. And I would say that this is a lot of dive. Exactly.
I mean, for HomeBois, I call that the Novaria might make an appearance. Now it's here, but against such dive, I feel like now crowd control becomes important. Blacklist has banned away Cho. HomeBois, they're banning the Minotaur away, actually. They want to make sure that they can do the same exact thing. And you have to wonder here for Blacklist, will they ban away the Yuzong that was such a big menace in game number 1?
I'll have to say the Claude pick here, I actually personally like it, right? For Blacklist International, they could have gone for a safer pick like a Bruno. But what this Claude guarantees is safety in these team fights, which hasn't really been, which has been a problem, I would say, for Owl in the last game. On the Bruno, he was able to win out in the early stages against the 1-1 in lane, but once it got to the team fight, he really wasn't able to escape, maneuver around these team fights against the dive, right? So with the Claude, it guarantees you mobility in these team fights, even in the lane. Now, not as impressive as a Bruno, you might say. This matchup is more of a just stalemate. We're bros in the lane farming.
Well, it's a farm lane, but with a Blaxia, they can make an appearance. We have to see if the impact spills over again. That all depends on the roamer here, though. What's available? Mathilda gone, Angela gone. Will it be another Grok? Are they going for the same kind of strategy? Now, Blacklist are immune to slows technically, so the Novaria already loses a bit of value.
Rafaela.
Don't forget the corrosion sight and the weakness finder too. The Baxia does give that anti-regen. So you make up with the mobility, I believe, but the healing should be impacted quite a bit by that. HomeBois don't necessarily need to go for the anti-regen items super early, knowing that the Baxia will be very active around the map.
Well, if they go for the Grok, though, by the way, then it doesn't matter if you're fast. You can get blocked off by the walls. And honestly, what Grok Yuzong could it possibly be? I feel like that's a bit too straightforward. Blacklist for sure have a plan against it.
What about the, oh, they brought out the Minotaur.
Yuzong?
Okay, Yuzong. That'd be the pickup coming from HomeBois, but what will be the
Arlet.
next one?
Oh.
They'll go for the Arlet instead.
Wow.
Does the Arlet still hinder the Claude?
10 years.
Yeah, it does. If the final slash can actually connect, yeah, the Blazing Duet will be stopped there by a big displacement like that. Thing is, it's also dodgeable, right? On the Claude, it's a blink for your second skill. It's not like a dash here, and Arlet can definitely miss a lot of his abilities because of that. Blacklist have the sustain, they can play the longer fights. But HomeBois, if they get a dive in and they lock down the right members, it's boom.
I feel like the crowd control they have right now is nowhere near as reliable as a wild charge, as a barrier from the Grok. The Arlet, I think it's a quick fire, fast way to stop the Claude's Blazing Duet. But I feel like they can't really tunnel only on that because they have to try and find a way to deal with the Lilia as well.
I agree, and there's just so much crowd control from Blacklist. Guinevere, spatial migration, you have Rafaela's ultimate, you have Terizla's entirety of the penalty zone, and imagine if these core resources get comboed in with one another. There's just so many tools that Blacklist can utilize, and for HomeBois, there's not a lot of options that they can utilize. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, match point for HomeBois. If they can win another game, they will send Blacklist home. So let's get straight into the land of Dawn. Go big or go home.
Warlord back on a mage, no longer a roamer flex. Meanwhile, down below, wow. Rizal winning a big trade against Owl. Taken down to so low and now zoned away from the minions.
Got his regeneration cancelled as well. Looking at the spells though, that's a Purify in the hands of the Novaria. Bit of a rare option here, considering that she's a lot more mobile, a lot safer than other heroes. I wonder which exact. I think it's to counter the Guinevere for the most part, because the Terizla you can kind of deal with a sprint or a flicker. That's where we are right here. I think Warlord seems to think that he's going to be the main target. Considering that Rizal can outplay, can be immune, that is definitely the right assumption.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it even before we got into the Land of Dawn, right? I was like, Blacklist's draft is disgustingly gross with CC. And the fact that Warlord has chosen to respect it, I think it was a good choice. I mean, you never know when it's coming. I mean, look at this. Rindo already going in Havoc, wreaking Havoc onto Zorn. He's able to kind of get out of that situation, but look at the damage already being dealt onto him.
Yeah, he has to respect this damage here. It's going to be Zorn who actually picks up the gold buff to take it away from Blacklist International. Zorn with the signature recalls, the tas, as Chibi rotates up top as well. Usually we see that HomeBois are able to just utilize this early pressure to help the XP lane get to Prio. But now they focus on the turtle first. The Astral Echo reveals where Rindo is. And Zorn just jumps in with a vengeance. Now knocked out of spatial migration and the Violet Requiem. Chain CC'd and taken out. First blood taken away. Blacklist, though, have used a good amount of resources to take Zorn down. And HomeBois will just say, sure, take Zorn, we'll take the turtle.
For that 1-for-1 trade, who was it worth it for?
I think it's still worth it for HomeBois. They want to snowball, they want to get resources that are shared among the whole team. And trading Zorn, the roamer here, I don't think it's that big of a deal for them. I'm concerned about how this mid-game is going to play out, though, because earlier, it's all about the Yuzong making things happen for them. Now against the Terizla, it's not the same kind of matchup. So there's a chance that Dominic could have a lot more to do in this game. And Zorn misses with the stun, but look at Chibi.
It's coming in, gives him the reset. Spatial migration connecting onto Chibi just to disengage for now as Rindo keeps on going. Whoa. Even the Requiem committed in. Chibi now got the Holy Baptism, a final slash, bringing Haji back, but it doesn't matter. The machine just pops the black shoes as Rindo chases Zorn all the way. What a commitment by Blacklist.
I wonder what was the idea there for Chibi, man. He was going in so deep without anything really straightforward available. But now Zorn goes to the bottom side. forces Owl to try and do something here.
Yeah, Owl is not having a good lane. I mean, he's getting severely punished along with the gank smash as well. He needs to find a way to able to survive the laning phase and ultimately give the impact that he was meant to. But for the most part, Blacklists are actually the ones to gain control in this early game with a 1k gold lead. It is still shifting back and forth by just a bit. But I guess the idea was, I think just Chibi just flat out disrespected how much damage that a Guinevere could output.
Yep. And Rindo is doing really well right here. Earlier, we saw that the Baxia with the follow-up has been able to really shut down the jungle, deny pigs, but look at Chibi!
A baptism, a requiem, and everything. Chibi taken out. No hard guard to play with in game number 2. And therefore, Chibi is so much more vulnerable.
That's a bit dangerous right here because it's a 1k gold lead for now. And maybe you're thinking, all right, it's the jungle and the roamer. We're still pretty okay. The gold lane, the EX lane is doing fine. But that's always how it goes initially, right? Later on, it's where that influence really bleeds over into those lanes. If they want to make sure that Rizal and Supat stays relevant, they gotta try and mitigate the damage in the mid lane right here first.
And even in the mid lane, they're actually giving over the gold to Claude. They're giving it over to Owl and giving that top side as well to Owl, hoping that despite being a little bit behind in that laning phase, that he could actually equally catch up, and that's dangerous because for HomeBois, I think that's their only saving grace for the moment, Rizal. But if he gets caught behind Owl, then what do HomeBois play with?
Well, remember what we were talking about in game number 1, what Blacklist need to do better. Anti-disaster protocol. That's what they're doing right now. They are just trading on the map. If HomeBois want to go for neutral objectives, they'll go for pickoffs, they'll go for turrets, and they'll avoid fights unless they just commit right here. Penalties don't connecting only on the GB. Owl forced to use the Purify. Rindo canceled out. No Violent Requiem used up just yet. He has to run away as Rizal chases him down. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Supat is pushing as well. They get a turret in the bottom lane. Rindo gets chunked very, very low, but Blacklist might be able to still look for more. Look at Rizal. Still in that bush. Looking for a play. Needs to walk back. Spatial Migration. Going to be able to connect with the Violent Requiem, and Haji connects onto it. One more weakness point. Oh, Rizal, the targeting isn't correct. Owl punishes him. He wasn't able to get the last weakness point, and it is Blacklist International with a big W.
It was off a millisecond. That was so close for him to be able to outplay that entire situation, but unfortunately with him getting taken down, Rizal now with a 0-1-0 KDA, he's actually fallen behind the Claude. And this is what I was really afraid of for HomeBois.
600 gold, but hey, get another play. Chibi buying a lot of time, but I don't think you're going to be able to survive a 1v4 no matter how tanky you are with no hard guard. Blacklist have punished Chibi now for the 3rd time this game.
Warlock should try to clear the wave as much as possible. It's a valid strategy, but I feel like now Chibi is starting to fall off. If HomeBois expect to still be able to contest the mutual objectives later on, they're gonna try and fix this, man. Chibi is still keeping up in levels due to the superior clear, despite the difference in 3 kills, 3 assists from Rindo. So the turtle can still be contested, but it depends on how this plays out. And Rindo goes in.
Spatial Migration, Violent Requiem, Rindo always commits. The penalty zone is going to be used up by Dominic, but it's not going to hit actually. Supat runs away still. Oh, the turtle saves his life, not for long though. Dominic chases forward, finds the kill. And HomeBois secure all 3 of the neutral objectives, but Blacklist comes out with a win. Rindo again, baiting out that second skill of Rizal. Wow, Rindo is super aggressive this game, but it pays off.
He's angry, man, and now Zorn is caught in a very tough position. 3v1, can Zorn make it out alive?
Flicker out, Dominic still chasing. It's a lot of damage, but Zorn still will be able to get out with that vengeance to the minion wave in the bottom lane.
Just feels like HomeBois, especially Chibi and Zorn, they're committing, well, due to the nature of their heroes, they are forced to commit when there's no one around. And I feel like that could be avoided, you know? They could move together. And then when everyone is piling on all the damage to eventually take Chibi out, then maybe HomeBois can look for something extra. The same can be said about Zorn. But so far, that's not the case, man. When they get in range to even impact the situation, Zorn or Chibi have already been taken out. So it's a bit like what Blacklist was experiencing in Game 1.
And the fact is, they're adapting to it really well, right? Blacklist, not completely committing onto the neutral objectives, letting it completely slide over to HomeBois. But on the other hand, they've gotten 7 kills so far. That has actually given them the 2,500, 600 gold lead. And with the enhance in gold, they should have a little bit more to say in this next objective, despite Rindo and Chibi both at level 11.
Yeah, the fact that Chibi is keeping up in levels is already quite impressive, but I feel like especially for the next fight right here, Rindo will have a level advantage. And I'm waiting for the time where HomeBois shift their focus from going for the objective, technically trying to sneak it and steal it away from Blacklist, to maybe winning the fight. Because that seems to be what you expect from this aggressive, hyper HomeBois team, but it hasn't really been happening. They've been the ones trading. It's like they're the ones in damage control.
Blacklist have downloaded the schematics of Game 1 HomeBois and now are basically countering every little mistake they do, making them make mistakes. Chibi, again, this time, same level as Rindo, despite the 3 deaths. Only healing coming down. They're looking for a fight right now, as that's going to be Rindo jumping into the spatial migration, not able to connect 4. Now the baptism connects on a 2 though. Rizzo rotating in, a petrify, and the final slash, and Dominic gets a massive penalty zone. Keepboy flickers out of the crossbow. Tang, Owl still able to outplay, 1 HP. Sword walking forward, Owl dodges, slick maneuvers. Happy feet by Owl, gets him out. Haji now going to be the target of Rizzo's onslaught of damage, gets 1 kill. HomeBois are on the board with a shutdown picked up by Rizzo.
But it's still Blacklist that's able to secure that Lord. Rizzo's the only one left standing here in a 1v1 with Dominic in the mid lane. It looks like he's going to be able to zone Dominic away and clear that lane, but that's a Lord marching in favor of Blacklist International.
It's unfortunate for HomeBois there. There's a bunch of mistakes. Like, let's take a look at instant replay. As we say that earlier, they all go in right here, and it seems like the focus is split between the Lord and Owl. You can see that Sipat and Soren particularly are trying their best to try and shut Soren down. But Rizzo here gets his crossbow of time negated. And then afterwards, I think Soren also missed another stun. It could have really resulted in more kills for them.
Oh man, that was so, I don't know if you guys saw that, but that was a Petrify Furious dive that Sipat got on Owl. Soren final slashed Owl out of it. And that's what created a chance for Owl to make an outplay. You make a mistake like that, and Blacklist are the type of team to really just fully commit and punish those big mistakes, or small ones. Zorn getting a few good hits on the Rindo, the penalty zone, and the Valor Requiem is used in unison. Rindo very low, chased down by Rizzo right now. The final slash also connecting to the back with a good shutdown in. The crossbow tank still held down. Meanwhile, in the back, that's another dive attempt from Sipat, who's going to lose his life. 2 for 1.
In favor of the HomeBois. The HomeBois slowly but surely getting the trades back into their pockets. Blacklist International initially had a huge gold lead, now driven down to 3K. But with 2 members taken down, what can HomeBois utilize it towards? What can they get in favor of it? There's not a lot of objectives on the board. No towers to push as well. I guess the only thing that they can do is now Rizzo pushing down in the bottom lane, hoping to get a little bit of pressure onto that bottom side turret.
The straightforward answer was try and get some more kills. They like to snowball, they can try and do that when the death timers are irregular from Blacklist International. For now though, they're just waiting yet again, waiting for the next objective. And it seems like right now, it's all about how cleanly Blacklist can execute. If they don't get a guaranteed fast winning team fight, then HomeBois, they can just catch up. Again, it's the exact opposite, like in game number 1. Blacklist were the ones that can really chase and catch up. Now HomeBois can really do that as well, especially with Rizzo. Just a lot faster, keeping up with Chibi and Sipat, even though one's rolling and the other one's flying around as a dragon.
So how do they go about this, right? Because 14 seconds are left for the next visual objective to spawn. Here, Rindo and Chibi are at equal level. So obviously both teams want to make things uneven. Does HomeBois want to look for a pickoff first, or do they just want to go straight in, try to utilize the Black Dragon form to zone them out?
Now they're going to be fighting another Rizzo. Rindo goes in.
Valor Requiem with a spatial migration. Furious dive and a final slash to the back. Teamboy running away. Sipat with the Black Dragon form. Now bursted down. Still able to sustain with the passive. Brilliantly done, but now gets locked down in the penalty zone of Dominic and gets taken out by the machine. Haji. 1-4-0. It's Blacklist with a one-man advantage, but HomeBois still with Rizzo with the crossbow of Tang ready. Owl walks up. Past that BMI. Going back. Dominic trying to zone Ryzel away. Zorn gonna be chunked down. The baptism connecting as well. That's a lot of damage placed down. Dominic, one more weakness point, but Ryzel will not go all into that just for now. Blacklist play the long game with the advantage. Board dance.
And they can do that because they have the sustainability coming in.
Oh!
Ow!
Oh! Blazing duet, but it's a good snipe down with the Astral Meteor and the Spear. Chibi will lose his life though. It's a 1-for-1. The goal laner down. The main source of damage gone. Forward aside. Oh, Blacklist. Ryzel marching forward. One more hit. That's Haji who buys the time. The Requiem comes in and it's Haji, the machine, who secures the Lord for the team. But now they're on the run from Zorn and Ryzel. Zorn with a vengeance, walking forward. That's a good stun onto Kim Poi with Ryzel finally getting the weakness points, but it is not going to be a crossbow of tank. Just a quick kill. HomeBois trying to deal with the Lord wave up top, but there is a wave crashing down to the base turret that will be dealt with by Warlord as well.
How close was that, and what an entire chain of events that it led up to. A 2-for-1 trade. Blacklist International lose their important members, especially that first snipe coming in onto Owl to take him away out of the team fight was a golden moment for the HomeBois. But unfortunately, Chibi was taken out, and so Haji was the one to be able to secure the Lord.
It was so dangerous. I mean, both teams, of course, Ryzel was just late to the fight, man. He was in the fight. He was late because he was clearing the bottom side. He joined, and they cleared the mid lane, and then the fight happened again. So Blacklist are kind of stutter-stepping, making HomeBois think, oh, it's beginning. Oh, it's over. Oh, it's beginning again. And because of that, they're not as coordinated, because you can see in a full-on proper fight, Blacklist do not have an easy solution to deal with Ryzel. He has been dangerously aggressive, moving forwards. He has the Wind of Nature right now, but he doesn't really have a magic damage solution. So Haji and Rindo pose a very legitimate threat to his safety.
He's basically just like swimming around them, dancing around them at that point, right? And nobody's been able to lock Ryzel down, but as soon as they find a answer towards Ryzel, that's it for the HomeBois. I think he's the only one that's been able to push through and make HomeBois still relevant up until this point.
By the way, Blacklist, the way you're approaching these fights, especially when Ryzel is included, they never just jump on him. They always try and get some damage in and back away. In that engagement, Owl was consistently BMIing a bit forward, hitting him with some spells, one basic attack, and then backing away immediately before some damage can be traded back. They're trying to avoid an all-in, knowing that perhaps in a longer duration all-in, without the blazing duet, Owl can't really match up to Ryzel in the damage output department.
And on top of that, right, in these long-drawn fights, I think we've seen this a lot from compositions with healers, that they can play that. They can play the endurance game because they have what it takes. They have Kim Poi on the Rafaela. So even if they do trade it like this, they use their range and they start poking one another, Rafaela will completely negate that particular strategy because of the healing.
Well, for now, with 20 seconds to go, both teams just having a lot of attention on the bottom side of the map. The Blacklist are the ones initially trying to make a play right here. 10 seconds before, they're trying to set up the wave with Dominic. Just in case, waiting around to ensure that Owl doesn't get picked off. They don't clear it completely though. They're setting it up for a slow push, but Ryzel reads it through. Now with the Lord up, will Blacklist force HomeBois into a big fight where Ryzel is once again late?
Ooh, won't be available. Rose Gold Meteor built up by Ryzel. Ryzel's gonna be an issue, man, a problem. Blacklist needs to find a solution quick to this Ryzel problem that is growing. Now with the Rose Gold Meteor, even their magic damage carries. Oh, it's a full dive by Subpot with the Black Dragon form. They want to try to burst the Lord as fast as possible. The final smash brings Dominic back right now to a stun. Dominic with penalty zone, connecting onto two. Ryzel gonna be dealt with. Owl finds the kill, a combo in. The Black Dragon form used up. Rindo finds it. Chibi now in the midst of it all, using the shield unity to run down, but Owl takes another. It's Warlord on top of Ryzel. A double kill, a triple for Owl.
Absolute disaster for HomeBois, and add Chibi to the mix. He's getting beat up by Rindo. What was that, man? The gold laner done, 3 members down, 4 maybe. It's a single man defense by Subpot. It might be the end.
We're going to see a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Only Chibi left to defend, but look where he's at. All the way to enemy purple buff. 1 cannon minion will be enough. Blacklist International will force this series out to a full 3 games.
Are you getting deja vu?
Match number 1. See you soon, won game 1, and then a reverse sweep happened from RSG. Is that the deja vu you're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Looks like
Especially-
Blacklist International from the Philippines looking for that reverse sweep. Ladies and gentlemen, it was so close for HomeBois. It was just that one team fight
Yeah, man.
that Rizal
especially-
got picked off.
Especially if you consider how the game was going for HomeBois. It has to be such a heartbreaking loss. Everything, they staked everything in that last fight. They could have played it safer, but that is not the HomeBois way. They went for it, it didn't work out. Can they recover? Is this the style they are so used to that they can just shrug off that loss and go back at it? Because, you know, mythical creature, match, best of one Malaysia. It's now a best of one.
We're back to a best of one.
Yesterday they were in a best of one in the final game against Echo as well, though. So I think that mythical creature has already been, what's it called? Myth busted, yeah?
Debunked.
Debunked.
What?
The myth has been busted, my guy.
Oh.
But we were talking about it just earlier, though.
Yeah, true. But right now against Blacklist International, a team that we're in the same groups as them. We'll see if it can happen again, the Malaysian Magic, or if it's the Filipino Malaysian Magic and Filipino Fact, FF.
Oh, but Filipino is P.
Wait,
But it has a
Filipino
F
is
sound.
Filipino
Oh,
is
Filipino
F.
is F. My mistake.
Oh,
I
yeah,
can't
you're
spell.
right.
Spell, man.
Oh, Magic spell. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Malaysian Magic versus Filipino Fact.
Which one will be spelled first? That's the real question. Spelled?
Why spelled?
Because magic and mistaken spelling. Anyways.
I'm
I
not
feel like
saving
draft
you.
twice. I feel like draft twice.
I'm not saving
Both are fine. Both were doing so well. It all comes down to the mid-game executions. And Owl completely shut down in game number 1. He is going to be the MVP for game 2 on the Purified Claude. Technically, not really snowballing out of control, having a decent power curve, getting his core items at about 8 to 9 minutes still. But overall, man, the late game from Blacklist always seems like they're just so calm and calculated, even though it's a very nerve-wracking moment. And maybe that's what makes Rizal, you know, he made several mistakes right there, especially during the important moments. Maybe that's the issue, right? The pressure.
Was it a mistake by Rizal or was it just a really good pick from the Turizla?
It's a bit of both. I think Rizal definitely overstepped as well.
In the team fight?
In that team fight, walked up. Maybe the call was to just go in.
Yeah.
But then after the Black Dragon form was used, no member was caught and they had to fall back. Then Dominic, he saw that little mistake and went boom. And then we had Owl who went bang, bada, bing.
Yeah, with
That
the blazing
follow-up,
duet.
man, was beautiful by Owl and Dominic. The duo synergy is still there from the SEA Games gold medalists.
Really good TP as well.
Well, looking at the highlights on that game earlier, Rizal was under a lot of pressure, but it really seems that despite his mobility, how much faster he can just move around in the middle of a fight. There are some moments where it just didn't go as planned right here. He intended for a reset here, but he went too greedy with the crossbow of Tang. Eventually with the flicker from Keen Point, he didn't follow up. And it seems like for Blacklist, when the fight is decisive, oh, it's time to go in. They lose, they win out. But when it's drawn out like this, when there is so much ground to cover by their members, that is where the HomeBois have an advantage. And here, this was a very close fight as well. And again, it's never a clean victory for either team.
Oh, this was the blazing duet you mentioned, right? Oh no, it was
Not this
before
one.
that. Oh, this is before. But you mentioned that,
This is
right?
the-
Like
the big fight for
reason
Rizal.
when you were like, oh, the Claude picked up. Sure, not the greatest of laners, but it has more reliable damage output because of the way that he's able to weave in, weave out of these team fights, and finally we get to see that shown.
Better survivability. Damage output-wise, it should be Bruno, right? In
Ooh.
these team fights, if he's free hitting. But
Yeah.
the thing is, in these high-level clashes, you're almost never free hitting. You always need to be dodging first, and then you find like some space to free hit, and that's what the Cloud was able to do, going, bobbing and weaving back and forth, and finding that triple kill in the end.
Oh, I saw a stun. Hit Rizal in the middle of that engagement. Of course, the penalty zone started it off, but afterwards he got stunned, man. Was it a divine, divine judgment, the holy, divine blessing?
Yeah, it's the holy baptism.
The holy baptism.
Divine blessing.
I don't know. I'm creating new spells, man.
He's
I
making
blanked
things.
out there. Wow. But look at the post-game stats, man. It's Oh, it's such a tough loss for HomeBois to accept too. It really was down to the wire. From all the stats here, I think it's one of the closest games we've seen today. But in the end, in the late game, we talked about this already. The Claude, the Lilia, that just means a lot more DPS. And for HomeBois, the fact that whatever was the reason, the fact that the 1-1 got taken out, that was just the nail in the coffin, man. There's no way they can come back from that.
And with this much of a dominant display from Blacklist in game number 2, 70 minutes though, right? I mean, even though they were very dominant in the early game, controlled most of the fights, they weren't able to find those neutral objectives. It was still held down by HomeBois, surprisingly, by Chibi as well. Very, very good red trees in the start of the game. But what exactly happened here to HomeBois? It felt like without the Angela, they just lost a whole lot of power. They were diving still. They were playing like they had an Angela, even though they didn't.
I think it's just their style, no?
Maybe.
They like to, their aggressive posturing. That ultimately Blacklist was able to take advantage of.
When it works. Especially if Chibi and Soren can both make plays across the map and both work, that's how they're able to get so much dominance. But in this game, especially early on, Soren and Chibi were constantly picked off. So there wasn't really a winning lane. They were just really banking on the 1-1 to carry the full late game. But their composition isn't even a full protect 1-1. It was a dive 1-1, Mirko. So it was just a bit too dangerous. Sapat, by the way, is not even level 15. So I think if he was the MVP in game 1, right? You have to make a case that in game 2, with him not being able to participate, 0% teamfight participation.
Wow.
That just must be a big factor here. The lack of damage, the lack of tankiness, the lack of pressure coming in from the Black Dragon form. That definitely allowed Blacklist more space to try and make the plays happen.
See, that's so scary, just like the minor tweaks from Blacklist that have this domino effect, right? Because you're right, I clearly remembered. MVP, Yuzong, Sapat, 80% TP, but he was in the same lane as an Edith that he was able to actually control. But with the switch up with the Terizla, that's when we saw that it was very difficult for him to rotate as quickly because he was having difficulty clearing faster than the Terizla in the EXP lane.
It was really hard for the Yuzong. I think the Terizla last pick was brilliant by Blacklist, right? They picked up the Terizla into the Yuzong. This is a winning lane for the Terizla in trades and even, or maybe all ins. That's where the Yuzong can come out on top. But it's very rarely that we see an all-in purely in the XP lane. Terizla's always in the fights, Yuzong as well. And if the Yuzong just falls behind, that's what we saw in the early game, right? With Dominic dominating in that lane. Yeah. He was able to practically neutralize Sapat's impact. So we didn't get to see game 1 Sapat. We saw game 2 Sapat. It's completely different.
We saw drowning Sapat.
Oh. Ooh, you're right. Look at that goal difference over time. My God, it's a bowl.
It looks like a lake.
Looks like the beach.
It's like water.
It's like a beach. You know, the left side is the beach, and then it's the ocean.
And then there's like a little.
Because Blacklist takes you to deep waters.
And you know who's in the ocean? Who? The orcas.
Fishes?
No, but
Sorry,
who?
what?
Orcas. The orca. The next match. It's a good teaser. You know.
Good.
Yeah. Right. Orcas, water.
You're not
they're
wrong.
In the water. Yeah. Oh, you know who else are in the water?
Who was in the water?
Swordfishes.
Swordfishes are in the water? Todak?
The team that HomeBois beat.
It's so weird not seeing Todak on international, in international tournaments.
But so far, HomeBois are proving that, you know, maybe they don't need Todak. They need HomeBois. They need the boys. Is this the best placement for a Malaysian team in MPLI? Is this like history?
I don't know.
We'll have to check on that later, that fun
We
fact.
can double check. We are going to have a little bit of a break. We're going to throw you over to the host and then we can check.
I do know the real fun fact though so far. This
What
is
is
the
it?
worst
What's that?
placement for Indonesia in MPLI.
Well, yeah, duh. I mean,
think so.
we were champions for like 4 times straight, right? RQ, Alter Ego, Onyx, Onyx. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at what the hosts are doing. Take it away.
Rose and Clara.
Caster, what an epic games. 2 game lagi terjadi dan bahkan akan menjadi 3 game untuk selanjutnya. Lower bracket di MPLI semakin semakin memanas. Di sini Bude Clara Monster dan juga Rose akan menemani kalian di saat sela-sela ini.
Before we enter the third game in our lower bracket match, we have a little bit of an interview with a superfan from Blacklist and of course, the owner of HomeBois. So this is Joyce and this is Daddy Hood. Hello.
Hello,
good
hi.
afternoon.
Assalamualaikum Indonesia.
Waalaikumsalam. Senang sekali kita jadi tuan rumah untuk semua negara yang berkumpul di Indonesia. We're so happy to be the home country, but her, how are you doing here?
Baik, alhamdulillah. Baik.
Baik sekali.
Indonesia was good. Sangat hebat.
Hebat.
All right. If I'm not mistaken, this is also where Daddy created the dream of him wanting to go to M5 because M4 was in Indonesia, right? He went back to Malaysia with a vision and he was like, I want to make sure HomeBois is going to enter M5. And that he did. And now HomeBois is performing so well in MPLI as the underdogs, right? All right, Joyce. So, Joyce, I know you're from Singapore. You flew into Indonesia to watch the games. How is it so far? How is MPLI? And how are you
Exceptional, as always.
This is
Thank
your
you
second
for-
time here, right?
Yes, I was here during the ESL. And yes, we were interviewed as well by the two of you. So it's a pleasure to be back here again.
Ya, dan kalian pasti tahu di sini kalau Joyce itu adalah die-hard fans
Yeah.
for the Philippines team, but right now for the Blacklist International.
Yes.
Dia die-hard fans terbang dari Filipina, dimanapun Blacklist ada akan ada Joyce di situ.
Yes, and not just Blacklist. Okay, so Joyce, I know that you're here technically as a fan of the Filipino teams. Now, Filipinos sent 4 representatives and 4 representatives are still in the game. What is your ideal grand final game?
Ideal would be AP Bren and Blacklist.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Dua
Untuk
tim itu.
Daddy pula, for Daddy, I'm pretty sure HomeBois is one of your grand finalists. Who do you want HomeBois to meet in the grand finals?
Happy Brand sebab kita rapat dengan diorang, kita tahu playstyle diorang. So I think Happy Brand akan bersama kita kat grand final.
Wow.
Menarik ya.
Yeah, so Daddy said that they're close to AP Bren and they know the playstyle of AP Bren. So that's why they really want to meet AP Bren in the grand finals. And I'm pretty sure all of the teams here have their eyes on AP Bren.
Yeah, the strong team that hasn't been defeated yet in this tournament. Tapi I want to ask about the HomeBois. You're as the owner. So bagaimana? Adakah kata-kata atau sebelum mulai dari pertandingan ini yang dilakukan oleh Daddy kepada player dan how is the condition about your team today?
Untuk hari ini saya tu bilang sama mereka kalau kita tu harus habisnya awal sebab malam kita ada game dengan RSG. So better kita habiskan awal, hantar Blacklist balik awal. Tapi kalau kita yang balik, kita rehat awal. Tapi okey lah. Ini good experience I think for HomeBois, first time di MPLI dan juga M5. And insyaAllah kita akan buat yang terbaik untuk represent Malaysia di pentas yang lebih tinggi.
All right, so Daddy said he told his boys, you know, finish the game early so we can send Blacklist home early because we have a match tonight against RSG. However, if we go home early, then we can rest earlier too. But at the end of the day, they're here representing Malaysia and the only team from Malaysia has made it this far. I could say I'm really proud of this bunch too. All right, so for Joyce, what do you think Blacklist still has to offer? Do you think they still have the potential to go further against their match against HomeBois? And if they win against HomeBois in this match point, do you think they have what it takes to bring down RSG Philippines in the match later on today?
I have full trust not only to Rindo, but the full Blacklist, especially for Team 2. They didn't have enough exposure, but they're here right now, and I think they can make it.
Wow, jadi memang dia ngerasa dia percaya betul sepenuhnya ke Blacklist dan dia percaya nggak cuma ke Rindo karena he was used to be the manager of Rindo on the amateur scene. So now, how you see Rindo now? Is this his full potential or you can think that he can do more?
Of course, he can do more, and I'm very, very proud of that guy. We were just talking about it a few years back to see him in a stage and maybe an MPL, but now it's international. So really, really proud. I know he can do much more than that, which he is already doing right now.
All right. Okay, Daddy, I see that the HomeBois are seated. Daddy, why not give them a little bit of encouragement before the
Alright.
game starts?
Okey, buat Rizal, Zon, Warlord, Chibi dan juga Ipan buat yang terbaik. Apple dan juga Pap, draft elok-elok. Yang berada di belakang pentas, doakan kami. Yang berada di Malaysia also. Doakan kami insyaAllah, andai kata memang rezeki, kita akan go through sampai ke grand final, insyaAllah.
Inshallah. Untuk HomeBois. Any
For
last
Malaysia.
word?
All right, any last
For
words for
Blacklist?
Blacklist?
Yes, of course. All the agents are cheering for you. Everybody has full trust in you guys. You can do this. Bring it home. Good luck.
All right, oh, the goosebumps. Now, guys, this game is a lower bracket matchup. Remember, the losing team ends their journey in MPLI. The winning team continues their journey and making it potentially into the top 3. So, let us now start our third game in this best of 3 series between HomeBois and Blacklist International. Casters, take it away.
Let's go, Game 3.
We're back to a best of 1, ladies and gentlemen, between the Filipino representative Blacklist International and, of course, the pride of the Malaysians, HomeBois. It was a strong game number 1 that was taken by the HomeBois, but it looks like Blacklist International won't back down without a fight, equalizing a 1-1, and now we're back to match point once again. Whoever is going to be able to take this next game will win the series and continue their journey. But the one that loses, we got to say goodbye to.
It's an elimination match. That's what it means. You know, one team will be eliminated from MPLI 2023. And like we said earlier, right? There's a chance right now for, if HomeBois loses, an all-Filipino top 4 in MPLI 2023. That's going to be history, man.
Showing again the dominance of the Filipinos. If that happens, you can't really argue with it. So we'll see, man. Will history be made? Well, technically, if HomeBois win, it's also kind of history being made, no?
Top 4 Malaysian team. You have to recheck that stat, man.
We forgot to check it.
Yeah, man.
There was no time, bro.
Arashi, you...
That's true.
Arashi.
Rashi, what the heck?
What the heck, dude?
What the heck?
You made us waste all the time during the break.
We had to accompany him.
Yeah.
What? Wait, this is slander.
And then we forgot.
You forgot. Well, if you guys want to blame someone, blame Mr. Rash.
Oh, is that a Guinevere cosplay?
Oh,
I think it is.
wait. I think it's more
Both of them, right?
I think it's Kagura and Guinevere, right?
Huh?
Wait.
The one on
right
the
of Kagura?
left?
The one on the right should be Kagura, and the one on the left should be Guinevere.
Oh, I thought it was the Guinevere swan skin.
There is a Guinevere skin that looks like
right?
that as
the,
well.
The white dress?
I believe so.
I'm
The
pretty
left
sure
one is
they're-
KOF Guinevere, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Right one has to be Kagura. I
So
don't-
cool. There's cosplays as well in the building.
yeah,
What's your
Arashi's
cosplay, Jonah?
cosplaying someone as well.
What?
Butler man Arashi.
Butlerman Arashi. Wedding attendant Arashi.
Hey!
Yes.
This girl is cosplaying as a
Approved.
W person because she's eating Hello Panda.
Nice.
What
We're
was
gonna
that?
see someone cosplaying as a Hello Panda. That's the real question.
You want to know what sound that is, Eterna? It's the rain in Jakarta.
Wow.
It's rainy season.
It's the cries of all the teams that have been eliminated.
All 6.
Oh.
All 6 of the Indonesian teams. That's why Jakarta's crying.
That's all we can do.
For
Laugh
now.
about
Prize
it.
for us. Man, it is what it is, though.
But
Here
how
we're all about
crazy is that?
sportsmanship. Even though the Indonesians are gone, we're still
But you
looking
know,
forward to a great
there is a
match.
fun fact though. With all 5 Indonesian teams knocked out in the group stages,
Uh-huh.
that means 5 Indonesian teams are undefeated in the knockout stages. That's a fun fact, right? Maybe a sad fact for most Indonesians.
I don't know how to feel
Rebellion
about
defeated?
that.
Huh? Wasn't Rebellion defeated?
Exactly, that's right, 5.
Oh, 5. Not, okay. So Rebellion is the sacrificial bull,
Yep.
technically. But now we have a switch, though. First pick. Gonna be
Oh.
Blacklist.
Finally, so Blacklist have actually opted to swap sides. No, actually, who chooses sides? Is it the losing team?
Yep.
Okay, so HomeBois decided to go for second pick this time around. We see a Joy, we see an Angela, we see a Phobius band coming in from Blacklist. Hobbs now would have to be forced to perhaps even ban out the Wan here.
Or they can pick it. But they've used it before, so it's not foreign to them. If they ban away the Phobius, it also sets up for a Nolan. It also sets up for a Benedetta. I mean, there's a lot of things that the Phobius ban can mean. That could be what the ban was for. It's a bit of a mind game. Confuse the members of HomeBois.
HomeBois' final ban is the Lilia. The Lilia did give them a lot of troubles as well in game number 2. It wasn't just the Claude. I think mainly in the early game, it had to be the Lilia, no? Stopping the Novaria from getting an advantage through roaming and clearing the way, but with a Phobius ban, that's what they were setting up for. Nolan, up for grabs, picked up instantly now by Rindo.
So how do the HomeBois want to respond to this, right? There's still a Wang that's still available. If
Wang
they,
Wang.
Huh?
Wang Wang.
What?
Wang Wang.
Wang Wang.
The Wang still available for the HomeBois to pick up. Alongside with what? Do they want to go for the Baxia again? They've used it the entirety of the series, or do they want to go for a different route? Mardis, perhaps, or maybe leave Chibi's hero for later on for a surprise pick?
Well, earlier it's all about the Baxia. Now they go for the Bruno though. Oh, and they get that Paramis.
All right.
Considering as an assassin, assassins all quit in a very short time window. So this Paramis pick could come out very critical. What will Blacklist respond with? The usual counter, the damage coming in, usually is the Lilia. The AoE damage can't deal with the Netherrealm. It is no longer available though.
I like these adjustments coming in from the HomeBois, right? Because I think in the first and second game that they were drafting for themselves, but now they're taking into consideration of the counter plays that they can utilize by prioritizing the Paramis and the Bruno. Wow, what?
That's a signature Haji.
Oh.
We haven't seen it in a while, man. Haji playing the Eve. It's been nerfed to the ground, but recently just adjusted back to a point where it can actually slow with the abilities again. But still, man, we haven't seen. This is the first Eve pick.
Yes, I believe I would remember seeing a Eve.
I
am very fond of this hero. But like you mentioned, the Void Crystals right now, they've increased the slow, so it's actually not negligible any longer in the early stage of the game. That is a great solution against the Paramis, because we talked about kiting being one of the maneuvers you can do to really pull away from the Netherrealm, considering the range is now a lot shorter.
It's my way.
And that's just it, right? Because with the Netherrealm, obviously HomeBois are going to be clumping up. And then you can use the real world manipulation to kind of lock them down, and to make it even worse, you can go in with the penalty zone coming in from the Charizla as well. So there's definitely counter plays back coming in from Blacklist. HomeBois in the second phase, they've eliminated the Ixia, they've eliminated the Wan, and Blacklist have taken out the Yuzong.
You know, it's so strange because I was happy for the Eve pick. I mean, like, Eve, it's so unnatural, right? Eve is always prio for the last, what, 4 or 5 months of MLBB. The fact that it is out of the meta was a breath of fresh air, but somehow I actually miss seeing this hero. When it was picked up, I was like, oh, so hyped. Especially maybe considering it's Haji on the Eve, huh?
It's the machine.
There's context here that makes it even more exciting. But with that, with the Eve picked up, they ban with the Martyrs, they ban with the Yuzong. They want to make sure that Haji can be a KDA machine, not just a machine. But for HomeBois, the only solution they have is the Cho and the Baxia. And I believe right now, with the real manipulation, it doesn't get stopped with crowd control. It just moves the character sideways or behind. So Ryzel can very well be zoned away by the real world manipulation.
Oh,
wait, what?
I've been waiting for
Kai
so long.
Roam carry for Owl.
Huh.
That's so much CC.
It's so much CC, but not spammable though. This is quite dangerous. If HomeBois get a hero with damage, with mobility, it's going to be very difficult to deal with him if he's jumping towards the Eve or the carry.
This carry pick is really, really good. I like it. The Lapu pick to finish it off for HomeBois, though. They already have very good cover, by the way, right? I mean, from the Akai, from the Charizla, from the Eve. If they can play a proper front to back, the frontliners of HomeBois won't stand a chance. But if HomeBois can dive onto that carry, get a winning lane in the gold lane, they need to put a whole lot of emphasis in gold lane. They need to try to help Ryzel to bully the carry. If Owl gets out of lane with just a small gold deficit or even, it's Blacklist's game to win.
Okay, so the mid lane control is going to be very important. Which has better mid control, Blacklist or HomeBois?
I think technically it's even, because if it's only the mid laner, Eve has more than the Paramis, but with the help of the Cho compared to the Akai, I think it evens out, but Cho will have the more dynamic ganks. And like Mirko mentioned, man, the gold lane is super critical right here. HomeBois need to make it work.
5 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is it, the decider. You can hear GBK Basketball Hall go wild. Game number 3, the decider if Blacklist International will follow the other 3 teams in top 4, or will HomeBois be the difference maker?
All the efforts from both of these representatives have come and led to this point. So we'll see as Thorn already taken very low, trying to aggress Rindo out of his own jungle. But it looks like Zorn might be taken out here, but he uses that flicker to escape.
Dominic is chasing him down, a good stampede to pull him back. Zorn running away as a flicker as well from Dominic. Wow, a good dodge. Wow, super aggressive by Dominic there.
Super dumb Dominic, just trying to get some action early on, but that's a great resource burnt out. That could be very valuable, because usually the turtle does spawn on the side of the EXP laners. Might come up before that though, we'll have to see. Seems like for both the roamers, the priority is different. Now with some levels, the gold lane I think for a bit will be a lot more favorable towards the carry, just due to the pure all-in threat if some assistance comes his way.
What about the EXP lane here? I mean, we were talking about Sapat being in a winning lane, what he requires in order to have the impact in the game and to come online. But with the Lapu-Lapu and the Terizla, does not the Terizla have a better say in the lane, even at level 4?
At level 4, Lapu-Lapu has the more spammable ultimate, and he has range, quote-unquote, to work with the axes. Which is why, by the way, Dominic went with the Wilderness Blessing. He is completely intent on just roaming around and making things happen for his team. Now with 7 seconds to go, we see that Rindo is pathing downwards. Are they trying to trick HomeBois to try and get that gold lane rolling?
Subverting our expectations and subverting HomeBois' expectations as well. Trying to go for the purple buff, actually, to steal it away, as they know Chibi will 100% be going for the turtle. The neutral objective on the other side is the anti-disaster protocol for Blacklist International. Flicker from both the Kadam Machine and Sapat. But now the damage coming through. Kimpoi forced to flicker out as well. The real world manipulation locks Sapat down with the help of Dominic's penalty zone, and Rindo has rotated back from the purple buff of HomeBois into his own. Getting 1 kill on the board. A Chilean Indy going on to Rindo, not able to connect for now. Dominic pulled back with a Shadow Stampede. Dominic doing some damage. That's some damage as well from Rindo. The fracture takes Zorn out before the Netherrealm can save him.
And that's it. Blacklist International trading it on all fronts. It was HomeBois being able to take that first turtle of the game, but Blacklist International instantly claps back with 2 kills on the board. And both kills onto Rindo, someone that you don't want to see snowball.
Yep. There's a big problem here, man. There's sustainability because Warlord's on the Faramis, but the damage is just somewhat lacking. They also failed to get that purple buff as well, so even now Chibi is falling ever so slightly behind. And the Faramis, I think earlier we saw that the Boxia clears a lot faster, but the Nolan isn't too far behind. Clearing and jungle pathing and invasions seem to be the name of the game here in Game 3.
Feels a little bit deja vu, no, to game number 2. We'll see how the next few stages of the game progresses, but if HomeBois continue to have this neutral objective control, then Blacklist can play the long game yet again, waiting for Haji to come online, waiting for Owl to come online, but HomeBois, they don't want to waste a single moment, and they try to threaten that late game force in Owl.
Look at Nolan though, look at the way that they're pathing. Kimpoi getting chunked quite low, using the headbutt as a defensive maneuver. Blacklist, the way that HomeBois are rotating towards the bottom side gives Blacklist the opportunity to give Rindo as much gold as possible. He got the entirety of the turret shield up top.
That's a lot of gold for an assassin. And with already 2 kills, he can really snowball out of control right here. But to be fair, a lot of crush control is available on HomeBois to try and stop that. And with a Faramis, you never know what kind of mistakes can come through from a snowballing, overconfident assassin jungler.
I think Blacklist, HomeBois were setting up a little bit of a trap here onto Blacklist, waiting for Rindo to pass down, but HomeBois either or have the better setup, and they're looking to
The Dragon support from Zorn. That's the heavy spin and the penalty zone as well to lock Zorn down, but he flickers out of the way. The turtle will be reset as Sapat used the bravest fighter, trying to go and catch Haji. Meanwhile, take a look at that top side. Once again, the turret gold has already been dealt with earlier by the Nolan. Now the turret will be taken by Owl. In the bottom lane, a bit of a similar rotation by HomeBois. They take the neutral objective and they look towards a structure.
Fortunately, they won't be getting that extra bit of gold, but Sapat!
That's a fracture from Rindo that takes Sapat out of the land of dawn for the 2nd time in this game.
Good night, Sapat. bye-bye.
Well, good that's on a different team right now.
Falcons.
That's true.
We'll have to see, but look at Owl
I
just
missed
stealing away the orange buff. They didn't see it coming, but Chibi, can he get the punish?
That's a shield unity connecting away the dragon as well. A Purify very late, but it acts as maybe outplay maneuver. Owl almost getting the kill onto Zorn. Kimboy forced to use the heavy spin. Rizal is the guy who picks up that kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Sapat, Bravest Fighter again. Rindo just backs up.
Yeah, Blacklist International looking for a trade in that mid side, but unfortunately they still weren't able to grasp onto it. Now Rizal needs to be careful. Kimboy's in the bush. Does he know? He knows. That's a good damage.
No heavy spin for Kimboy. Chibi knows it, wants to dive in, gets a shield unity down. Say goodbye to Kimboy. That panda taken down up top. Careful, man. They're about to go extinct in real life.
Man, good move from HomeBois though. Trading a turret because in the bottom side, you're seeing Blacklist now do what HomeBois usually do to other teams, man. They're pushing all 3 lanes at the same time, getting a lead, especially in the farming department. But overall, it's only 600, and the bulk of it is in the hands of Rindo. If he gets taken out, if he gets zoned out or locked down in a fight, that means that HomeBois technically are the ones with a gold advantage.
But this is still so close. And in terms of neutral objectives, sure, HomeBois has been the ones to be able to get more of a say in it. But now Chibi's a level below Rindo. Do you think maybe Blacklist want to go for the contest over this objective now?
I think they have the tools to try and go for it. It depends on the setup. In a full-blown all-out fight, I think they require Owl to be participating. Aside from that, though, the back and forth, right? The kiting here is what's a concern. Blacklist have to catch with the brutal manipulation, though. They go with the penalty zone first.
Great penalty zone, even a heavy spin with a flicker gives Rindo all the space necessary to get a free turtle. Blacklist first turtle this game. Chibi wants to go for more, jumps in with the shield unity. Try to go for Rindo. Shadow Stampede connecting, but Warlord might be the one picked off. He pops in another round. They fall under the real world manipulation in the headbutt. Knocks him up for the damage to come through. That was Chibi who falls as well. Zorn is next on a chopping block. Owl even maneuvering in front. Rizal dealing a lot of damage. Owl needs to be careful, and so he does. Backs away. A big win for Blacklist as they look to siege this turret in the mid lane. Warlord. And damage from Rindo. Another penalty zone. Locks Sapat. Bravest Fighter. By Sapat, no more follow-up though.
So clean by Blacklist International, that in and out movement. All they wanted to do was take the neutral objective, stay disciplined, and retreat. And the way that they did was using the heavy spin coming in from Kimboy to give Rindo a little bit more time in comparison to Chibi, who was unable to land in that retribution on time. But HomeBois a little bit sloppy going in for that counter engage. They want to find a trade because they lost the neutral objective, and because of that, Blacklist International actually were given the benefit, the advantage of the entire situation, now pushing them to what previously was only, a 600 gold lead to now a 2K.
For HomeBois though, a big problem right now is the lack of damage. They're jumping on Haji and Rindo, but no one is getting taken out. They need, they go on the carry though.
Yep, Owl now brought back to the team, a good Purify, and look at the cover from Blacklist, it's perfect! Kimboy baits him in the penalty zone to lock 3. That's a 2-man stun on the Bravest Fighter. Dominic flickering out to safety. Rindo brought back again, but he's still able to escape. One more shot from Rizal. Only onto Haji. How did they cover for Owl that perfectly? Wow!
HomeBois just lack the chase, lack the crowd control. Once the shield unity has hit and has hit onto Owl, he can just run backwards, and there's just so much crowd control to walk through, especially with the slow coming in from the Yve. We're reminded again why this hero is such a menace. And look at that, Haji has built a lightning truncheon. This is a bit of a burst damage Yve. It's no longer full utility like we're used to seeing, but HomeBois with the tempo, they're gonna go for the Lord.
They know where the carry is at. I think he was spotted up top. Dominic now trying to look for some space for Rindo to go in. Zorn with a good way to Dragon, zoning him away right now as heavy spin gets popped in by Kimboy, and a penalty zone also from Zorn. Rindo's looking for an opening right now, and that's going to be Dominic with a penalty zone onto the front, but another round saves him. Rindo jumps forward, but Chibi finds the retry. It's a shutdown for Rizal and a double 3-4-0 at the Lord, and it's 4.
The massacre of Blacklist International, ladies and gentlemen, in the 9th minute of the game. You'd think that Blacklist with that 2K gold lead would have a little bit more say in how these things turned out, but HomeBois completely just eliminate that entire thing, completely taking back the gold lead. We've got to take a look again as to that team fight. They were able to win the team fight, get the neutral objective. HomeBois won it on all fronts.
They're able to just make some urgency felt by Blacklist. And look at that, they're going in, but they're kind of concerned who to go for. The Lord, Zorn, But while that was all happening, you can see the damage coming in from that Bruno, man. That's a lot of damage. You called it earlier, Mirko. If the laning phase doesn't go heavily in favor of Owl on the carry, this might be a done deal. And HomeBois are showing it, man, with this Lord. They have superior team fight. Blacklist can only kite so far.
Real world manipulation used up. Zorn gets melted down by Owl. Another realm comes through, but Dominic is able to find a 3-man penalty zone. Owl still free hitting in this fight. Melting every frontliner known to HomeBois.
Whew. What was that, man? HomeBois, they were trying to make some play happen, push the momentum, the tempo, surprise Blacklist, but they were ready for it. That's why you just can't stand in front of the carry, man. You gotta find ways to enter the fight creatively. The Nether Realm also was used kind of late and wasn't that high impact in that fight. They were just so desperate to try and get something, a base tower to try and help them to beat Blacklist in the macro game.
I feel like I'm watching a ping pong game or something, man.
Yeah,
It's-
back and forth.
I love it, I love it, I love it, but it's giving me whiplash. Like, who has the upper hand? It's
All right,
really
Sai.
just according to,
No, you just said I love it, I love it, I love it. You said, all right, Sai. Oh, where the dragon penalty zone. Zorn, 1 HP. Dominic, that's a good Nether Realm, and look at Sabat in the back of the flicker, connecting onto Owl. Only a Purify burns out, and the RWM is able to dish out so much damage back. Jeez, you're right, it's a ping pong match.
But again, right, the Cult Ultra, the Nether Realm coming in from Warlord has just, it's been so on point for the past few clashes that they've had. The amount of times that Nether Realm has saved the skin from Sapat and allowing him to be as aggressive as he is, yet still not giving that control over to Blacklist has been exceptional. 1-1-14 Warlord, definitely someone of the player from HomeBois that I'm keeping an eye out for.
The player's gold right here. Look at that difference, man. 1,500 at least for Rizal, and you're seeing the difference in damage output. Of course, against tanks, the carry is unmatched, but overall, you see the amount of crits that is happening for Rizal. No one can really stand in front of him for long periods of time, especially the assassins or the mages. So now for Blacklist, they are the ones really pressured to go for a proper front to back. And now with the Lord up, HomeBois, they're leaving the bottom wave. It might bounce back or it might take on the turret. Either way, they're just going for it, man. They want momentum.
Zorn away the dragon, going on to Dominic. A good heavy spin there to disengage for the fight. Zorn gets pinned down right now. The Nether Realm a bit too late. Zorn gets taken away by the fracture.
Ooh.
Dominic super low. The worldie is bouncing towards everyone, but Rizal picks up the Lord. One more shot to Rindo, but he's able to get out right now. Once again is able to hold the game down.
That's a 2 trade-in for the side of Blacklist, just behind the damage coming in from the carry, from Owl, who has yet to be able to take back these neutral objectives. Another Lord falls into the hands of HomeBois, but how are they going to be able to extract the most out of it with all their members taken off?
They gotta go with it and try and escort it, because otherwise Owl is gonna shut it down. It's gone! Before you know it, the disappearing Lord trick by Blacklist International. Now HomeBois are back to square one. It was a 3-man trade, by the way, because Warlord spawned earlier with the passive. It's back to the waiting game. And technically now, it's a bit more difficult for HomeBois because they have the proactiveness, but Blacklist are the ones with the range. They have ways to zone and just, you know, discourage Rizal from outputting damage, and the same cannot be said for HomeBois.
Are you sure that was a Lord? That felt like a minion.
To carry it is.
With how fast that was shredded down. What in the world? Where is he getting all that damage from?
Well, looking at the items right here, he's only 1 item away. But for the most part, core items done. Wind of Nature as well to deal with Sapat. And that is also a very good item to go 1v1 in case a marksman versus marksman situation does come around. The true damage is something that doesn't really get calculated in the heat of the moment. And looking at the Yi build for Haji, he's going for the Enchanted Talisman for sure here. He wants more spells, more slows, more ways to keep HomeBois at bay from jumping into their backline.
I wonder what item he's going to go for his last item. You would think Malefic Roar, right? But with the true damage, that's usually most carries would actually just go for Windtalker for more damage in the late game, for more attack speed. Is it really going to be a Malefic, or is he going for crazy damage for BOD? That doesn't really make sense with an attack speed build. Or is he going for Great Dragon Spear? Pops that ultimate, gets more movement speed, gets more utility technically to play around. Then maybe he sells his boots for Windtalker. That'll be a crazy build.
All very possible. On the other hand, Chibi has a very low amount of physical defense, by the way.
Oh no,
a lot of his items are geared more to try and deal with the magic harass, because he's always in the front, and he's going to be harassed a lot when they're contesting for neutral objectives. Blacklist International will be trying to shoo him away to try and get an edge in the Retribution battle. And the only real benefit for HomeBois now is the fact that the assassin has kind of followed up, but Chibi spots them as a conceal wasted from Blacklist.
Oh, that's wasted, and now HomeBois will actually know their position. You can look and see that Zoon is looking for a flank, unable to get it. Kingboy Dominic smells him out as well. And this is the beauty of the Lightning Truncheon for Haji. People would say that it's not worth it because of her ultimate that's like a statuesque type of ultimate, but the fact is she's able to utilize her skill 1 and skill 2 in order to gain a lot more movement speed than she naturally did. And that's when this slows, and that's when it starts to get annoying, and there's poke in that build.
Looking at the top side though, the wave actually is geared to slow push towards Blacklist, so now HomeBois, they have no urgency, but they go behind.
What a play onto Haji! What a pick by Zorn! The Toe God in MPLI 2023. The man with the recalls and now the man with the play. What the heck was that, Zorn?
That completely just turned things 180, ladies and gentlemen. Without Haji, I'm pretty sure Blacklist are not going to contest for this ever-important Lord. 5-man strong. That was a golden moment for HomeBois.
What the heck?
He hasn't done anything that flashy the whole time, but when the going gets tough, when you need that moment, he went for it, man. Lulls Blacklist into a false sense of security. And without any defensive items, Haji, 1 or 2 hits from Rizel on the Bruno, and he's gone.
Dude, this is a deathless Haji. This is Haji in the zone, and he got him.
He was the only target available, man. Owl has the Purify. And now with the Lord, can they find something? They can force the age-old strategy of going for a crazy all-in with the Faramis, or they can take their time a bit more.
To charge in, top side, base turn number 1, taken down. HomeBois playing it slow. Oh my god, it's Zorn again with the way the Dragon, bringing Dominic back, and now the burst comes through. Heavy spin, trying to save Dominic, but he will fall. Another realm helps him. Rindo gets baited in, and the damage comes through from Warlord with the Ghost Bursters. Haji holding it in with a real world manipulation. Now flickering back. Rizel with some damage. Ow, 1 HP. Pops in over the nature. A bit too late right now. The race is wide open for HomeBois to take. 1, 2, 3 plays from Zorn. And HomeBois makes it to top 3 in their first MPLI 2023.
No way. No way. Against the rumbling that is the Filipino era here at MPLI 2023. One Titan has fallen. Blacklist International forced to say goodbye to MPLI 2023 as our dark horse, HomeBois from the Malaysia, moves forward. Top 3 secured.
Zorn with a hero play to save the game, to save the team. HomeBois, what a phenomenal performance to end this best of 3. We knew it could only go one way as it went to a full 3-game series, Arashi. We knew it had to be a big play that wins them the match.
And a big play it was. Man, we were waiting for a bit more of a slow build-up. But no, this is the HomeBois way. And they show it tonight, man. A lot of people doubt them, but that is Malaysia striking back.
Expect the unexpected when you witness the Malaysian teams on the stage. But ladies and gentlemen, does this mark the end of Blacklist International's journey here at MPLI 2023? Going through the group stage, 2-1, forced to play around in the lower brackets. Let's hear their final say as we say goodbye to this team.
Lower bracket dalam Best of 3 series berakhir dengan 2-1 dan memulangkan satu tim Filipina.
HomeBois is taking this lower bracket match, sending Blacklist International from the Philippines home. It is now time to give Blacklist International their final bow on the MPLI 2023 stage in 3, 2, 1.
This is Blacklist International. They fought well until this match, but we wait for the Blacklist International to come back stronger.
Yes, we will see Blacklist International soon. And the winner, the only representative from Malaysia, give it up for HomeBois!
Woohoo! HomeBois, the other region, that Philippines, this is Malaysia, only 2 regions left and they're still going up.
Yes, yes. 2 regions left. They have managed to send a Filipino team home. So now MPLI only has 4 teams and 3 of it is a Filipino team and 1 from Malaysia. Now, in case you guys remember, earlier on before the match even started, I interviewed Zorn and what did he say? His goal this MPLI is to be the Filipino Slayer, sending the Philippine teams home. So Zorn, now that you have managed to successfully send home Blacklist International, moving on further, you will be meeting RSGPH. Are you ready for that matchup?
Kita orang semestinya dah ready dengan apa-apa yang kita orang akan hadap sebab kita orang dah memang mindset kita orang nak pergi champion lah MPLI.
Alright, so according to Zorn, they are ready to meet whoever they will be meeting because in their mind, they really want to claim the MPLI champion trophy.
Ya, dan Rose sendiri memang pada saat interview dengan Zorn, tadi ada kata-kata kepengen menjadi Philippines player karena memang tinggal mereka aja dan juga tim Filipina yang tersisa di MPLI dan itu terjadi dan sekarang pun mereka bermain dan mereka hanya bersiap untuk melawan siapapun yang ada di hadapan mereka. Tapi tentu saja nggak saja Malaysia yang bahagia, tapi ada player dari Indonesia, Razel yang bermain dengan sangat apik di HomeBois. Be proud of you. Dan Razel bermain akhirnya di Indonesia setelah lama main nih di Malaysia. Lalu kamu bermain sekarang di Indonesia melawan, sekarang tinggal sisa 1 Malaysia dan 3 Philippines. Gimana Razel?
Nah, pertama senang lah Bude balik lagi ke stage Indonesia karena udah lama juga kan. Jadi ya senang aja. Dan seperti kata Son, kita pengen coba lawan semuanya dan kita ready.
Dan selalu siap, he's ready to beat everyone and he's so happy that he can come home and play in their hometown. But Razel, how do you see semua lawanmu sekarang 3 Filipina?
Sisa 3 Filipina ya? Gimana ya? Ya udahlah kita siap aja lah Bude. Gitu.
We're just ready.
Alright, Chibi. Okay, hi Chibi.
Hello.
Okay, I'm pretty sure a lot of the people, even the casters, have been complimenting Chibi's retry game, right? His retry game is so on point to the point where I think almost every turtle is almost secured for HomeBois. So Chibi, now that you have made it this far in an international tournament, are you feeling extra pressured? Because later on, you will be going up against AP Bren, Echo, and even RSGPH. They have world championship titles. Extra pressure?
Personally, tak ada. Sebab kita orang punya mindset, lawan je, tak kisah pun siapa enemy tu.
Wow, okay, they don't feel any extra pressure. In their mind, it's just, we're just gonna fight whoever. We do not care who the opponent is, they're just gonna do their best.
Ya, mereka hanya ingin melakukan yang terbaik untuk siapapun lawan mereka. But what you guys expecting for the next battle of yours?
Untuk RSG kan? Untuk RSG PH, good luck, have fun lah. Good luck, have fun.
And for the Malaysian supporter over here and also all around the world for HomeBois that are watching you, is there anything to say?
Okay, untuk semua fan-fan HomeBois kat di mana berada, di Malaysia ke atau di Indonesia ke, terima kasih banyak-banyak sebab still support kita orang dan still percayakan kita orang. Dan untuk Daddy pula, terima kasih sebab percayakan kita orang dan selalu doakan kita orang. Dan insyaAllah untuk next game kita orang buat yang terbaik lagi pada game inilah, insyaAllah.
All right, thank you very much, HomeBois. We will be sending them off because they need their well-deserved rest. And they, of course, have to discuss on what they're going to pull out for their upcoming match against RSG Philippines. So it's now time to send it back to the casters for them to give us the in-game analysis of what happened in this full best-of-3 series. Casters, take it away.
I think I'm still in shock. What happened? I don't think I expected. I did not expect this outcome at all. And they did it. Blacklist International are out.
4 letters. Zorn. I thought his nickname has more ends.
Actually, I'm not sure. He only has 1 end. Wait, is this a joke?
I don't know.
I don't get it sometimes.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see.
All right, let's take a look at the MVP because it should be, oh, it's actually Rizel on the Bruno.
Stats. Yeah, I mean, stat-wise.
Stat-wise.
But we know the MVP. We know.
You know, the moment-based person. But for now, let's talk about Rizel on the Bruno. Like you said, Mirko, the linchpin of the entire game is in the gold lane. When he gets it done, when he's able to make sure that the carry does not run away with the game and the gold lead, it's over. And he has 0 deaths against a Jeeve, against a Charizda, an Akai, a Nolan, an Assassin. Like, we've seen what the Nolan can do when he has kills, when he has farm. That was a late game full equipment Nolan, and he was unable to take down Rizel on the Bruno. It's definitely a whole team effort, but the damage output this man has done is insane, man. Usually we see Faramis out-damage the Bruno. We'll see how the numbers look in this game, because 74,000? He was definitely critical.
And like the TP, you don't really see him. You don't really see that he's being flashed where he doesn't make those quote-unquote flashy plays, but he's reliable and he gets the job done. Can sell by the TP, 91%, 505 KDA, not taking down a single time. And this is it, the decision-making that he's able to get on time.
Honestly, I thought that after this moment right here, everything just went south for them. They used everything to try and shut down the Owl, shoot him out of the sky, but it wasn't working. And here, this is where Blacklist themselves, now, who's on the other foot? They're just so urgently trying to do things that they can't really focus on everything at the same time. And this is where the Faramis passive comes in clutch as well in those late stages of the game. They went initially here very risky to try and get a base turret. They get punished for it. And then afterwards, they made that adaptation. But afterwards, that's where these crazy chaotic fights just really win it out for them. I guess the damage difference, especially because of the crit build versus the shred build, that is essentially what gives HomeBois a lot more power. And look at this from Zorn. Out of nowhere. And another one.
That final one, man, to Dominic. The only, well, not the only frontliner, but the most reliable one. HomeBois is more of a, you know, disengaged type with a heavy spin. The fact that he was already baited out to use the heavy spin in that moment just gave so much of the other space to the rest of the team of HomeBois to be able to dive onto Owl, onto Haji as well. That was the whole point of having the Akai, to protect Haji and Owl. The fact that Zorn was able to find a window to get Dominic and to force HomeBois to use that heavy spin was literally the reason, I would say, as to why they won the game. Obviously, the pick off to Haji as well. Right before that one, the Jikundo Flicker combo to Haji was also definitely a massive factor as to why they were able to get the Lord in the end.
The swing and momentum that showed that HomeBois were the ones in control, made sure that Blacklist can't really set up first. And HomeBois, I thought they were going to wait for a 3-lane push, you know, the usual stuff. But like I said, HomeBois style, they just go in aggressively and you just don't expect it, right? There's no logical reason to go in there, but Zorn just made it work.
There wasn't any build-up.
Exactly, that
It wasn't like Zorn was able to get a few good kicks and then it was literally like out of nowhere.
He just entered the zone.
Don't let him into his zone, man.
You can't let him into his zone. A 2K gold lead only. Might be the closest game we've seen in the tournament so far. 18 minutes, man. A constant back and forth all the way. since like minute 4. That is unreal.
I was trying to get a smart wordplay with Zorn and Zone, but then it ended up Zorn and
Yeah, it's just Zorn.
yeah.
It's Zorn in the zone. It's Zorn. Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Zorn.
But man, really, the way they both played this, Blacklist International had the game for a while. They had the game going to the way that they wanted to play it, right? Nolan getting a lot of gold on the other side of the map still, despite losing in neutral objectives, having the gold lead for a while. But I guess HomeBois, they just made more hero moments happen.
For sure. I think Blacklist are just better at that calculative style. But against a team like this, you know, you're being too calculated. They're going to read you out. They're going to wait for the right moment. And they can read, because you play so textbook, it becomes a bit more predictable compared to HomeBois that just go crazy. Here we have an answer for the question of the damage dealt. That is the carry Rizal. A gold laner out damaging the Faramis finally, man. That's the amount of impact he has. Even Dominic on the Terizla, the fact that he's able to be quote-unquote picked off means that that damage is just something that's just too much for him to deal with.
And his GPM is quite high, right? As compared, I think, like mostly we see it in the 700s.
Yeah.
But now we see what 800 something there.
878.
That's-
Oh my
what?
goodness. This just shows you how epic that game was. It was comeback after comeback after comeback. Like you said, ping pong. It was literally a game ping pong for the gold difference. And the fact that the peak gold was still Blacklist, right? I mean, the peak amount of gold lead that was held by a team in this game was still Blacklist International. That was the big moment where... what moment was this, Arashi? The moment where that gold, they dropped all the way down. Which team fight?
The Lord. The Lord team fight where I believe they got the Lord, but they lost 3 members in the process. I think that is definitely where it was. But that was the first fight where Blacklist just looked shaky. HomeBois forced it. I think the waves weren't even favoring them, or, you know, textbook gameplay dictates that they should wait a bit more for some pressure, for the waves to, you know, be a consideration for Blacklist. They said, you know what? We don't do that textbook stuff. We just go at it. And Blacklist were like, whoa, 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 whoa. They're actually committing.
Yeah.
And they go in, and when it's not textbook, that's the result, man.
The unpredictability of Zorn.
Exactly. That's why we enjoy teams like HomeBois, and I think they're winning over a lot of fans. They must be, with such a performance, with such a storyline they've been able to craft.
I mean, Reptar had like a really long Instagram post about how he's on the HomeBois hype train.
Oh,
the hype boys.
Shout out Reptar.
So he's a flame boy.
He's a flame boy now.
Are you guys a flame boy? Wait, you don't know what flame boy is, Arashi? That's what they call their fans.
See,
HomeBois, flame boys. That's the name of the fan zone. If you guys are a flame boy, you guys probably excited after that 2-1 victory. But don't worry, it's not the end of the day just yet. We still have a lot of other teams still fighting for the top 3 position
2 more matches
of MPLI 2023. We're going to see the upper bracket finals, and later on, the lower bracket semifinals.
And then that's it. We go home. I'm just kidding. We still have the grand finals.
Bro, tomorrow, but we do go home.
We do go home.
We don't do the grand finals today.
That's
no.
true. That's true. So, are you guys shift 2?
No,
I'm not, unfortunately.
No one shift 2?
Gotta give it to Mr. Wolf.
All right.
Wolf, Sheffin, and Johnny.
So I guess it's goodbye then.
It's WCG. Oh, Wolf, Sheffin, Gani, WCG.
That's weird.
WCG?
Are they
Wolf,
going to be
Sheffin,
as
Gani.
unhinged as you guys?
Gonna be probably not. Probably not.
It could be. I mean, it's Sheffin and Gani, and then Wolf.
Wolf will neutralize them. Wolf
You-
is only
Hopefully.
weird when
Hopefully.
I'm there.
Oh yeah, Wolf needs the miracle.
The mirror curse.
The mirror curse.
He needs the mirror curse to be activated in the desk, on the desk. Man, it's so weird how Wolf does that, huh? He's normal, he's super smart, intelligent, and then he meets me.
He's super smart. Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Okay. Okay, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to end this particular match. Remember, we have 2 more matches ahead of us. We do have AP Bren and Echo fighting it out in a best of 3 in the upper brackets. Both Filipino fighting for their survival, trying to make their way for the first ticket to the grand finals. That's going to be a game to witness. So with that, me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi, we're going to say goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
Welcome back to MPLI 2023. You're still with me, Rose and Clara, and now we are about to enter the finals upper bracket match where we will be witnessing a world-class matchup between Bren and Echo.
Yap, di mana kita masih berada di MPLI 2023 bersama Rose dan Clara yang memandu jalannya pertandingan ketiga di hari ini. Di mana akan ada Echo dan juga Bren yang bertemu di upper bracket final. Setelah kita melihat dua match sebelumnya, kita sudah mengucapkan selamat tinggal kepada Blacklist International dan juga see you soon. Namun di match kali ini adalah penentuan siapakah yang akan mendapatkan satu slot grand final dan siapakah yang akan turun ke lower bracket.
Yes, Clara, this matchup will decide who will be our first grand finalist for MPLI 2023 and who will be dropping to the lower bracket. That will be happening tomorrow. Now guys, I keep on mentioning that this matchup is one of the most awaited matchup, especially for the Filipinos, because this was a matchup that did not happen in the playoffs. But I'm pretty sure everybody is dying to see the matchup between Bren and Echo. Why? Because, I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but one of it being that Hugh and Carl Tizzy used to play in the same team.
Ya, ini adalah match yang sangat dinantikan tentunya mungkin untuk fanbase dari Filipina, lalu juga untuk seluruh dunia karena ingin menyaksikan bagaimana kehebatan dari dua tim ini yang belum bertemu saat babak di MPL Philippines. Namun kali ini juga ada satu alasan yang sangat kuat karena sebelumnya Hugh dan juga Kalsi dia dulu mereka adalah teman, kali ini mereka adalah lawan. Jadi ini adalah pertemuan yang akan sangat mendebarkan.
Yeah, so how about let us do a short interview with both Hugh and Carl Tizzy to see how the frenemies are going to be playing it out in this finals upper bracket match. Come on over, guys.
Ooh, do you feel deja vu? Seeing them together like this.
Right. Hi boys, kamusta kayo?
Okay naman po.
Wow. Even the answer is the same. Okay.
Synchronized super well.
Yeah, they're that synchronized. Okay, so let's start with Few muna, okay? Few, how is it like going up against Carl Tizzy? Kasi dati, di ba, magka-team kayo, tapos ngayon, magkalaban na kayo. So, excited ka bang makalaban si Carl Tizzy?
Medyo kinakabahan po kasi kalaban ko si The Young Goat.
Wow! Okay, so I asked Few, is he nervous to go up against Carl Tizzy or is he happy? What is he looking forward to? Because they used to be teammates. And Few said he's actually a bit nervous to go up against the young goat of the Philippines, Carl Tizzy.
Sedikit mendebarkan ya, melawan satu player yang sangat hebat, yaitu Carl Tizzy. Namun kalau dia sedikit berdebar, how about you, Carl Tizzy?
Mas kinakabahan po ako kasi katapat ko na po yung the true goat.
Wow! Okay, they're literally trolling each other at this rate. He said he's more nervous to go up against Bren because he's against the true GOAT.
The one is younger, this is the true God. Okay, they think it's harder, but being in the same stage, is there any special feelings for you guys in this stage? Now you're enemies and then do you can share something about maybe the previous and then you bring up to this stage? You guys before are the former team, so do you bring something to this stage?
May parang memories ba daw kayo dati ni Carl Tizzy or like, you know, with each other na natin magka-team kayo, tapos ngayon magkalaban na kayo dito. Ano mga naalala nyo? Parang, you know, deja vu, you know?
Siguro yung yung sa M2 lang. Naglaban kami sa finals against Burmese. Reminisce ko.
Okay. So for Few, his core memory with Carl Tizzy is M2's grand finals against Burmese goals. Okay, Carl Tizzy, ikaw naman.
Yung siguro po yung mga kulitan namin dati na nakakamiss.
Oh, he said he misses like playing around with Few, you know, like AJ, all the fun times.
Jadi sama-sama kangen ya, ada memori yang sangat melekat. Kalau dari Few sendiri pada saat M2 Grand Final, kalau dari Carl Tizzy sendiri, dia seneng banget pada saat bercandaan. Wow, that's interesting memories for both of the players.
Yes, I agree. Okay, so Few, a lot of people are saying you're loyal kasi you've been with Bren ever since you entered, right? Tapos sabi nila si Kurt Teasy daw, not that loyal kasi umalis na. Ano masasabi mo sa performance niya sa Echo ngayon?
Nakakatawa kasi lakas niya ngayon eh. Parang mas malakas siya ngayon eh.
Oh, okay. So I asked Few because a lot of people are saying he's super loyal because he's been in Bren ever since he entered Bren, and then Carlteasy not that loyal because he left Bren and entered Echo. But for Few, like, did Carlteasy's performance improve? And he said yes. He's super happy. It's heartwarming to see that Carlteasy's performance did improve after he joined Echo. Ikaw naman, Carlteasy, ano masasabi mo sa performance ngayon ni Few and sa performance ng AP Bren overall?
Sobrang natutuwa po ako. Tapos nakikita ko po puro champion sila. Masaya din ako para sa kanila. So, good luck na lang mamaya.
He's also happy to see Few winning tournaments because now Bren has technically won a lot of tournaments this year especially. So he's really happy for them and the entire team overall.
Semuanya sama-sama bahagia untuk perkembangan karir keduanya karena sama-sama ngedapetin banyak sekali gelar juara khususnya untuk AP Bren di tahun ini dan begitu pula untuk Carlteasy di Echo. But do you have something to say for your best friend here for this match, Few? And also Carlteasy, do you have anything to say to each other?
Good luck sa atin. Sana tayo sa Grand Finals.
Okay, Few said, good luck to us. I hope we will meet up in the Grand Finals.
But who gonna get the first slot? Is it you or your friends?
Sinong unang makakakuha ng slot sa Grand Final sa tingin mo?
Sino?
Sino, it doesn't matter. Sige, Carlteasy, ano masasabi mo? Last words to AP Bren before we start the match.
Bigyan niyo na sa amin to. Sa M5 na lang kayo bumawi.
He said, just give it to us. You guys just win M5, you know? Yeah. All right. So I'm pretty sure these bunch are ready to kickstart our upper bracket final match. And I'm pretty sure the people that are watching both at the arena, oh my God, my voice, both at the arena and at home are super duper ready to watch this world-class matchup. So with that, let us throw it over to the caster to start this match against AP Bren and Echo. Casters, take it away.
Please.
That was unexpectedly wholesome, Wolf. I prefer, a bit more beef and spice in my meal. But you know what? It's okay. They're still friends, and that's a good thing too, right? Rivalries doesn't have to be like, oh my God, I wanna beat you down, you know? You can still be rivals when you're still friends too. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Ako si Shafin with Wolf and Goni, and kita telah tiba the lower bracket finals of MPLI 2023. If you don't know that, like I just spoke Tagalog and Malaysian at the same time.
Wow.
Mr.
Give this guy a raise.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Give this guy.
You know what?
Did not expect that one.
I think I want to bring this up because that image that you just saw with Carlteasy as well as Few on stage, right? It's just so good to look at because there was a nickname for a Few. He's the idol of the kids. And back in season 2, when Carlteasy was so young, he was still a kid, like 14 years old, he said that his idol was actually Few. Right, and now they're side by side. They won M2 together. They're now competing, and it's a great sight to see your idol. He's literally standing beside his idol, right, a few years back.
I mean, idols with idols, Scotty, right? It's not just Few and Carlteasy. It's just Carlteasy also idolized Carlteasy, I believe.
Yes, Carlteasy idolized Carlteasy. It's 3 generations. Think about it.
It's a lot of generations, man. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a matchup that we've been waiting to see. I think a lot of people has been expecting this to go to the grand final, but we have to shout out Omni first if you want to learn the game, just like Carl and Kyle, or even Few, one of the goats of MLBB. Like, you have to use Omni. It has what it takes to play MLBB at the pro level. And you can also inspire communities through gaming content. You can also watch our mini documentary with Una, Eva's brand ambassador, and also BTR's own Vin. So watch them out now, exclusively on Omni by FWD, free to download on the Google Play and also Apple App Stores.
Well, perhaps while you guys watch MPLI or even Omni by FWD, you can snack with Hello Panda. Meiji here, rise above the pang of hunger to unlock the full flavor of MPLI.
Gotta say, Goni, like, we've been watching MPLI so much, like, the song is stuck on my head. I actually dreamt about pandas last night. And it was surreal. It was Po, the Dragon Warrior, against that panda from Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah.
And they're fighting for the ultimate Hello Panda. The ultimate snack.
That's really actually the Philippines. Everybody right now has the Hello Panda craze, especially with the song, right?
Yeah. Hello Panda,
Hello Panda. Everybody loves it in the Philippines, and they're really craving Hello Panda. I don't think that I don't know if we have this in the Philippines, but we do have this, and the strawberry flavor is so far the favorites among the Filipinos.
Okay.
I even saw the banana one before this.
Banana?
The yellow one, yes. We have it in the.
Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Need to try that one.
I mean, a lot of variety of flavor. Just like you can watch a lot of variety of content of MLBB in One Esports. Follow One Esports to stay updated with all things MLBB. Be sure to follow us with Discord, TikTok, Instagram, X, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, whatever you want to follow, or maybe all of them, because you love MLBB so much. You also love Wolf as the CEO of One Esports.
That's not true. The real CEO might be watching right now.
Oh, yeah.
I don't want to lose my job.
No, please, okay. That was a joke. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, they also have a challenge that gives you 4,000 diamonds for free. If you want to test your eyesight, is it as good as Leslie? Okay, prove it by identifying these heroes and stand a chance to get 4,000 diamonds. Contest ends at November 19.
That's tomorrow.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, and that was now that we got all of that out of the way, we can dive more into the teams.
Oh man, Wolf, I want to ask you a question. Okay, so AP Bren already qualified for M5. Do you think they're holding back in this match?
No. I literally asked all of them, and they're not holding back. They want to take everything on their path, right? And they're not hiding anything this time because they know that they're confident. And there will be a patch anyways, so that's their mindset here. They want to get everything.
I mean, that's true. I mean, in a second, we'll see the team enters, like who's going to play for AP Bren. I expect no changes whatsoever unless they want to be a bit more adventurous, but here we go.
Well, radiating with confidence and grace, the M2 World Champions, the team that are ready to dominate all of the championship this year and ready to make a new history in MPLI 2023. It is Echo.
Echo, the apex predator of the sea, off from their M4 World Championship. Yes, Johnny, I thought it was Bren too, but it turns out to be Echo. But this lineup,
they do have an
very
M2
scary.
champion anyways. Yeah, Carl TC is still here.
Oh yeah, nice save, Wolf. I didn't know that.
Only two-time world champion
with different teams, and this is the other.
This is AP Bren. Again, this team, they are ready to take it all. The Hive, AP Bren.
If Kyle TZ is the young GOAT, this is the next GOAT in Kyle TZ. They have so much potential, especially they're participating in M5 and Ducky. A lot of experience on his hands. This team also won ASF, won SEA Games. So everything in their, everything to be taken. It's already taken.
Exactly. And this is a squad led by Few, who's literally the veteran, the only all-timer for MPL. I don't know if you have that in Indonesia.
We do have them, but it's not as, on top of the game like Few.
Yeah, literally, Few, and the way that he's playing, it's impossible to do that, actually. I don't know how he does it. And when you ask him, the only thing he says is, it's because I keep up my grind. That's it.
I mean, keeping up the grind is an easy thing to say, but
Very
practicing
easy thing to say.
is very hard. Whether you're playing MLBB or anything in your craft, you've been doing this for years and you are on top of the game for so long. How? Every patch, it's always different, right?
Yeah.
You're expected to be adaptive, and he did that perfectly.
That's right.
Very good example. And ladies and gentlemen, this is officially the M2 champions versus the M4 champions. Lineup-wise, yes, there are some differences, but man, it's going to be very, very wholesome, but also intense at the same time.
Let's see the stats here, Wolf. You want to break down something that catches your eye?
I don't think that when you look at both AP Bren as well as Echo, the stats wouldn't matter so much. Yeah, they're not. They're both of them. The way that they play, they're not stat based. Really, just execution based. And I think that that AP Bren have developed this identity where they wanted to always snowball. Like their success came from them winning the early stages of the game and then destroying their opponent. And then I think that if we will be hard on stats, I think the only losses that AP Bren had in the regular season of MPLPH season 12 was when the game went longer than they expected.
Ooh, I see. But that sums up any Filipino team perfectly, Wolf. They don't care about the stats. They're all about execution. That's why we can see a lot of games in MPLPH, 20 minutes, only 2 kills, and somehow, some way, the game is still very much entertaining. We're going to see the stats from the other side of the team. It's going to be Echo, Sanford, Benedetta.
Yep. I believe that Sanford played only 4 heroes so far. That's 3 times the Benedetta and 1 apiece for Paquito, Yuzhong, as well as the Arla.
Okay.
So you can expect that this will be now the metagame for Echo. They do put a lot of emphasis on that Benedetta.
I mean, look at Benny Cutie's KDA, man. How is the DPS 5.2 and the other ones are higher than him?
Yeah.
That's doesn't make sense, but they still in the upper bracket final, so
yep,
it works.
It's because Benny Cutie has less assists compared to other. It's because
he's the executioner.
Yeah, he's the executioner. Not only that, he split pushes a lot.
Yeah. The Benny special.
Turret damage wise, of course, it will be very high.
Yeah, that's the stat line that you would look for when you're looking at Benny Cutie.
True.
And this is a stat that I think that has more context, I believe. Wolf, some Lord Raid is,
80%,
I believe, night and day, but this spells dominance.
So there are a total of 5 games. I'm looking at all of the games of AP Bren. Guess what their longest game was?
AP Bren?
Yes.
14.
14.
What?
It is.
No way.
14-12, their first game against the Ohio Brothers. They have an 80% Lord rate, and they played 5 games only. So that means that they might have just literally missed 1 Lord.
Okay.
Literally 1.
Oh, okay. That really spells dominance, Connie. Like, I don't know how else to put it, but yeah, AP Bren, I think, okay, is this a hot take, Wolf? I think the only S-tier team, or like S+ tier, the A1 team in the world is AP Bren and Onyx.
I understand why you say that, and I think I kind of agree. Like, before the MPL playoffs, I would have said that it's only Onyx. Like, there's a different class for Onyx. But with what AP Bren showed us in the playoffs, and now what they're showing, I think it's just natural. And we don't even talk about this. I just literally voted for Bren because I know that they are the stronger team. And by the way, this was the most awaited matchup of MPLPH playoffs of season 12, but it didn't happen.
Yeah.
And we are about to witness here in MPLI 2023 again.
That is Coach Bren. You know this. He coached for BTR back in season.
Oh, I actually didn't know that.
Season 10.
I know there is a Filipino coaching for BTR, the analyst. I think Coach Pao was there.
Coach Pao was season 11. Coach Bren. Or Coach V. It was formerly Coach V for TNC. Then Coach Bren, season 10
because
for
V is more
BTR.
famous now.
Well, true. And also he's in Bren Esports.
Oh, Bren. I see. The battle between the purple and gold.
Yeah.
Kind of like watching a Lakers game, but yeah, this is 2 teams that I kind of think like has a similar play style too. Like they have a lot of veterancy, a lot of new up-and-coming talent that has been already established. Sanford is still very young. Sanji is still pretty much very young. They still somehow is at least at the very minimal top 3 in their roles.
I agree. I think that is the thing with the Echo. They have established themselves as like the best when it comes to like individually the player base. So between these 2 teams, I think like Ogwin is probably the top roamer in the Philippines and might be even in the world entirely.
Ooh.
But you can say that perhaps Sanji is the better mid laner compared to Fio, like mechanics-wise. But when it comes to shot calling, Fio excels in that. And even Super Marco versus Benny Cutie, it's very difficult to kind of
compare them
and to point where who's better, right? So it's such a good matchup.
It is very interesting. AP Bren here for the first game will occupy the red side here. They ran out Fredrin, Akai, and Kadita, and they instantly picked up the Baxia here for their first pick. Now,
Always on the
not
way.
too, that's
Prepare
fast.
yourselves for the Blitz draft, boys.
Oh, they know each other well.
Yep. So you pick up Claude here, your AP brand. I believe that's gonna be their play.
Claude and Terizla.
Yep.
What do you mean? What do you think about Terizla?
Yeah, Terizla is a good snatch because Echo likes to play that hero. And if we're looking at AP Bren, in fact, they haven't played that. Maybe they go Edith plus Claude here. As their first two picks, or maybe a Valentina since it's open. So I'm looking at Valentina plus Edith or Valentina plus Claude for AP Bren.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. Like every time we see a Faramis, the usual counter is copy the Nether Realm to be able to sustain a team fight better, maybe, and then the opponent.
Yeah.
Well, they go for that. It seems like the Blitz draft will not happen here. They took their time. But the Valentina Arlet, so no Claude.
Yeah, but the Arlet is still a flex pick. Can be picking in a roam role. And Echo, they can they typically secure their Bruno this time, but it's banned out. So maybe they'll be the ones to actually take the Claude. If not, they go Irithel. Because they kind of just take away all of those good heroes. But they might want to look for a Carl TZ hero now. With no Akai, with no Fredrin, what else do you pick for Carl TZ? This is, yeah, they're limiting the heroes for Carl TZ. He might be forced to go for the Lancelot.
I've been waiting for
Carry. I was gonna say that they shouldn't prioritize the gold laner because carry is still there, and Benny Cutie really loves this carry against this Baxia, against this Arlet. Doesn't really matter if carry has not enough range compared to the other marksmen out there. You still have Mathilda, you still have Paramis that can pretty much cover you, like really greatly.
Yeah.
I mean, with the carry, it's also somehow denying the Terizla pick potentially from AP Bren. AP Bren here, they need to somehow, what do they go for? Again, target Carl TZ.
Just target Carl TZ. But the Martis, man, I can't think of any jungler that will be left for Carl TZ aside from the fact that you can go back to the assassin junglers. So there's the Claude.
Karina for Carl, is that possible?
That's possible, but I don't think that they will do it against Baxia.
Yeah.
I think, well, you know, again, Lancelot or Hayabusa or maybe even Ling, but...
Or maybe, if you're gonna go fighter, you can still pick along the lines of Tyroth or Alpha, which does pretty well against Baxia, but it's still a bit of a stretch because Echo, I think in terms of like their jungles, they're not that experimental compared to the other teams.
Oh, but they're still Guinevere.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Maybe they can go Gwyn unless it will be banned out by AP Bren.
I mean, it's a good additional for a great addition towards the side of Echo. If they pick up a Gwyn, they need some sort of a crowd control as well. Maybe Bren,
I am the
they will
priestess
not
of primal
go for the Gwyn
lightning,
ban.
the
Instead,
hunter
they
of all the
will
evil
focus
gods.
on
Usually the
the
unseen world that tells
Alright,
us
so
the
they go
best
Gwyn.
stories.
So if you're Bren, maybe you can consider something like a Diggy for Ogwen. And then I think the Ixia is still pretty good. Diggy plus Ixia is actually pretty OP.
Yeah, against a Faramis too.
Yep.
Carry that doesn't have a lot of range. Laning phase, you have to help the carry to be able to sustain.
Or Rafaela plus the Irithel. Irithel is still pretty good for AP Bren. I think that's a safer choice. But if you want to go and win it, I think Ixia just is a pretty good hero for them. Then they go for something like a protect hero for Ogwen, like a Minotaur, for example. Or perhaps, in this case, the Diggy.
Okay, let's see here. The Minotaur kind of will, it's a backfire hero considering they're against carry already. They're opposite.
Swivel, swing.
Let's see here. They
Oh,
will go for
wow.
the Fanny.
Oh,
Baxia
wow.
Rome.
Not bad.
Baxia XP.
Baxia XP, rather.
Oh man, okay, so Baxia SP obviously has a huge con, I believe.
Yeah.
Wolf. In terms of like the clear, it's pretty bad, and you can't really have that fast farming potential.
Yeah. And that's, man, the Khalid is such a good pickup. So they just flexed it. I think the reason why they pick up this EXP, well, this is not the first time that they did it. They actually played Baxia XP going up against, if I'm not mistaken, a Terizla. But it wasn't picked that way. It was more of a flex. I think that Terizla wins that matchup in the XP lane. But it will go Vengeance and you will just tank it up.
Yep.
He is going up against
Carry.
The Khalid. The Khalid, which I think is the winner of that lane. So I think the hero with the worst game possibly might be Flapteasy game.
But the Baksha pick, the compensation is he can rotate fast, he can join in
true.
fights, can
That's true.
even the jungle. So let's see here how
Whoa,
it will play out.
Uncle Jay-Z, look away. Apparently he has a phobia for a good production. No, really, like I watch his stream, he actually look away when MPLI did this. But yeah, very good production. The first time I saw this, because I've been watching the games without the animation whatsoever. Very, very cool. The very anticipated matchup of the M2 champ versus the M4 champ. AP Brand versus Echo.
Let's get it. Who will strike first here in this best of 3? Will it be Bren or will it be the Orcas?
The early game, I think there's not much Flapteasy can do. He's just there trying to rotate probably and get to the some of the fights in the mid lane quite quickly with the shield unity. But in the late game though, I think usually when you want to pick Basha, go for something along the lines of Angela to be able to enhance the potential to run down the marksman of the opposing team. But you don't have that right now, and against a carry, I think you are in trouble.
When you're looking at the...
Oh wow.
There's an extra utility that you get out of the Khalid, which is... Oh, sorry, the Baksha, which is remove the sustain, right? So it's like a natural Durance carrier, or we don't need the Durance to go for that.
That's a first blood from Kaltizi. He smells blood and gets in the top lane. 2v2 Flap and Ogwen. Very low, will be taken down. That's a trade by Echo.
Wow.
That's a good one.
Very good one. Echo Express, they traded for 2 kills in exchange for 1. And that meant that they will be very comfortable now. I think that the laning stage now favors Echo. Between Carry versus Harith, obviously it's a 50-50 matchup, but I would say that it's kind of Harith sided in the laning stage. But then again, Benecutie rocks the flicker, so eventually later on, this Harith will not be so much of a problem for him. But in the mid game, AP Bren's lineup is strong.
Now we can see here JP giving vision and trying to distract the Kaltizi purple take. Meanwhile, Carl, of course, will secure the turtle comfortably.
I mean, play your game. AP Bren knows that Carl is very dependable on his buff, and I don't think he can really contest without risking anything for him. If he loses that turtle fight, even TZ can just go and steal his purple buff. And right now, thank you so much, Team Philippines, AP Bren and Echo, bringing out Indonesian team in MPLI 2023. Very chaotic in the early game.
It is action-packed indeed. And seeing how Supermarket and Pew here brings the purifiable in the mid lane.
Nice.
Carl TZ.
Oh my
Good
God.
catch by Carl TZ. The precision that he has, and perhaps they want more here. Echo Express, but no, they will reset.
Apparently, you can also snipe with a Guinevere itself.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Carl TZ, for bringing me some knowledge of how using Zero.
Circling Eagle committed, knocking 2 members of AP Bren. Ogwen, though, will force JP to pop his flicker now. Ogwen still hovering around, but no, they will not engage. Business, I might be wrong, as Kaltizi enters the chat. Netherrealm triggered, and that's a win for AP Bren.
They forced out so much from Echo, but Echo still has got the lead. The fact that they forced out the flicker and they get out as well as the Netherrealm, that's actually pretty good. But I think about it, it's 30 seconds before the turtle and they found Super Marco.
Shaman forced in the bottom side of the map there. Great engage. But now Echo, they move on towards the jungle. Kaltizi now caught Sanford, looking for a proper engage. Ogwen though spotted, circling Eagle committed. And Echo now, what will they do? It's 2v2 Sanford, dealing damage, but no, they will not engage business.
Okay, Wolf, your stage, I hear the oh.
Yeah, I remember now because you imagine that bottom lane, Super Marco didn't need to pop the Purify. And if you remember, the passive of the Harith, it's literally anti-CC. And there was an age where Guinevere was meta, and the way that they answered it is with the Harith.
Oh, you know what? That's right. That's actually right. And if you want to go for the Harith, even without the Purify, you can still turn it around because Harith will build that concentrated energy and a lot of shield to be able to help with the sustainability.
Yep, the press connect. Q taken out. Gwen might be next. Good final slash though to bottom time. Now KalTZ in the backside though looking for a kill. Does not find it. Benny flickers out of that situation, but Flap will be stuck and taken down. Echo 1,500 gold lead.
I mean, as always, if you play Fanny, you have to take the risk. And if the risk doesn't play in your favor, this is the punish. When your window is not open anymore, Echo can still run you down.
This is so weird coming out from AP Bren because there was a time where Echo faced Blacklist International in the MPL page playoffs, right? And they were facing up against Faramis plus the Harith. And what Echo did, Faramis plus the Mathilda. And what Echo did was to go for assassins. And you kind of understand the idea, you want to eliminate people as soon as possible, but it proved to be very difficult to do because there's a lot of sustain. And AP Bren is now suffering in that same degree where they are trying to use this Fanny in the mid game, but then again, there's Faramis with another realm, there's Mathilda with the saves. And because of the snowballer of Echo, there's a lot of sustain already on their composition.
See here the invasion, a 4-man gang. Oh, it's done a few in the backside. FlapTZ receiving damage, still able to escape, but Echo, man, they want it fast. KalTZ does not find the angles with the cables, so he backs away.
Still 5-1 from Echo, 2.3k gold lead, and if you're playing a Fanny, it's gonna fall off in the late game. This is not looking very good for AP Bren. Echo with the Express.
Gotta be very difficult now for AP Bren. Like I said, when it comes to the laning stage, Echo should be having a great time because you only need a level 2 in the Mathilda and already you can go to the gold lane to secure that your gold lane will be winning. And then in the mid lane, all that Faramis needs to do is to just clear it out, go for the Shadow Stampede to get out and be safe. And then of course the Guinevere, because of the good start coming out from KalTZ, now we know that he can easily take over the jungle of the opponents.
KalTZ here still just silent. Just a kill on his name though, so expect more proactive plays perhaps here in the next few minutes, especially Turtle will be up very soon.
Okay, for a prolonged team fight, I think Echo is of course just gonna win. They have Netherrealm, they have the healing shields, also the Flash of the always one of the items that I really hate because that really deters some of the potential of a hero like Fanny for the burst.
Okay. KalTZ in the Turtle side. Gwen though, taking some heat. Final slash, Netherrealm as well popped, but it's just all Echo seems like. Gwen taken down. Echo looking for another kill, but no. Both roamers taken out. FlapTZ pulled. Sanford finds the double.
And a massive lead now for Echo. And you can see the strength of their lineup when there was a 5v5. Between AP Bren as well, well, it was a 4v4 technically speaking. But even after the Valentina copying the Netherrealm, you can see that Echo can just go through because of the fact that they have immense amount of damage. And KalTZ finding the good jumps. And of course, Sanford on this Khalid. I think that this was the perfect last pick for Echo because it solves a lot of their problems. And there's really nothing that AP Bren can do to stop this Khalid, despite the nerfs, by the way.
Still 4.4k gold lead though, but I think in the mid game, Super Marco with the Harith already has the Starlium Sight, Magic Shoes, and also the Feather of Heaven. Gonna come in handy if you wanna carry AP Bren in this territory in the mid game, the power spike of their team.
Okay, 8 minutes here, 7-2. And Echo very healthy lead here, 4,000 already. A Flask of the Oasis or photo has been secured for JP. And let's see here in the mid lane, KalTZ giving some sort of a damage here towards FlapTZ. And Echo still maintaining pressure in the map.
Remember, this is a full utility jungler Gwen up there. No genius one, no magic items whatsoever, but the damage is still immense.
Yep, here, KalTZ 1v3, 2v4 now. Purple buff. Let's see, FlapTZ again will be knocked up. Good Netherrealm by both teams. Sanford will find the kill. Surely, no, not this time. KalTZ, good knock up. Good Purify though coming from Marco. The KalTZ will escape, but take a look at Taji. Gwen jumps on him. Benny though. Take a look at the true damage. Benny will find the kill. Few falls as well. In the backside, JP low. KalTZ finds a route to escape. It's 3 man taken out from AP Bren.
Once again, Benny, damn you, with the killer instinct flickering forward. This is a carry, by the way, and he saw the opportunity right away, just punishing all the members of AP Brand. They're looking to go for more, converting to the first load of the game for Echo.
Time for FlapTZ.
Oh, man, FlapTZ already chunked half HP.
Oh,
CalTZ, my goodness, the cables. Will it be enough? The answer is yes. CalTZ, though, will find the Lord, the first Lord in the game. Maybe Bren, no compensation whatsoever.
Let's look back a few minutes, or literally a minute ago, when they tried to fight under the purple buff. AP Bren managed to secure their purple buff with CalTZ being in there, but they fought against Echo with a massive sustain. We know for sure that in long team fights, Echo will win. And you saw how lackluster the damage is from AP Bren. Just because the fact that they went for an assassin-based composition, they wanted to go for instant initiations, but Echo had the sustain. Literally the counter to their draft.
Well, good knock-up. All CalTZ finds Ogwen, though. That's the roamer. FlapTZ here pops the Poissons as well. The mid tier 2 will fall here in the hands of the Lord. Echo, again, all they need is just the inner, and they will move towards the bottom side of the map here. Good clear by Cal here. Again, saving that last inner in the bottom side of the map, that perhaps the next wave might be the answer for Echo. Yes, AP Bren will concede, and they will save their base turrets instead.
I mean, what is the counterplay here, Wolf? Yes, I can see some split pushing potential with CalTZ, but in a 5v5 team fight, or even 4v5 when CalTZ is gone, like, what is the perfect or like best case scenario for AP Brand to be able to go, like, carry them to victory?
Well, they do need to find a split push first, get to level 15. And I think it's this is gonna sound weird, but I think the only way for AP Brent to get back is to go to the 23-minute mark, where they can at least have the same amount of farm with Echo, or at least reach that critical mass.
Equals situation, perhaps, in that time.
The event horizon that we know in Mobile Legends, we're at 23 minutes. The goal doesn't matter anymore because everybody's maxed out. That's the only win condition that I see from AP Bren. Because if they continuously fight, it's so difficult. But how do they last the storm? How do they reach 23 minutes? That's even a bigger question.
It's a blizzard that they need to weather. Oh, good final flash, final slash. Sanford, though, will pop that Raging Sandstorm now. NetherRealm pops as well. Echo, though, regroup and re-engage. Oh, take a look at the knock here. It's huge. Flam now receiving damage from Benny. He finds the kill, and perhaps they will grab more as Few falls as well. That's a two-man knockout. Echo, they might hold the end, but Ogren in the backside, low HP. Echo, though, will clear the minions. This might be it. Benny has the attack speed, but no, they will move on towards the Lord.
I like that. I like that discipline coming in from Echo. There's a surefire way to win with 12.2k gold lead in the 13-minute mark. We have never seen this game well, but JP still has a lot of shield on his hand. Like, there's no panic whatsoever.
He's waiting. Final slash, though, will be triggered. JP still A-OK. Sanji, oh, it's a 4v3 Flap in the backside. Purifying pops as well by Marco, but Ogren will fall. Flap next by the hands of Benny, who finds the double end, the triple. Benny QT, just, man, goodness. Echo now will finally go for the end. No way AP Bren can defend this.
15-3, still one more away from the top lane. This might be the final push. Only two guys on MP Brand.
Oh, it seems like Echo, with the man advantage that they have, they will find Marco. Few left standing. What can he do? Echo, this time they will strike first.
Statement from Echo. I said it earlier that the only S+ tier teams are Onyx and AP Brand, but somehow it looks like this is the longest game AP Brand has played in this tournament, but it is resulted in an L for themselves.
It's the first loss of AP Brand, and the world champions have delivered them this wonderful victory. Coming out from Echo was really something that we didn't expect, especially the manner on how they won it, because it was very one-sided. And the draft, rarely do we see AP Bren being out-drafted. And because of the blitz draft and the adjustments coming out from Echo, they got it. And by the way, I want to say that if we dial back in MPL PH playoffs, Mathilda plus the Faramis, this is not a composition that Echo would normally have. They don't go for the sustain, they want to go for kills. They're a killer kind of team. But in this case, they have grown. In a matter of weeks, the adjustments were there for the side of Echo, and they won a game against AP Bren.
Killer Whale ain't killer no more, but they're still able to get the job done with a very peculiar draft too from both sides. Even AP Bren, I'll say that is a bit experimental, right? But maybe experimental is not the right word, but it is a bit risky.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a gamble. I understand why they pick up the Harith, but the Fanny didn't in the end, because they already have a good jungler on their side. And they were looking for something like a way to protect themselves, because that's definitely what they were lacking, right? Like, imagine if it were like a Kufra, a Minotaur, you know, or Diggy, right? There's so many heroes that they could have picked up. They went in for the Arlot, and they were forced to put Flaptease in a spot where he's the backsha. On an XP lane role, that wouldn't make a lot of sense, right?
Yes.
If that backsha was in the jungle, now they have at least a way to take over the early game.
It was a very tough draft to execute, right? Very complex, very hard.
That's
on the other side, from the side of Echo, meanwhile, man, Benny was just on a roll who got the free farm that they need. But 40, aggressive. He even built the BOD.
I think the real MVP for me is whoever decided to pick up this Khalid as the last pick. Yeah. Despite all the nerfs, it's still a very strong hero, and it's just the strongest hero in the laning stage, I would say, when it comes to like killing. And level 1, you have the advantage. For Baxia, you don't even really have a good advantage apart from level 1, where if you kind of chain your for your first skill.
That is asking too much, right?
Exactly, it's asking too much, and you can take him out. And Sanford, he's always a threat in this game. The way that there was only one defensive Raging Sandstorm, and all of the others were very proactive. And even the defensive Raging Sandstorm allowed him to get back into the fight with the Flicker in. And I think that he approached this Khalid in a very assassin kind of manner, wherein he gets in and out of the fights.
Look at this, the highlights from that game earlier. A bit of a trading blow, and this is the very genius play mechanically from KarlTzy, the young GOAT, predicting where KarlTzy would land. That is a statement from the GOAT to the next GOAT.
And Echo just literally controlled every single thing, and they secured the turtle. They're very much on point this time, and look at that. Look at Sanford with the timing. They are always waiting for KarlTzy, and KarlTzy didn't even find the opening. Eventually, they will snag him. I think Sanji also made a lot of good plays with a pullback. And there's another fight coming up from AP Bren where Ogwin fought in, and the flicker coming up from Medicutie was perfectly timed. And look at KarlTzy. The moment that he tries to show up, everybody from Echo just focuses on him.
This knockup was huge as well.
What a wonderful knockup. And KarlTzy wants to fight, and Sanford is just literally waiting for that family all the time. The thing with Khalid is that you have a kill threat onto the jungler if the jungler is an assassin, and you have a kill threat all the time against the gold laner. And this is something that AP Bren is always afraid of. The last pick Khalid is just so good for Echo.
Yeah, I mean, as a Khalid user myself, I can pretty much testify that there is even kill threat towards the Baxia in this kind of situation, because you already have that Malefic, where you have that built-in, Heptasis, enhancing the first damage from the basic attack. And like Baxia cannot do anything.
Exactly.
That was the first pick Baxia as well, right? They ended up
you're right.
Honestly, the draft of AP Bren, when it comes to their opening, it's already pretty good. The first three picks and all of the bans, they've limited the heroes for Echo, but we did say that the Gwyn couldn't be there, but they banned out Edith anyways. I think that ever since that Gwyn ban, it was now weird to see AP Bren go for the pickup. So they let go of the Guinevere, and then they went in for the Fanny instead, which, I mean, KarlTzy played the Fanny well, but it's a non-impactful kind of flashy plays, right?
Yep.
He looked very flashy. He didn't, I don't know if he died actually this game, or he might have died once. But my point is, whatever he's doing is flashy, but it had no impact in the game.
Yep.
Speaking of impact though, look at the objective rate of AP Bren. Turrets 8-0, Turtle 3-0. Lord, 80% Lord rate doesn't really matter in this game, and 16.1k gold lead in a span of 14 minutes. That is madness.
Yeah. Wow, this is the first time that somebody actually did it to AP Bren. I cannot remember in the MPL playoffs a game where AP Bren actually like got destroyed. Well, it was, I think that there was one-sided game with RSGD. Oh, no, it wasn't. Yeah, nobody ever challenged AP Bren this way, actually.
Wow.
So actually, this is the first loss in MPLI.
Yes.
And the first one-sided loss ever. I think, yeah, in recent memory.
In a while.
A very long while, yeah.
Okay, so right now, are you convinced that they're holding back? No, just kidding.
No, they're not.
But yeah, but I mean, Echo, this is the only tournament that they are participating in, right? And holding back is a real strat if you're qualifying for M5. There is still some chance, but I don't think that's the approach from AP Bren, though.
Yep, definitely not. I was able to talk to their management because some of them are good friends of mine. Yeah, that's the idea. They want to take everything. And I think specifically for M5, like, surely you can argue holding back might have been the better, better strat for Onyx. For example, pre-M4, there was MPLI.
Yep.
But specifically this MPLI, I don't think that the teams will ever hold back just because of one thing. That's the patch that they're awaiting. They kind of know that there will be a patch after this, after MPLI. So it's not like...
So the patch right now can be irrelevant.
So they don't believe in the curse of MPLI. The first winner of MPLI, RQ.
Yeah.
Onyx, then Onyx again. Didn't manage to get anything in any M World Championship. Maybe AP Bren, if they manage to take this one, take the glory to Philippines, they might be able to break the curse, because I'm pretty convinced with this team.
Yeah.
Despite as an Indonesian myself, I think AP Bren is considered the biggest threat. And I think that's also the thought of any Indonesian out there.
I understand why, but I think that, they were just very, I would say, they were too colorful in that particular draft. You know, they were far too creative.
Yeah.
Picking up the Fanny. You understand why they get it, but at the same time, when you see it in action, and now you know that there's a lot of sustain. In fact, not even just sustain, it's just anti-assassination because of the Nether Realm, right? The Nether Realm literally stops an assassin to take out your teammates, which coupled with the Matilda, even after after the shields are gone from the Nether Realm, you still have the guiding wind, or vice versa. Or the double sustain composition for the supporting role is just, it's just hell for assassins to deal with.
It really is hell, but do you know what is heaven? Wolf, okay, that was really bad. You can register at One Esports for more updates, to get breaking news, exclusive interviews, and also in-game guides to be able to play better in the land of Dawn. Stand a chance to win diamonds just by signing up to One Esports. 4,000. You can use that QR code right there in the bottom, just like Connie are doing it right now. Do it, do it.
4,000 diamonds. It's for you guys.
Oh, okay. Already had too much diamonds.
Well done.
And probably AP Bren already had too much ingredients on the kitchen, and they decided to put all the things that they have in a bowl, and that's never a good thing. You can
maybe that was the case.
Yeah,
but again,
you can also dive deeper into the meta with One Esports 2. Plays build rivalries of MPLI with the One Esports app. It's your one-stop destination for breaking news and exclusive interviews too with the athletes that is fighting for MPLI Throw, with hero guides and updates too that will keep you on track on your journey to mythical glory. Download it for free now on the Google Play and also Samsung Galaxy stores, exclusive to Samsung.
Again, that was game one. We saw a reverse sweep on our second match. Will it happen, or will it be a clean sweep? So, ladies and gentlemen, check out our community as well.
Yeah, you can also discuss what's going to happen in our community, in our One Esports community. You can join it in oneesports.gg/community, or scan the QR code on the bottom of Wolf there.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I told yesterday, I want you guys to join the community, because sometimes if you play well with the community, sometimes their good plays will be featured like on the Facebook page, on the Instagram page, on all of the socials of One Esports.
I mean, that's probably also a unique way to get into the pro scene, right? Because I've known at least a player, okay, he was highlighted in a YouTuber's content.
Okay.
And he is a pro player right now.
No.
I don't know if he...
You want to share the name?
I don't know if he is still, though. He's
Mind
still in
sharing
the
the
top
name?
league, but I believe it was a player for GPX back then.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So, you know.
Share the name.
No, I kind of forgot. I think it was Jay.
Oh, yeah.
He played Kushin.
G-E-Y.
G-E-Y-Y.
Yeah.
Played Assassin for a long time and has been playing some utility jungler probably right now. And we are going to wait for the second match or second game of Echo versus AP Bren. One game though doesn't really mean the end of the world for AP Bren. They still have a chance. Even if they lose the series 2-0, there's also still a chance in lower bracket finals against either HomeBois or RSGP-ish that we will also cast and watch in the second match or fourth match of the day.
Excited to see the draft though. What will be the changes? I think that limiting Carl TZ's heroes is the way to go. I kind of agree with that. Had they banned the Gwyn, I mean, I think that will be the most perfect.
Because I don't think Edith is a threat in his that much of a threat in their composition.
Honestly, they could have picked the Edith themselves.
Yeah.
Think about it. Like, you put the Art of the Rome, get the Edith as their X-Blade.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see here. I want to know what's in the minds of the coaches, or specifically, I want to know what is in the mind of Coach Tic Tac right now. Being in this position, one game away in securing grand finals.
Yeah. They're gonna play it by ear for sure. Like, when I say play by ear, they're just gonna adapt to what AP Bren is doing. As always has been the case for Echo. They are a team that the way that they draft is they don't really necessarily like pick up some pocket strategies or you know, cheese strats. They're more of a team where they just have 3 to 4 heroes per player, and they just, you know, shuffle around that depending on what they want to play.
They prepare and then low-key wing it.
Yeah, that's right.
In a sense.
It's like a well-oiled machine. Even in M4, I believe Call TZ in that 4-game stretch against Blacklist International that's already eliminated in MPLI 2023 played for Fredrin.
Yeah.
Even
4 times.
Yeah, 4 times, and it's resulted in 4 Ws. Doesn't really matter if you're quote-unquote boring. I don't really find it necessarily boring, but a lot of fans might be seeing it like that because same hero is, you know, you want to see more variety. But if it gives you the W, then what else matters? You are a pro player. Your end goal is to win championship.
Yeah. It can only be boring if you play it in a boring manner. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, even the most systematic plays look very boring on surface level, but if you dive deep, there's a lot of science behind that kind of gameplay.
Devils in the details, indeed.
And details is, you know, a thing that is Filipino teams mastered.
Yeah.
Even Coach Bonchan, I believe, in the recent interview with One Esports, said that a lot of ID teams are a lot of times brawling and they're not playing it at the macro level. But we are going to see, though, second game of this match of Echo versus AP Bren, the M2 champ versus the M4 champ. There's some changes already or not, and there you go. The limit to Call TZ's hero. Very on brand on what you said earlier, Wolf.
It could be the backshot first pick again for AP Bren. It makes a lot of sense in this particular game, and they don't have to worry about the Matilda anymore, maybe just the Faramis. So now Echo might consider banning out the Baxia instead of like giving away. But then again, you also, they banned the Bruno
again.
They want to, I think they want to go for another Guinevere play. So it's the Baxia. I think they want to go Guinevere in this game, in this slot together with the Faramis.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, Faramis is very strong in this match. And is Faramis prio over Valentina?
I think in the case, I think it should be the Valentina as the priority, especially without the Matilda. So it could be Valentina plus the Guinevere for Echo.
But if you pick Valentina right now for Echo, the value goes down if AP Bren didn't pick that Faramis. So there's still some plays or like some 200 IQ plays that can still
for
be
sure.
explored by Coach Tix and also Coach Fran. Whatever is the choice for Echo. Now, I want to ask you a question, Wolf. Is carry a threat or like a thing to really note for AP Bren right now?
For sure. It's an Echo special. It's Benecute's most played hero. There's the Arlet instead of the Valentina, which kind of means that AP Bren might be baited into picking that up. You know, the Valentina is decent going up against the Arlet because you have already the final slash. No matter what happens, you have a good ultimate to get. And of course, Few plays that hero so well. And apart from that, I think you go for the Faramis. Very nice choice.
Is to trick.
I think with the Faramis there, I think carry is less prone to be picked, right?
Yeah.
Surely, because range is a problem. And you don't really have that cover
I
anymore
am the
from Matilda and
priestess of
Faramis. That is
primal
too much for
lighting,
Benecuti
the hunter of all the evil gods.
use, and it's going to be a flex pick here for Edith. Can still be played by Ogre and
Carry,
also
I
Flap
think.
TZ.
Oh, they go Lilia instead. Well, it's the answer to the Faramis when it comes to dealing the damage. I'd say it's a 50-50 between the Faramis and the Lilia in the mid lane.
And I mean, Lilia, I think against Edith and Baksha is such an underrated hero, considering the low range that Baksha and Edith has. The slow effects that will be in Lilia as well can hinder their movement.
It's
so,
my way or the highway.
okay, second phase, will they just go all marksman ban here, gold laner ban?
Yeah. Well, they don't. Both of them, they don't have the marksman, but yeah, AP Bren should consider banning out the carry this time because that's an Echo special, which kind of makes it so that Irithel should be the choice for Echo because that still is available. So it's between carry and Irithel as the bans now for AP Bren. Or maybe they just ban out Irithel. They give up the carry, I think.
I think it's harder to play against Irithel than the carry at this point for AP Bren, considering you have Edith, you have Baksha.
But then what will AP Bren go for? Seeing the options now. Bruno?
They can still go for the higher. I think I kind of understand what they wanted to do with that hero. But you also still have
Sun rises when I give
clip.
the word.
Oh, nice ban. Very nice ban. So, that might force Echo to go for something like a Lapu Lapu or yeah, I'm thinking Lapu Lapu more for Echo. But also the Terizla is good.
Yeah, I think Terizla, for me, okay, I prefer Terizla because it's easier to land the AoE.
Time and tide wait for no one.
It's Lapu Lapu. Okay.
It depends on the two picks here because there's also a possibility that I go pick up a Benedetta if they have very weak backliners.
Yeah, true.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Sanford plays and main Benedetta, and I think he hasn't lost on that hero this tournament. Has been using it for a while, and I've cast a lot of it. He is probably the best Benedetta player in the tournament currently.
Yeah. Kind of makes me think that maybe AP Bren wants to put this Edith in the roam role and just get something like a Yu Zhang for Mr. Mr. Flap TZ. And for their marksman choice, I think the Clint looks good. This is a purified carrier. The safest choice definitely is the Faramis though.
I will what I see through my scope.
Oh, Gwen special! Excuse Moa. It is going to be a Leslie that is going to make its debut on MPLI 2023. Who would have thought? Even Wolf didn't mention it.
Whoa, nobody would have thought about this.
Yeah.
Lolita,
They will only make my blade sharper.
By
so
the
it's
way,
a roam Arlet.
It is going to be a roam Arlet here, but there are a lot of covers here, quote unquote, for Leslie. You have the Minotaur, Faramis, Netherrealm, right? Edith also can stop Benedetta.
So he really rests on Sanford's back, right? Because he's the only one probably that can pretty much bypass all of the CCs, all of the covers that's coming in towards the Leslie. This is probably one of the most prone to be picked or like prone to be picked off marksmen currently in the game. Very, very weak in the early game, especially if you don't have that Berserker's Fury just yet. Now, what are they cooking? Are they cooking something tasty or are they cooking something a bit more experimental just like the first game?
We'll have to see. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's a match point for Echo. Though, if AP Bren loses this one or they lost, they will not go home.
Oh man.
Just yet.
This is, yeah, you were talking about like April. Are they holding back? Are they hiding strats? I think their idea is to overload people with information instead of the heroes that they will pick up.
Now that is a 300 IQ play from AP Bren, but we are going to see how it will unfold in game number 2 of Echo versus AP Bren.
Let's see, spell check. Oh, early Purify popped by Q already here. And also an early sprint already here, and not even a minute into the game.
Yeah. I'll use Sanford very aggressive on this Benedetta. Well, in the mid lane, it's going to be Fioso's Ogre. It's all just to protect the Leslie. 4 protect 1 from AP Bren.
Okay.
What they wanted to do.
Gonna wait first. We're gonna suspend the whatchamacallit. No, that's not the right word. We're just gonna wait to like the action, the full action pack.
Suspense.
Yeah, there you go. That's the right word. I'm not good at
Attain the
English.
suspense.
English caster, by the way. You can see Hello Panda in the building. It's not Chef in the building anymore.
Hey!
I'm already embracing the meme. Like, you can say whatever you want with the
Exactly, man. Thank you. Thank you, Chef, for
I wanna like
create
talk
a,
about the let's talk about the game, Con. Okay. In terms of like the early objective setups, when Minotaur presumably and Arlott presumably doesn't have that level 4 yet, do you think which team does it favor to?
I think that the Faramis plus the Minotaur still is. I can say they are more favored in the first Turtle team fight, like Turtle 1, especially because they have the Baksha instead. So looking at Arlott plus the Lilia, like they do have a lot of damage, and there's a solid stun from the Arlott to go with that. But the fact is, it still is a Baksha, you know. It's a pretty strong trio, and especially when you have the NetherRealm, you're not that scared.
From Bakasi for AP Bren, so you gotta realize, man, even if you're a Filipino team, there's a lot of Indonesian fans out there. You are like probably the epitome of discipline. Even Falcon Ken back then said that one of the hardest things about going up against a Philippines team is the discipline, more over than anything. They're
That's
not
right.
forcing the issue, they only take what they can take. But at the same time, they're always looking for the perfect moment to be able to triumph against the opponent.
True. And
I think when it comes to discipline, probably both AP Bren and Echo, if you think about it, they're probably the least disciplined. No, I'm not saying that. I think the turn that I'm looking for is more aggressive compared to other like Filipino team.
Yeah, not like
Aggressive.
Blacklist discipline,
Not
right?
like- okay, so for example, if you compare, right, Blacklist is a non-aggressive, disciplined kind of team, right? TNC, for example, is a team that you can say that they're disciplined mainly because they're not that aggressive. They're like the opposite of Bren Esports as well as
a
Echo.
little bit of on the passive end.
Yeah, it's not even passive, but more like they're I guess the term is really passive.
Okay.
Compared to something like whatever the term is for the opposite of proactive or reactive. They're reactive kind of team.
Okay.
Right? When you look at Echo as well as AP Bren, they are aggressive and proactive at the same time, right? There still is some sort of discipline in there for sure, but they're on the extreme level of aggression compared to other teams.
Okay, so but with calculations, right?
Yeah, that's where the quote-unquote discipline comes in. Their calculation.
But I think I think proactive team, if they are better than the reactive team. Wait, no, that's of course, like if they are equally skilled than the reactive team, I think the proactive team wins. I think
for me, yes. I don't know if the other coaches agree with that, but at
maybe.
least for me, I do think that the team that's more proactive, for example, a proactive Bren
We just
will.
saw it. We just saw it just now.
Exactly. A proactive Bren will win against a reactive Bren or something like that.
Okay. Very interesting topic we discussed, but
jump back to the land of Dawn.
What is that skin from Leslie? Or maybe that just there's just
This
a
a new
painted skin? No, painted skin. The
Valentine's
wedding,
skin, is
wedding
it not?
fail one. Yeah.
Well, again, seeing the compositions of Echo here, this is one thing that I want to brought up, but let's focus on the top side first here. Sanford, eye for an eye. Ooh, man, that was a good one as well, as AP Bren did not find the break off. But yeah, composition-wise, Echo will somehow force AP Bren on towards the jungles here.
Yeah.
It's such a good composition if they fight in the jungles. Right, Lilia, Arlet, and AP Bren, they need to not go into the jungle. carve, though, still able to get out of that. After Blitz, the turtle, see Flap finding one. Oh, JP Sanford looking to zone. Red Team battle and will fall to Carl. Now Echo will just hit and run this, but AP Bren, will they force a fight? Seems like, oh, the re-engage, the setup. Ogwen will fall as well. As you can see here, Echo, they will find the collapse view out of position, falls as well. And it was 0 for 0, and now it's 3 for Echo.
Kind of like looking at an orchestra. That is symphony at its finest. My goodness gracious, what a combo. The Violet Requiem combined with the Electro-Final Blow from Sanford. This guy plays a mean Benedetta Wolf.
And definitely Echo back at their Echo Express ways. And this is the Avengers-esque kind of gameplay that we know. Their own superhero landings. carve goes in with the ultimate, knocks up people, and then goes Sanford with the Petrify. You see Sanji also outplaying AP Bren, and then JP as well. You see Echo. This is them assembling.
For sure,
like
for sure.
They're not going all together at the same time. They're doing one after the other, laying it like a cake and making it so cinematic for us.
I mean, if you're one of the greatest micro team of all time, you can do whatever you want and still get the W. But if I were to put money on who's going to be the MVP, I think it's going to be Sanford, man. Like, this guy has the potential to make a play in a team fight, also make a play in the far lane. And Super Marco, very, very vulnerable.
Yep, Ogwen now still holding on. He has the flicker and minion fury. Will he invest in that? Let's see, Echo taking their time repositioning as well. And it is a 5-man Echo earlier on the bottom side of the map. But looking at the rotation, seems like they will give, well, no, Benedetta will rotate towards the top side. So now Echo will invest in 4 men in the bottom side of the map. But no, they will have space here to not engage in business.
And just look at it, like the vulnerability of a Leslie already showing the very first minutes of the game as they pop up the ultimate to get more vision for the objective take.
It's a 4-man versus 3 now. And carve will secure the Lord Turtle rather, and you can see here the knockup will be enough to find Ogwen with the help of Imbiru, Splash, and Betty though in trouble now. The backside will be taken out. Q also low and out of the game. Marco will be taken out as well as JP now will survive with the covers and carve isolated, taken out. Carl with the double. Under the turret now, Sanford, good! Eye for an eye! Great display of mechanics. Sanford now, though, will fall, and Ogwen finds the shutdown.
5-1-1, Wolf.
You could argue that that was a shutdown, right? That should be like a wasted opportunity whatsoever, but that's just onto the 2 supports of AP Bren. They were the ones who got the shutdown gold or shutdown XP as well. And Echo are very happy with that because now what they can do is to eventually be aggressive. They took a lot of time away from the farming cores of AP Bren, and they took so much in the early stages. 2.7k at 5 minutes, and they have the Radiant Armor now on carve. He's not going to be afraid at all.
carve though, looking for an angle in the backside. Good cover. Benny will reposition. AP Bren with that, they will just back off.
I mean, what do you do as a Leslie? In terms of like utility, like in the high ground potential battle, you can't really protect your turrets like Beatrix does, like even Moskov does. But even in the damage term, in the early game, you're not doing anything at all.
Okay, Sanford here will look for a kill. Oh, that was a steal and a knockup as well! carve out of the game. Now, Pooper Marco petrified, flickers out of the way, but no, he will fall here surely. Kyle TZ taken out, but the good cover is Sanford.
Oh, no,
Misses
Marco.
that one, and JP taken out. Kyle TZ low, but Super Marco was isolated and taken out. Echo standing with 4, but AP Bren will have to be satisfied with 3.
I said earlier, Wolf, they're bringing the Indonesian game to MPLI. Already 13 kills in 6 minutes. But it is to be expected though, like on how weak the early game of AT Bren with this kind of composition.
Oh my goodness. All right, so we already talked about the Radiant Armor, right? So it's going to be great versus Lab versus Few in some way against Kyle TZ. But now JP with the Twilight Armor, the typical counter to the Leslie. Sanford pushing the lane while forcing out Few. That is how you play the Benedetta, so calculated.
One-man team. Well, not really. Everybody's performing, but Sanford is doing God's work for Echo.
Oh
doing
my
more!
God!
Another engagement, another kill. And Echo, this game, also in the first game, man, they are on a roll.
Leslie can't even get some farm in the bottom lane without being taken out. Kyle TZ far too aggressive. Definitely punished.
Man, that's a little bit too overzealous.
That's right.
For sure,
But
for
Echo
sure.
still maintaining pressure on the other side of the map.
I mean, so far, Kyle TZ has been smart fella, but that was definitely a fart smeller.
And well, now we can see the Echo with the player coming off from Sanford. He literally just pushed in the middle and then for some reason was already able to force out Super Marco. Knowing that Super Marco didn't have the flicker, it means that JP can just commit his own flicker, go for the final slash as well as the vengeance, and then you have the follow from Sanford for enough damage to take out this Leslie. The gambits that AP Bren are doing in the past 2 games, it ain't working.
I am very curious on what Super Marco already secured in his bag for his items. Does he even have one? I think I'm...
At 8 minutes, you probably have one,
Yeah,
right?
probably have one, but I think at this point, rushing a Wind of Nature just to get out of the Sanford's danger zone is a good idea, right? Even though you don't deal a lot of damage, it adds a layer of surprise to Sanford.
But you have to think about Kyle TZ too. That's
Yeah.
magic damage that you're talking about. I don't think the Wind of Nature rush will give them anything. If anything, I think Haskell's probably, you know, that
more.
tech pick on the Haskell's probably is the better economic way to do it. But I think that AP Bren should just focus on just weathering the storm. Just like in game number 1, what they need to do is to get to the 23-minute mark.
Oh my goodness, let's see here.
That's
let's
asking
see.
too much
It's
once
the only
again.
win condition that I can see now.
In 9 minutes.
6,000, man. 6,000
Yeah.
goal lead.
Once again, I think Echo is racing against the clock with 1k gold per minute advantage. They're looking to extend it much more with Sanji already wreaking havoc all by himself, as you said. Whoa, he has the highlights.
Up here. Oh my goodness! Bursted down. The Minotaur will
man.
not survive that one. Ogwen does not even have time to pop his own flicker.
I mean, what do you do at this point? Like the beef that it's supposed to be beefy, it's not.
Yeah, well, he faced up against 5 members of Echo. And the worst thing about this is that he actually had a kill streak. He had a killing spree. That was shut down gold. That's a lot of gold that was given to Benny Cutie.
Oh my lord.
That's the worst part of it.
Out of all members. Sanford,
Super
no.
Marco
No
with
way.
the petrify as well.
You're
Final
not getting
blow,
away with
and
that.
Thank goodness Sanford will survive. And Echo will crack it.
Literally 1 second from the ultimate of Super Marco, and he gets one shot by Benny Cutie.
That was, Call TZ now, knocking one, and that's just a free kill. Benny, Nibiru's bashing now, looking for the baser in the mid side. Sanji quite low though, will not pop the black shoes, as a flap will be the trade. It's a 3-for-1, well, it's a 1-for-1 from the earlier skirmish, but 2 basers, all 3 rather, will fall.
I mean, the whole Echo team should be jailed with all the crimes that have been committed in this game. How are you getting away with an offense as much as that? Sanford, that was a solid, like, I don't know, 4 seconds in the opponent's base, and somehow you're getting away scot-free and getting a kill towards Benny the Sniper.
And Benny Cutie is 3.8k gold above
man.
his opponent. Super Marco, this is the time The only time where he was able to get the Blade of Despair at 11 minutes, and that's the second item only on that Leslie.
Yeah, I think I can get the choice of Blade of Despair there. That's more of a Hail Mary item, right? So you're expecting yourself to play the best game possible and evading all the incoming attacks while still doing the damage. But is that going to be enough
The replay.
against a team that is
You can see the replay.
as good as this? Like,
I can see. Watch out for. Ooh, it's just literally just them dealing the damage.
Yeah.
It's just that. And of course, even after the Paramis will be taken out easily. A double kill for the Beatrix for easiest one to land actually to get 10.4K.
I mean, they've been doing the fancy stuff in the first 12 minutes of the game. I don't think they need to do a lot more fancy stuff to be able to win the game. They're just gonna take the Lord without any contest. Because if they're contesting, I think that's gonna backfire for sure.
Too easy.
Yeah.
For Echo now. And I can see that Echo just, I don't know, they might have just been revitalized at this point. This is not the Echo that we saw.
Yes.
From MPL playoffs.
And this is also not the AP brand that we saw in MPL playoffs.
Exactly. And this is also not the Echo that we saw from the group stages. Not at all the first stages. They're different beasts today.
Seems like they will now look for the end with this Lord for Kaltizi. Doesn't find the knockup, but they will find the final slash onwards flap. Echo again of taking their time here. Another round pops. Sanford in the front side looking for a kill. Does not find it for Kaltizi. Will not soak enough damage as the base to expose a Minion Fury for nothing. And Echo, they will send AP Bren down to the lower brackets.
Echo took Bren to the sea. And there's a reason that they are the apex predator of the ocean. M4 Champ strikes and secures grand final of MPLI 2023. Carl TZ and the whole Echo crew is looking at another silverware.
Game 1 for the side of AP Bren, definitely because of the draft, I would say, because of the gamble. But for all, it can also be said for game number 2, winning for the Leslie, despite the fact that there's already an Arlott on the opponent's side. There's already the Guinevere. There's so much jump and dive. Like, Echo already drafted in the first few stages of the drafting phase, but they still went for the Leslie. The Minotaur wasn't enough to save that hero, and that was very clear.
And again, for the second time in the series, Bren, they drafted a very complex draft. It's very tough to pull that one off. And meanwhile, Echo, they're sticking to their comforts. They managed to find their early wins, and it's just quote-unquote easy from them and there, just maintaining pressure, maintaining discipline, and that is Echo clean sweeping AP Bren.
Just insanely clean game. But we are going to see what they have to say with Bude Clara and Rose on the stage. Take it away.
The Orcas takes the first grand final slot in MPLI 2023, dropping AP Bren to the lower bracket.
Dan akhirnya sang paus di sini Echo berhasil menurunkan AP Bren, dan mereka mendapatkan satu slot grand final. You guys, congratulations for the slot for the grand final, and you guys break the win streak of AP Bren. How this strength come from?
Okay, hi guys. Clara said, since nasira nyo yung win streak ng AP Bren for this MPLI, saan ang galing yung lakas nyo?
Sa mga basher daw po, sabi ni Ford.
What? Sino ay sabi?
Sanford.
Oh, sabi ni Sanford. Okay. You asked where they got their strength, right? They said they got the strength from the people that have been bashing them, according to Sanford. That's what Sanford said.
Oh gitu, jadi dari orang-orang yang menganggap sebelah mata untuk tim Echo pada Sanford.
I mean, I agree though. Sanford was on fire this game.
Oh yes, everyone is screaming Sanford name in talent room as well.
Yes,
Our
exactly.
friends there.
Mirko is hyped up at the backstage and he's like, Sanford, the best EXP laner. That's what Mirko said, right? Okay guys, so next up, ngayon na grand finalist na kayo. Okay, you guys will be waiting for one more team na kakalabanin nyo bukas. So, sino? May tatlo pa tayong team na natitira. There is AP Bren still in the game. There's RSG Philippines. And of course, there is HomeBois. So, sino mas gusto nyo makalaban bukas?
RSG or Bren po, basta wag lang po HomeBois.
Hello, but wag!
Para page versus page po.
So, I asked, there are still 3 teams in the competition that they will be potentially meeting in the grand finals. And it's AP Bren, RSG Philippines, and HomeBois. Who do they want to meet in the grand finals? And Sanford said he's okay with both AP Bren and RSG Philippines. He doesn't want to meet HomeBois. Why? Because he just wants a Philippine versus Philippine grand finals.
Pinas lang malangkas.
Pinas lang malakas.
Jadi mereka emang kalau ditanya mau ketemu siapa, ingin bersama siapa di grand final, mau siapapun asal tim Filipina, it's okay karena Philippines pride. But for this match, for this tournament, MPLI, do you guys any special feeling because probably you guys facing a big teams as well from the Philippines and you guys want to prove something? What is the biggest motivation for you guys until today?
Siguro po sobrang nanggigil po kami lalo kasi sobrang dami po nagda-doubt sa amin ngayon. So, shout sa inyo. Dito na naman kami.
Wow, okay. So I'm pretty sure you guys have seen the comments online that has been made towards Echo, especially in MPL Philippines, and especially the fact that they did not qualify for M5. So they felt extra motivated because, I don't know how to say it in English, gram? They feel extra gram with the people, gigil, okay, is what the Filipinos call it, because people have been doubting them. And they said, we're here again in the grand finals.
Yeah, they proved themselves here. Dan kata mereka memang, mereka benar-benar ingin membuktikan kepada orang-orang yang ngetik di sosial media yang berkata-kata tentang mereka dan sedikit bertanya tentang kemampuan Echo. Dan Echo di sini, mereka benar-benar ingin membuktikan sesuatu dan they did it.
Yes, the Orcas did it once again. All right, so I'm pretty sure these guys are tired. It's late, and we also have another match later on to witness. So guys, I'm gonna send you guys off. Thank you so much, and congratulations on your win and in ending AP Bren's win streak this MPLI. All right, guys, let us show it over to the casters to find out what happened in the first clean sweep today against AP Bren. So, casters, take it away.
Absolute domination from the Orcas 2-0 without any answer whatsoever from AP Bren, who we thought, the three of us thought that AP Bren would win this match, but it turns out the motivation, the hate comments online was the fuel to the fire for Echo.
Yeah, inspired them. Being the Filipino here, I think I have to add more color to what Carl TZ said because just the raw translation might not be enough. And the story here is, Echo has been riddled with so many hateful comments in the past 3 weeks. They didn't even catch a break. Even until, especially when they lost against BTR, everybody was just flaming Echo all the time. That's why the weight of what Carl TZ said in that interview, it has a lot more weight to it. It's very hefty. It's a heavy heart that he is bringing now, and now they're back in the grand finals. That is how important that statement was from Carl TZ.
The MVP might be Sanford, but the bombardment from the hate comments was mostly towards JP, right? Call him playoff P, the way he's performing right now. But yeah, Wolf 6-2-5. The KDA doesn't really depict what Sanford has done in this match and game.
And interestingly, he went for the Dragons here. I'm not entirely sure if this is a build that he did just because they're snowballing anyway. So he did have the license to go aggressive. But what I do want to take note of is the Radiant Armor as well as the Twilight Armor. There was zero chance that the entirety of Echo gave any chance to Leslie. Ever since it's not a revamp, but more like a rewind or a recall to this unique effect of the Twilight Armor. Ever since then, Leslie has not seen the light of day.
There was a very major change for Leslie, especially minor but major. But yeah, I mean, if you talk about the highlights, it's as dominating, if not more dominating than the first game. As the first game.
You could have gone a very safe route with an Irthel, right? Maybe it doesn't really deal that much damage in the late game compared to the one burst shot of Leslie, but in terms of safety, in terms of like the thing that she offers, I think it's definitely a better pick in this game. But you see the highlights over and over again. Sanford being the nuisance, being the pest from AP Bren. Absolutely dominating the game, 69% kill participation, very nice as well. And this is one of the moments where Super Marco was actually doing a really good job to get away, but it is at the end of the day a Leslie.
Nothing else you can do after that tactical repositioning. And of course, Caltisi being so much on point, they went in for this kill. And this one, look at Benny Cutie with the snipe. Oh my goodness.
Out of camera. Doesn't really matter. Still a highlight from the House of Highlights themselves. Going back to its prime form for this performance. This is probably the last, no, it's not the last push. This is the time where Echo is very disciplined. Going for another Lord instead of ending the game. Even though I think if they want to risk it, they could have.
And Echo is a team that is willing to pick up the Beatrix when there is a Faramis on the opposing end. You saw in that last highlight where when the Faramis Netherrealm was activated, they just literally popped the Nibiru's Passion. And what it does is that it chunks all of the shield away. And now you're stunned. So that means it's a free setup for teams. I mean, of course, you're invulnerable for a second, but that means that the setup that can follow is easily, easily doable for Echo, especially with the benefit they have. It's like a free stun in a way after the Netherrealm. That's why they pick up this Beatrix.
And that's also that you need to know that this Faramis sometimes can backfire in your composition.
That's
Perhaps
right.
that's why Valentina is slightly more prio.
Yep.
You're right.
And of course, this itemization from Echo. First item on the Twilight Armor. Surely you'll see Athena Shield first, but literally the first item for JP was the Twilight Armor. And of course, a lot of Radiant Armors with Carl TC getting it for the first for Echo and for Sanford. There was a 3.8k gold advantage between just the gold laners at a certain point in this game. That is
crazy.
Oh my god.
2 full items, you think about it. And Ogwen and Super Marco, unfortunately, trailed behind Benny Cutie the entirety of this game. Only had the second item, the Blade of Despair, at 12 minutes in. And there's really nothing that AP Bren was able to get. 0 turrets, 0 turtles, 0 lords.
Oh man,
maybe some towers, but wasn't enough. A one-sided affair. Echo. It looks more disgusting the more that you look at the stats.
Yeah, I don't think ever since I watched MLBB, I've ever seen in a match where a team wasn't able to get any objective whatsoever in 2-match series. This is disgusting from Echo. And if you look earlier, one of the things that really signed that Echo was snowballing was Super Marco going for Heptasis instead of sustain items because he wants to go for more Brenner shots, and that's usually what Beatrix does. And Ogwen, in the early game, he was prioritizing the Athena shield and Blast of the Oasis. That is why the cow is just a Wagyu that Echo eats.
The cow is just a Wagyu. It's a bull one. Bulldog.
Ah, man. It is very unfortunate. We know for sure that something like Leslie, it looks good on paper going up against the Beatrix. But you still have to consider, even when you have the Minotaur, this is Benedetta, this is Guinevere, this is Arlott. Imagine the amount of dive between those 3 heroes. If you survive from one jump, there's another. If you survive miraculously 2 jumps, then there's another one that you have to think about.
I mean, look at the goal difference over time. This is kind of symbolic too. It's like AP Bren going down in the sea, right? Because Echo is also blue in this case. They're just waiting for the Orca
I see where you're
to
getting at.
absolutely butcher them in their own territory. No, like there's no red to be seen. And also, there's no like going up anything. no signs of
life.
Yeah, no signs of life. No signs of comeback at all.
Yeah, taking AP Bren to their element, right? Under the sea, Apex Predator style.
Yeah, that was not a good news for AP Bren fan, but you know what? What's the good news? Especially for the guys here in Basketball Hall Senayan, Jakarta. There is also an activity outside of our arena. You can also guess the hero, guess the items to get more diamonds or even more prizes waiting for
by
you.
the way.
What?
That's a plus point. You can meet Chefin.
No, you can meet Wolf.
No, you can meet Miracle.
Oh,
Miracle.
yeah, you're right. Or maybe Eterna, if you're... Yeah.
Meet Eterna as well.
Or maybe Rashi, if you're a weeb.
Is he a weeb? His name is so much of a weeb. You know?
Yeah, he is. Isel and also Warlord, even Barbosa, and antagonist in the analyst scene as well. But yeah, we're going to see how it will unfold in the next match.
Yes.
And what's next for us, Gani?
We need to take a break because we need to eat a lot of Hello Pandas.
Oh yeah, we're going to eat a lot of Hello Pandas. Not the pandas, the Halo Pandas, because pandas are almost extinct. We're going to see the next match in a second, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for the next match.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di Big Round kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Hi, I'm Carl Dizzy. Hi, I'm Zon.
Hey guys, this is Rose.
Hi guys, this is MP the King.
This is One Esports 15 Seconds Hero Challenge.
Hi Grill, Arlord, Lilia, Eve, 11, Bruno, Irital, Brody, what else? Joy. Oh my god. And then, oh my god.
Laila Balmon, Saber, Silong, Guinevere, Savior, Joy,
Fanny, Ling, Hayabusa, Pedrin, Baksha, Akai,
Alpha, Benedetta, Kari, Lunox, Hayabusa, Penny, Ling, Hanzo, Chao, Tiny Tigril, Kufra, Renko.
Angela, Estes, Guinevere, Rafaela, Matilda, Mia, Laila, Saber, Balmont, Tigril, Yuzong, Lancelot, Odette, Fanny, Ling, Huska.
Mia, Laila, Balmont, Ting, Lance, Nolan, Joy, Eve, Farsa, Valen, Kadita, Tirisla, Xboard, Derot, Bruno, Eritel, Brody,
Eudora, Farsa, Selena, Valentina, Franco, Beleric, Laila, Guinevere, Fanny, Ling, Nolan, Joy, Federine, Akay, Baksha, Arlot, Terisla,
Odette, Matilda, Fanny, Carrie, Granger, Roger, Bane, Eudora, Nana, Esmeralda, Bruno, Melissa, Carrie, Moskov, Isan Shin, Yuzong, Paquito, Bellman. Let's go!
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat mau papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Actually, I got it from Google.
My IGN came from my name because my name is Benedict and my nickname is Ben. I just added cutie because I think it's cute.
The analyst from my past team, he's a Dota player and I idolize Aki, so he asked me to put TV on my name. I just changed it a little bit so it doesn't look like a copycat.
Ken is my name. I just add Super Ken because when I play in MPL, I saw player named Ken also in Myanmar from Falcon.
My first name is not just Ran. My first name is Ran. I got the name from some kind of player also, and I like the name. It's too cute, you know. So Ran is cute. But not usually cute.
Like the famous expression, I just add extra W because when one W, it's not that low. It's not looking good.
Actually, there's no meaning because actually I got it from Google. That time I want to find some cool name that people never use. Then I type at Google. When I look at the zone, I think no one's yet used the name.
There's no meaning to it. When I was a kid, I played a different game, and I wanted to pick a name out, and as a kid, I just named myself whatever I want. It was just best player one. So then, as I grew up, I just stuck with the name.
It's because I used to play another game. It's called League of Legends, and then at the time when I was playing, my idol was Faker. So the casters called him like Unkillable Demon King. So the demon I got from him, and then the kite just macro and micro from League of Legends. Just the way players call it, like kiting like that. MP because Michael Pacquiao, because they said they look like Michael Pacquiao, the son of Manny Pacquiao. That's why they call me MP, and I just find it good and just added the king. That's why.
sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Hi, I'm Carly.
Hi, I'm Zon.
Hey guys, this is Rose.
Hi guys, this is MP the King.
This is one Esports 15 seconds hero challenge.
Hi Grill, our Lord, Lilia, Eve, 11, Bruno, Irital, Brody, what else? Joy. Oh my god. And then, oh my god.
Laila, Balmond, Saber, Silong, Guinevere, Savior, Joy, Fanny, Ling, Hayabusa, Pedrin, Baksha, Akai,
Alpha, Benedetta, Kari, Lunox, Hayabusa, Penny, Ling, Hanzo, Chao, Tiny Tigril, Kufra, Renko.
Angela, Estes, Guinevere, Rafaela, Matilda, Mia, Laila, Saber, Balmond, Tigril, Yuzong, Lancelot, Odette, Fanny, Ling, Huska.
Mia, Laida, Balmond, Ting, Lance, Nolan, Joy, Eve, Farsa, Valen, Kadita, Tirisla, Xboard, Derot, Bruno, Eritel, Brody,
Eudora, Farsa, Selena, Valentina, Franco, Beleric, Laila, Guinevere, Fanny, Ling, Nolan, Joy, Federine, Akay, Baksha, Arlot, Terisla,
Odette, Matilda, Fanny, Carrie, Granger, Roger, Bane, Eudora, Nana, Esmeralda, Bruno, Melissa, Carrie, Moskov, Isan Shin, Yuzong, Paquito, Bellman. Let's go!
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Actually, I got it from Google.
My IGN came from my name because my name is Benedict and my nickname is Ben. I just added cutie because I think it's cute.
The analyst from my past team, he's a Dota player and I idolize Aki, so he asked me to put TZ on my name. I just changed it a little bit so it doesn't look like a copycat.
Ken is my name. I just add Super Ken because when I play in MPL, I saw player named Ken also in Myanmar from Falcon.
My first name is not just Ran. My first name is Ran. I got the name from some kind of player also, and I like the name. It's too cute, you know. So Ran is cute, but not really cute.
Like the famous expression, I just add extra W because when one W, it's not that low. It's not looking good.
Actually, there's no meaning because actually I got it from Google. That time I want to find some cool name that people never use. Then I type at Google. When I look at the zone, I think no one's yet used the name.
There's no meaning to it. When I was a kid, I played a different game, and I wanted to pick a name out. And as a kid, I just named myself whatever I want. It was just best player one. So then, as I grew up, I just stuck with the name.
It's because I used to play another game. It's called League of Legends, and then at the time when I was playing, my idol was Faker. So the casters called him like Unkillable Demon King. So the demon I get from him, and then the kite just macro and micro from League of Legends. Just the way players call it, like kiting like that.
MP because Michael Pacquiao, because they said they look like Michael Pacquiao, the son of Manny Pacquiao. That's why they call me MP, and I just find it good and just added the king. That's why.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Bin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Hi, I'm Carl Dizzy.
Hi, I'm Zon.
Hey guys, this is Rose.
Hi guys, this is MP the King.
This is One Esports 15 Seconds Hero Challenge.
Hi Grill, Our Lord, Lilia, Eve, 11, Bruno, Irital, Brody, what else? Joy. Oh my god. And then, oh my god.
Laila, Balmond, Saber, Silong, Guinevere, Savior, Joy, Fanny, Ling, Hayabusa, Pedrin, Baksha, Akai,
Alpha, Benedetta, Kari, Lunox, Hayabusa, Fanny, Ling, Hanzo, Chao, Fanny, Tigril, Kufra, Renko.
Angela, Estes, Guinevere, Rafaela, Matilda, Mia, Laila, Saber, Balmond, Tigril, Yuzong, Lancelot, Odette, Fanny, Ling, Huska.
Mia, Laida, Balmond, Ting, Lance, Nolan, Joy, Eve, Farsa, Valen, Kadita, Tirisla, Xboard, Derot, Bruno, Eritel, Brody,
Eudora, Farsa, Selena, Valentina, Franco, Beleric, Laila, Guinevere, Fanny, Ling, Nolan, Joy, Federine, Akay, Baksha, Arlot, Terisla.
Odette, Matilda, Fanny, Carrie, Granger, Roger, Bane, Eudora, Nana, Esmeralda, Bruno, Melissa, Carrie, Moskov, Isan Shin, Yuzong, Paquito, Bellman. Let's go!
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih yang bener-bener aja lah.
Actually, I got it from Google.
By IG and came from my name because my name is Benedict and my nickname is Ben. I just added cutie because I think it's cute.
The analyst from my past team, he's a Dota player and I idolize Aki, so he asked me to put TZ on my name. I just changed it a little bit so it doesn't look like a copycat.
Ken is my name. I just add Super Ken because when I play in MPL, I saw player named Ken also in Myanmar from Falcon.
My first name is not just Ran. My first name is Ran. I got the name from some kind of player also, and I like the name. It's too cute, you know. So Ran is cute. But not usually cute.
Like the famous expression, I just add extra W because when one W, it's not that low. It's not looking good.
Actually, there's no meaning because actually I got it from Google. That time I want to find some cool name that people never use. Then I type at Google. When I look at the zone, I think no one's yet used the name.
There's no meaning to it. When I was a kid, I played a different game, and I wanted to pick a name out. And as a kid, I just named myself whatever I want. It was just best player one. So then, as I grew up, I just stuck with the name.
It's because I used to play another game. It's called League of Legends, and then at the time when I was playing, my idol was Faker. So the casters called him like Unkillable Demon King. So the demon I got from him, and then the kite just macro and micro from League of Legends. Just the way players call it, like kiting like that.
MP because Michael Pacquiao, Michael Pacquiao, because they said I look like Michael Pacquiao, the son of Manny Pacquiao. That's why they call me MP, and I just find it good and just added the king. That's why.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya.
Hi, I'm Zon.
Hey guys, this is Rose.
Hi guys, this is MP the King.
This is one Esports 15 seconds hero challenge.
Hi Grill, Our Lord, Lilia, Eve, 11, Bruno, Irital, Brody, what else? Joy. Oh my god. And then, oh my god.
Laila, Balmond, Saber, Silong, Guinevere, Xavier, Joy, Fanny, Ling, Hayabusa, Pedrin, Baksha, Akai,
Alpha, Benedetta, Kari, Lunox, Hayabusa, Penny, Ling, Hanzo, Chao, Tiny Tigril, Kufra, Renko.
Angela, Estes, Guinevere, Rafaela, Matilda, Mia, Laila, Saber, Balmond, Tigril, Yuzong, Lancelot, Odette, Fanny, Ling, Huska.
Mia, Laida, Balmond, Ting, Lance, Nolan, Joy, Eve, Farsa, Valen, Kadita, Tirisla, Xboard, Birot, Bruno, Eritel, Brody,
Eudora, Farsa, Selena, Valentina, Franco, Beleric, Laila, Guinevere, Fanny, Ling, Nolan, Joy, Federine, Akay, Baksha, Arlot, Terisla,
Odette, Matilda, Fanny, Carrie, Granger, Roger, Bane, Eudora, Nana, Esmeralda, Bruno, Melissa, Carrie, Moskov, Yisan Shin, Yuzong, Paquito, Bellman. Let's go!
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Actually, I got it from Google.
My IGN came from my name because my name is Benedict and my nickname is Ben. I just added cutie because I think it's cute.
The analyst from my past team, he's a Dota player and I idolize Aki, so he asked me to put TZ on my name. I just changed it a little bit so it doesn't look like a copycat.
Ken is my name. I just add Super Ken because when I play in MPL, I saw player named Ken also in Myanmar from Falcon.
My first name is not just Ran. My first name is Ran. I got the name from some kind of player also, and I like the name. It's too cute, you know. So Ran is cute. But not usually cute.
Like the famous expression, I just add extra W because when one W, it's not that low. It's not looking good.
Actually, there's no meaning because actually I got it from Google. That time I want to find some cool name that people never use. Then I type at Google. When I look at the zone, I think no one's yet used the name.
There's no meaning to it. When I was a kid, I played a different game, and I wanted to pick a name out. And as a kid, I just named myself whatever I want. It was just best player one. So then, as I grew up, I just stuck with the name.
It's because I used to play another game. It's called League of Legends, and then at the time when I was playing, my idol was Faker. So the casters called him like Unkillable Demon King. So the demon I got from him, and then the kite just macro and micro from League of Legends. Just the way players call it, like kiting like that.
MP because Michael Pacquiao, Michael Pacquiao, because they said I look like Michael Pacquiao, the son of Manny Pacquiao. That's why they call me MP. and I just find it good and just added the king. That's why.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Bin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Hi, I'm Carl Dizzy.
Hi, I'm Zon.
Hey guys, this is Rose.
Hi guys, this is MP the King.
This is one Esports 15 seconds hero challenge.
Hi Grill, our Lord, Lilia, Eve, 11, Bruno, Irital, Brody, what else? Joy. Oh my god. And then, oh my god.
Laila, Balmond, Saber, Silong, Guinevere, Xavier, Joy, Fanny, Ling, Hayabusa, Pedrin, Baksha, Akai,
Alpha, Benedetta, Kari, Lunox, Hayabusa, Penny, Ling, Hanzo, Chao, Seni, Tigril, Kufra, Renko.
Angela, Estes, Guinevere, Rafaela, Matilda, Mia, Laila, Saber, Balmond, Tigril, Yuzong, Lancelot, Odette, Fanny, Ling, Huska.
Mia, Laila, Balmond, Ting, Lance, Nolan, Joy, Eve, Farsa, Valen, Kadita, Tirisla, Xboard, Derot, Bruno, Eritel, Brody,
Eudora, Farsa, Selena, Valentina, Franco, Beleric, Laila, Guinevere, Fanny, Ling, Nolan, Joy, Federine, Akay, Baksha, Arlot, Terisla,
Odette, Matilda, Fanny, Carrie, Granger, Roger, Bane, Eudora, Nana, Esmeralda, Bruno, Melissa, Carrie, Moskov, Yisan Shin, Yuzong, Paquito, Bellman. Let's go!
Sempet down karena kayak hal yang aku suka itu ternyata orang tua tuh kayak lebih khawatir kali ya. Aku sih lihat malah papa tuh nggak suka, ngapain sih, yang bener-bener aja lah.
Actually, I got it from Google.
My IGN came from my name because my name is Benedict and my nickname is Ben. I just added cutie because I think it's cute.
The analyst analyst from my past team. He's a Dota player and I idolize Aki, so he asked me to put TZ on my name. I just changed it a little bit so it doesn't look like a copycat.
Ken is my name. I just add Super Ken because when I play in MPL, I saw player named Ken also in Myanmar from Falcon.
My first name is not just Ran. My first name is Ram. I got the name from some kind of player also, and I like the name. It's too cute, you know. So Ran is cute. But not usually cute. Like the famous expression, I just add extra W because when one W, it's not that low. It's not looking good.
Actually, there's no meaning because actually I got it from Google. That time I want to find some cool name that people never use. Then I type at Google. When I look at the zone, I think no one's yet used the name.
There's no meaning to it. When I was a kid, I played a different game, and I wanted to pick a name out, and as a kid, I just named myself whatever I want. It was just best player one. So then, as I grew up, I just stuck with the name.
It's because I used to play another game. It's called League of Legends, and then at the time when I was playing, my idol was Faker. So the casters called him like Unkillable Demon King. So the demon I got from him, and then the kite just macro and micro from League of Legends. Just the way players call it, like kiting like that.
MP because Michael Pacquiao, Michael Pacquiao, because they said they look like Michael Pacquiao, the son of Manny Pacquiao. That's why they call me MP, and I just find it good and just added the king. That's why.
Sosok leader juga ada di dalam tubuh dia, yang mana di background kita susah cari sosok seperti Vin.
Ya ini kesempatan yang bagus buat Araki sama gue buat move on lah.
Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, semua suka biskuitnya. Biskuitnya enak, isinya lezat, rasa coklat dan strawberry. Hello panda, biskuit isi yang enak.
Hi, I'm currently Easy.
Hi, I'm Zon.
Hey guys, this is Rose.
Hi guys, this is MP the King.
This is One Esports 15 Seconds Hero Challenge.
Hi Grill, Our Lord, Lilia, Eve, 11, Bruno, Irital, Brody, what else? Joy. Oh my god. And then, oh my god.
Laila, Balmond, Saber, Silong, Guinevere, Savior, Joy, Fanny, Ling, Hayabusa, Pedrin, Baksha, Akai,
Alpha, Benedetta, Kari, Lunox, Hayabusa, Fanny, Ling, Hanzo, Chao, Fanny, Tigril, Kufra, Renko.
Angela, Estes, Guinevere, Rafaela, Matilda, Mia, Lyra, Saber, Valmont, Tigreal, Yuzong, Lancelot, Odette, Fanny, Ling, Huska.
Mia, Lyra, Balmont, Ting, Lance, Nolan, Joy, Eve, Parsa, Valen, Kadita, Tirisla, Xboard, Derot, Bruno, Eritel, Brody,
Eudora, Farsa, Selena, Valentina, Franco, Beleric, Laila, Guinevere, Fanny, Ling, Nolan, Joy, Federine, Akay, Baksha, Arlot, Terisla,
Odette, Matilda, Fanny, Carrie, Granger, Roger, Bane, Eudora, Nana, Esmeralda, Bruno, Melissa, Carrie, Moskov, Isan Shin, Yuzong, Paquito, Bellman. Let's go! Welcome back to MPLI 2023. You're still with me, Rose and Clara, and now we will be witnessing the final match of the day. Another lower bracket matchup, and this time it will be between HomeBois and RSG Philippines.
Selamat datang kembali tentunya di MPLI 2023 di mana kita akan menuju ke match terakhir, match penutupan untuk knockout stage hari yang kedua di mana akan mempertemukan satu region selain Filipina yaitu Malaysian Pride, HomeBois dan juga tim RSGPA berasal dari Philippines. Lagi, di sini kita akan menyaksikan satu tim yang harus tereliminasi jika mereka kalah.
Yes, indeed. The team that wins will make it into the top 3 of MPLI, and the team that loses will have to say goodbye to the MPLI stage. But before anything, and if you guys remember, I mentioned that when Demon Kite was in RSG Malaysia, they have not won a game against HomeBois. Will RSG once again fall to the hands of HomeBois, or will it be a Filipino Grand Finals tomorrow?
Tentu semua akan bertanya-tanya, akankah ini akan menjadi tim Filipina melawan tim Filipina ataukah HomeBois bisa melangkah maju? Karena kita tahu sendiri histori dari kedua tim ini dan bahkan kalau kita lihat dari histori dari babak MPLI sendiri. Di babak group stage mereka berhasil menjuarai tiap grupnya, melaju dari upper bracket, namun sayangnya di match pertama, di match pembukaan mereka di babak playoff mereka harus turun ke lower bracket bersamaan. Namun sekarang mereka berhasil memenangkan dengan 2-1 di match pertama dan match kedua, memulangkan See You Soon dan juga Blacklist International. Dan pada akhirnya inilah dia match kedua untuk mereka kembali untuk mendapatkan kesempatan kembali.
Yes, as what Clara has said, these two teams had a very similar start in the MPLI because in the group stage, they both started off at the top of their seedings. However, they lost and dropped to the lower bracket in the playoff. They are both now at their final life. It's what I would say in Malaysia, dying without immortality, because the team that dies in this match will bid goodbye and say their farewells to the MPLI stage. So Clara, I'm sure the Malaysians and the Filipinos alike are ready to know who will be making it to the lower bracket finals tomorrow.
Yes, not only Malaysian and Filipinos but also all around the world. They want to see, semuanya ingin melihat dan menyaksikan seperti apa pertarungan dari best of 3 series di lower bracket ini untuk menentukan top 3 untuk esok hari. Siapakah yang akan melaju ke lower bracket final esok hari? Akankah menjadi HomeBois ataukah akan menjadi tim RSGPA? Mari kita saksikan bersama-sama. Rose dan juga Bude Clara Romostar bersama kalian semua. Mari saksikan, inilah dia match lower bracket.
MPLI 2023 continues with the battle for the podium, the battle of the top 3, for the top 3. Back ahead again with Sheffin, Gani, and also on my left side is Wolf, who is outside of the camera right now. But yeah, he's still here in all fours.
That's right. Well, I'm bipedal today, so.
Okay. Okay, but this time around, Wolf, Gani, there's a very interesting match.
Yes.
This is the last hope of the Malaysian. And once again, as I said earlier, by extension, the Indonesians as well, because there's a lot of Indonesians on HomeBois as well. It's definitely a big achievement already for the Malaysians, but they're not going to stop here. They want to go full all out, especially after Sorn said that he's going to be the next Filipino Slayer. We saw the last guy who said he's going to be the Filipino Slayer in another tournament, who is Moreno. It turned out he was the Filipino Slayer at that time, okay? Maybe not so much as the time goes on, but his words were true. Let's see if Sorn was able to replicate that.
Well, let's see. I mean, they're definitely not satisfied. Let's see, can they walk the talk, right? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Sheffin has an important message that he wants to deliver.
You know, the secret of the pro players to be able to play at this level. It is Omni. If you want to learn what it takes to play MLBB at the pro level and also inspire communities through gaming content, get inspired by the process. We have a lot of mini documentary, for example, Una, the brand ambassador of EVOS, and also BTR Event, the journey of them to the esports scene. You can watch them exclusively on Omni by FWD, free to download on the Google Play app and also Apple App Stores. So,
and while you watch that, while you also watch Chefin in MPLI 2023, you can grab a product by Meiji. Thank you, Meiji, for making Hello Panda. And this is their product.
Apparently it's not banana. It's cream cheese. But it is yellow. I thought it was banana. So there's more. Yeah, there was more variety than this. But this 5 is already like, this is the Avengers. Okay, I think cream cheese is like the cream on the top. Yeah, it's not really my cup of tea, but this is like the sweets one, the sweet ones.
I think
like this very
cream
much.
cheese is probably one of the newest ones, right?
Yeah.
Because I remember growing up without that flavor. And yeah, but now we know that, yeah, for any kind of taste you have, there's a Hello Panda for you.
Hello Panda. And also for any kind of MLBB information that you want to have, you can also follow One Esports on this social media that we have. We have Discord, TikTok, Instagram, X, Facebook, YouTube, and also Twitch.
Yes, every social media platform there is One Esports. So follow that. Stay relevant, like Chefin.
I think Wolf is more relevant than us combined.
That's not true at all. Everybody's relevant.
Yeah, but by the way, One Esports also has a challenge that gonna get you 4,000 diamonds. Of course, 4,000 diamonds can get you like 13 Starlight.
Yes.
You know, that is a 13 month, a whole year of free Starlight from Wolf himself. If you want to taste your eyesight, if it's as good as Leslie's or even Farsa's, prove it by identifying these heroes and stand a chance to win 4,000 diamonds. Contest ends at November 19.
Did you say like Farsa?
Yeah, no, like seriously, Farsa is blindfolded, right?
Okay.
And she can still use the feathered airstrike very accurately.
So like even after the handicap,
yeah,
her eyesight is just still way better. Okay, fine.
For sure.
All right, sure.
That's a good.
Good save. Good save.
Yeah.
Good save. No, I meant that. I really meant that. It's not a save. That was my intention. Just like the intention of Zoran to be able to replicate his words or like replicate what Moreno did in another tournament. It is RSGPH. Demon Kite, of course, has some beef that, you know, still waiting to be cooked. Since MPL MY, we're going to see both teams going into the stage.
The only rep from Malaysia, and they are ready to be the PH Slayer, ready to break the dominance of the PH and also window. Let's welcome HomeBois.
I think the Indo part was unnecessary, but you know what? It's all right. As the Malaysians would say, Malaysia boleh. It means Malaysia can.
I think we should never leave out that nugget of I like it.
The shush.
And yeah, I mean, we should not leave out the fact that they have Indonesians, because I still feel that HomeBois had a best decision to when it comes to like getting imports. It's instead of going for Filipinos, for example, they went in for Indonesians. That kind of destroys that language barrier. I think it's genius, in fact.
And on the other side, will they join their PH brethren in the top 3? They're ready, and they are ready to challenge anyone who opposes them. Let's welcome RSG Philippines.
In their blue jerseys as well, looking to drown HomeBois in their water. Literally, there's a guy named Anko in the team. But yeah, in terms of like the playstyle of both of these teams, it's kind of similar, right? Light sword, it's like the same pick-off kind of rover. You can also put Yaoi there, you can also put Keyboy there. These guys really like to play the Chow, really like to play the Kaja and Franco. But let's see. As we said earlier, good proactive teams wins against good reactive teams any day of the week. For us, okay? Maybe other coaches would disagree. Probably Bonchan would disagree.
Probably. Like, now, talking about the coaches, Coach Theo now, you know, that is one of the biggest missed opportunities here in MPLI. Not having Coach Panda. With Hello Panda.
Oh no!
I
Oh my
don't-
God, you're right.
How did this? How RSG Philippines? Come on, why did you not let Coach Panda fly to Jakarta?
There's still time.
That's true. But this is okay. If they do survive, maybe they can rush going tomorrow.
Wait. I'm gonna talk about the. Okay, we're on right. Coach Panda is on its way. Okay, I already
Okay.
called some people.
Good job.
And by people, I mean Wolf. Wolf. You're going to see the stats though.
Low for backwards. If you
Yeah, that's right.
low.
That's not the best KDA, not the best skill participation also, but you know, as we said earlier, stats don't matter as long as you win games.
Yeah. You can see that even Nats, for example, average KDA 2.9, that looks lackluster, but if you think about the way that he plays for
Yeah.
a team, I think the rather bad stat, if you're gonna be looking at it, don't look at the average KDA, but the fact that Nats teamfight participation is only 44.7, it kind of looks like it's bad, right? It's pretty low. It's below average or below 50%. But if you think about it, the way that he plays, he
Yep.
goes for the long lane play now, or the
Akito.
far lane, right, that you're talking about. That is his play style now, and that means that he gives a lot of impact to the team with this kind of play style.
Indeed. And on the other side, though, it's similar. Again, Nads still, I still want to talk about Nads a little. He still has that influence in game. Doesn't really show on the stat.
It doesn't really show it too much. And one player that you have to talk about is Zorn, not only because of the, I gotta say though, as a representative of the Filipino community, right? People are now talking about Zorn, right? That's a euphemism.
Define
right?
talking.
Yeah, talking. Let's just leave it at that. People are talking relentlessly about Zorn, especially today. So, and now he's in at least for the Filipinos, right? He's in deep waters. But I'm sure that the Malaysians adore him now.
Oh,
right?
for sure, for sure. It's always,
You
it's
can't
a bit of
please
a-
everybody.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a high risk, high reward move if he can keep his word, which is really hard because you have to face AP Bren and Echo in the process. After, if you beat RCPH, that would be like the biggest W ever for Sword, especially for the Malaysian community. They are been in a drought of international tournaments. Even in their own land, I believe in a tournament in Johor, Alter Ego was able to win that one. So it doesn't look good, but this is a shred of hope that they have, and they're looking to make use out of it.
And this is going to be a very, very important matchup. You mentioned that they have kind of a similar play style, right? Because just because of the way that they wanted to farm.
No.
But one thing that I don't want to fully agree on that fact, but I think that I understand what you're trying to say about their similarities in playstyle where they want to take over with their gold laners. But the way that they reach that goal is, I would say, totally different. You can see that, as well as you mentioned also about Light as well as Zorn, right? It's true, they like to play catch heroes. But the overall pacing of HomeBois versus RSG, just look at their games, totally different. HomeBois, they're more electric, they're more flashy, they're more quicker, they're more faster. RSG, they do employ that sometimes. Sometimes they play quickly, or sometimes their tempo is fast. But more often than not, RSG, they're a team that wants to take their time, actually.
Yeah, apparently, it is the birthday of Aquas yesterday.
Hey!
November 17th. Happy birthday, my man.
Selamat Hari
Selamat ulang tahun.
Oh,
Selamat ulang
man.
tahun, Indonesia.
Oh.
What's in the what's in Tagalog?
Happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. Okay. Yeah. Happy birthday. That was kind of anticlimactic, but
That's right.
You guys do you guys. It is a choice of words, but yeah, happy birthday. Maybe there's gonna be a birthday buff as well for Aqua. This guy in MSC 2022 was probably the best mid laner in the world. I still remember the call from Mirko. But Aqua! That real world manipulation.
Iconic.
Real world manipulation. Okay, I'm sorry. That catches everyone. And just turning the game on towards RSG's favor was massive.
Wow, battle of the coaches as well. It's going to be Coach Theo manning it for RSG. Their HomeBois, they do have Pabs. I was able to talk to my colleagues in the Philippines.
Yes.
They really like the drafting for this guy. And I can say I agree. Especially when you saw their stint during the group stages and then comparing it to the playoffs where they definitely know what to do depending on the teams that they are facing. It's always very adaptive to what the opponent is doing. Now, RSG Philippines, first pick.
They will have the first pick here. Angela,
What's your
Bruno
command?
banned out instantly, and HomeBois will respond swiftly as well. Fanny ban comes through. Will they prio? They're like, what? Okay, let's see. Baksha pick was a little bit uncalled for earlier, so I bet RSG can prioritize the Valentina perhaps.
Wow. Valentina RSG likes that hero a lot.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe I think that they should. I think both of them will be picking between Baksha and Fredrin. The way that they, I guess that I only said that because they banned out this Martis.
Okay.
But at the same time, the Joy is such a prime target for the two teams.
Baksha has not been banned just yet. RCPH, it's either they know how to decode this Chibi Baksha or they want to pick it for themselves. Because so far,
I'm
Chibi
born with your talent.
on either Martis or Baksha has been phenomenal
Is
against
it?
all the opponents so far.
Is
Especially
it the
early
Joy
game.
for our, sorry?
No, it's alright, it's alright, it's alright. That was more important. You are more important than Wolf.
No, come on.
no, just joking.
Not really.
I'm not trying to make you feel
Demon
bad.
Kites is a playstyle in the sense of an assassin. Sure, he can definitely pull it off, or will he fall back to his comfort, the
That's
utility?
Right. The Fredrin as well as the Baksha, right?
Yeah.
But then again, do you want to give the Joy to
GB?
To GB, right? So I think it's
There
better
it
off
is.
this.
Oh,
Whoa!
To
Well.
live is to trick the
Now
reaper.
you respond with Valentina.
All right.
I mean, we usually say that Valentina is slightly prior, but we see teams just first picking Faramis, prioritizing Faramis. I guess they prefer Faramis more than Valentina.
Wow, I mean, interesting. But then again, there still is the Fredrin, the Baksha. I think the Baksha just makes a lot of sense for HomeBois in general because Chibi is great at it. You might want to reconsider the Joy again for HomeBois. But then again, Light is a player that will be willing
Time
to
to
play the
drop the
Franco,
beat
for
of the
example. So they get Terizla and Joy. Do you go Franco now if you're RSG, or do you go Kaja?
I think Kaja is a much safer choice at this point. What do you realize?
How about Hilda?
This early?
Yeah, I think.
I don't.
Well,
mind it,
this is the last phase of the first phase, so
Yeah.
this is the only time they can pick Hilda, unless
If not banned.
it's not
if-
banned
yeah.
by
Yeah.
voice.
But there could be that Hilda for RSG, but I think the Franco or Kaja could be the choice for Light. Then they secure something like a Baksha or a Fredrin now for Demon Kite. So I guess that's those are the options now that's available for RCPH.
Yeah, Baksha in MPLID has been notorious for being a counter for Joy. In terms of like the potential of the farming early game, you can inflate a lot easier. It's going to be
There it
Baksha
is.
and Joy. Good
Very
call,
good
Wolf. And Baksha in early game is very much too tanky for Joy to burst. You have to wait for those items. Even in the late game when you already have that radiant armor, it's also
It's time to go to the RT show. Your team.
There's the Lilia. Typical answer for the Faramis so that you have sustainable amount of damage. It's also a hero that you can get into the front lines, and also a hero that doesn't really care about the anti-sustain that you get from the Baksha because you literally just swap your HP. Of course, we know for sure that HomeBois, they got away with it. They know that the Hilda will no longer be picked up, so maybe they're just gonna be banning out the heroes that are the marksman choices that's great when it comes to comboing with the Kaja. For example, Beatrix that RGPH likes a lot. You also have the carry, right? And then maybe steal the Bruno eventually. And there's also the 1-1, of course.
A lot of approaches indeed that HomeBois need
It's
to
my
consider.
way or the
But RSG
highway,
also
he
will go for the gold lane approach here, gold lane ban approach. And that is going to be the extra. HomeBois, what do they need in their composition? They have already a good mix of DPS and burst for Magic.
Yeah.
It's more of a question, do they want a burst or DPS for their gold laner?
Okay, so I think you want to go sustain damage because of the Faramis. You don't want to be relying on bursts, so you don't go for a combo kind of hero. At the same time, I think that when it comes to their gold lane choices, they might be better off going for an early game kind of marksman, like a Brody, for example, or maybe eventually a Bruno. There's the carry. The reason why I say that is because they already have the Joy, which kind of supplements the damage in the late game. And the Joy is not a jungler that you use to kind of help your gold laner. So you kind of want to look for a gold laner that's self-sufficient in a way.
Independent.
Or HomeBois or independent, like I said. So yeah, the Brody comes to mind. Maybe that is actually something that RSGPH might consider banning out because that should be the marksman that HomeBois might be looking for.
But it is an option that definitely helps that Brody is probably going to win the lane 1v1 against any kind of opponent that he face.
Minotaur will finish off what was left undone.
Sensible ban as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we completely forgot about other roles.
Exactly. Focus on the gold lane. I think, yeah, maybe Brody for HomeBois. I'm gonna be looking for a hero for Zorn though. The Cho is his signature pick, but I don't think it's a best choice here. But again, it's his signature pick anyway, so I mean, for sure that he can make something happen with it. He can deliver. Typically you want to go for something like Rafaela when you're facing up against Akaja. Claude instead. Wow, double late game.
Okay.
And RSG, they can just go for a combo, pick up like a Beatrix.
My family. Wow, that's
and the persecuted.
The contrast here. RSG, they're going for the early game.
Breathe, my fight goes on.
Let's do that.
Interesting. So right now, the chance of Cho being picked is a bit low than before. Now that Claude has been picked because the synergy is not there.
Yep.
Do they want to go for something with heavy CC? Like for example, a Kufra, or maybe we can see like a debut of some heroes that has a really big amount of CC like Tigreal or Atlas, but I think that's stretching it a little bit.
Yeah, there's the Beatrix, as we predicted. I think for HomeBois, you want to go for heavy CC, right? For sure. But at the same time, you kind of want to, you need some sort of protection here if you're HomeBois. Which kind of makes me think that maybe Rafaela is the best hero for HomeBois because at least it has a stun.
Okay, Lolita?
Lolita is...
Do you dislike Lolita in this current patch?
It's unfortunately not it.
Okay.
But again, if it's a specialty for Zorn, sure, pick it up. It makes a lot of sense though versus the Beatrix, right? And somehow, some way versus the Faramis.
What I thought.
Yeah, but I think I'd rather pick up something like protection, like Ruby perhaps, Kufra.
Oh, that's a good...
And
oh wow,
of course.
I mean, playing to your power.
Yep, like we said, it's like a hero that you generally don't want to pick it up in this particular game.
But you're so good at it.
But you're so good at it, you're gonna solve their problems.
Story of my life with Kufra.
Oh,
wow.
no.
At least you're winning.
Are you winning, son? Oh,
see my history?
I do wonder why that's the case. I do wonder. Okay. Like this is a battle between Malaysia and Philippines. Can we? Like, I mean, you know what? Who cares? But yeah, I'm sure from the Malaysian side, it's probably like 95%.
Yeah, I do hope that it's 95% for Team Malaysia.
Yep. Unless there's an error, but we're going to see the beautiful production once again. Oh!
Wow,
Hello Panda.
And Hello Panda will welcome you, as well as Omni TV.
By FWD. Shout out to the production team. A very beautiful, very stylish, very dynamic. Look at this.
As Miracle would say, they bussin'.
They're bussin'.
But well, ladies and gentlemen, in this best of 3, who will strike first?
Okay, Wolf, right away. I want to ask you, who has the more bussin' composition?
Oh, well,
okay.
Difficult. I'd say I'd rather be at the RSG side because it's easier. Yeah, I'd leave it at that. But Zorn already forcing out the retribution. That's why you see him like going for the recall play because he already did his job, and I mean they know that they will need more people around the Lethal Wanderer for them to secure that, especially because Demon Kite doesn't have the retribution. Who gets it? It's
Blue side for sure.
Blue side. All right.
4-2, like huge disadvantage. Even without retribution, it's still going to be an easy secure for RSGPH. Now, it is, as you said, Wolf, that the winning condition for HP, HomeBois, it's harder to execute, especially if Sword has to land those perfect Way of the Dragon. But in the previous match against Blacklist International, I think you'd agree with the winning condition statement as well. About Blacklist, winning condition is easier, but this is Sword we're talking about again.
It's sometimes it's not about being easy, right? Because it's the playoffs. If you have ways to do it like this one.
Ooh. And Amon even he did not pull off or press the flicker. That's massive calculation.
He knows he's going to bait him.
Now let's see here, Soren though, in a three-man gang, taking some punches and as well as shields from that Baksha. But he's still here, hovering around, providing vision for his team.
Unfortunately, Chibi didn't have to. Will still have the retribution in 5 seconds, so it's gonna be on time unless Demon Kite wants to burst this.
Oh, let's see, Soren jumps in. Chibi, Demon Kite though, still with the clutch retribution now. Divine Judgment given towards Chibi, but Setbat will be eliminated. And in the backside, you can see Zorn in trouble and Nats finds the double.
Gotta say, that was pretty much too ambitious, I gotta say. You have a Joy, you have a Chao that is like half HP, you can't really make a thing out of it, especially with Demon Kite on the other side.
The Demon Kite dying is obviously not something that RSGPH wants, but they do secure the turtle and they get 2 kills afterwards. So that's a lot of gold that they have right now. But one thing that you have to take note of, if that happens to you as the jungler, you have to recover. You cannot be behind when it comes to levels after dying. But this is what they're doing. They're trying to invade. They do have the retribution of Demon Kite. He is level 6. With the help of the Kaja, they're going to be taking away one Rock Ursa.
See here, Wave Dragon connecting on towards Light. Not enough burst, but take a look at the recovery. Divine Judgment on towards Chibi, almost taking him down. Warlord pops the black shoes for safety, and that skirmish, no casualties.
Certainly not only discipline, also patience. 2 times. Flicker save at the last second for both of these teams, or like for RSGPH, and it resulted to the best play possible. RSGPH still leading 1K in this early game.
See, a little bit of an advantage, well, actually not a little bit, a lot of advantage for RSG Philippines now. And before the turtle, they want to take over the jungle as well. I think that RSGPH had a better early game just because of this Baksha, knowing full well that it has, it's easier to pull off the Baksha compared to something like a Joy. Joy is quite weak in the early stages compared to something like a Baksha, which takes out the jungle creeps very, very quickly. And because of that, they got good vision. Look at this! I like the bush that they're holding. The Kramer's bush.
Zorn here, will he able to locate? Oh, right now, already showing Divine Judgment, and wow! Zorn deleted instantly. Now you can see HomeBois still trying to recover. Penalty zone pops, but this time GB will prevail with the retry. Now the ramp pops, the spot in the middle of in the no man's land, taken out. And GB here looking for something else perhaps, but no. HomeBois there needs to be satisfied with a trade.
It's the idea coming up from RSGPH. Utilize the Beatrix Renner's Apathy in combination with the Retribution, but they mistimed it. They still got a lot of kills after that. But the fact that they're giving a turtle to HomeBois, it's a little bit of a breathing room for sure.
Okay, now Frizel's gonna play the far lane, considering that he has not have those items necessary to be able to pop up in the team fight, and he's gonna use his maybe Blazing Duet, or maybe he's gonna get killed in the bottom lane. No, still safe. I like this idea though, because Terizla is obviously the more useful member in the team fight. Meanwhile, Light.
Oh, Wave Dragon, Divine Judgment now.
Jeez!
What the heck? The damage from Amon. He flickers out of that. And Sampat there failed to find the trade. But what? Zor now on his quote-unquote power pick or comfort pick, 0-3-0.
Yeah, great fight coming out from RSG, and that's what you always have to think about when you already see the Kaja. We did say that, right? It should be like the Beatrix was the carry ban, but
this time,
oh wow.
Will somehow take revenge, but even Kaino jumps into the fray as well. Soaking damage from Sapat, and Man is just free hitting the backside now. Chibi in trouble. Warlord from another angle does not find the burst just yet, but it saved Chibi's life. Now Warlord is going to be the main target because he has no black shoes. But Chibi, great spot. Emman finds the outplay.
Come here and let me shotgun you in the face. Meanwhile, not to the bottom lane. 2v1, still looking for the outplay. Rizal.
Blazing duet to save the day. Zorn assisted. And there you go. It's all very, it's very action-packed. 6 minutes in.
Well done coming out from Emman, his signature hero from MSC. Shotgun of Emman, that was the rap battle that was written back in the Philippines. And you saw that he utilized all of the weaponry coming out from the Beatrix to be able to take out Chibi and bait him out. Well done, and big brain play coming out from Emman on this Beatrix.
And we might see another shotgun play later in the future, considering that Kaja is on the team for RCPH.
An early PZ, another round. Warlord will find the turtle. Demon Guy now with the Puissance looking for a target with the shield Unity. But no, HomeBois, they will disengage. Sapat though, here, bottom side of the map with Sword showing. The RSG side will back away.
And look at Sword, man. This is giving me M2 Leo Murphy vibes. Just deeping in the face, and as Caldy said, very annoying.
Oh, with the flicker as well, Way of Dragon this time. Sword will find a very important kill now. Let's take a look at top side here. Rizal will be able to clear with a Blazing Duet, perfectly timed.
That is the best case scenario, Wolf. You defend the other turret and also getting a pick, a very important pick onto Emman that already has 4-0-1, and that is a shutdown. Sword, wow! Okay.
Intelligent play, intelligent calculations. And I think that's a very huge win, and even there, Aqua almost taken down, and that's top side.
Man.
1 HP.
RCPH are crumbling. Mistakes after mistakes. And now HomeBois are actually leading. We might get more.
They need to be very careful here. I think that mid-turret take was very, very important now. Sapat, he is stunned a little bit. Oh, suppression comes in too. Light with the kill, but that was HomeBois overextending.
Yeah, so far, Connie, as you said, HomeBois, almost all the kills from RCPH was from HomeBois' mistake. It looks like they want to make another.
Oh, see, it's a 4-man rotation now. Rizal. Wow, the damage from Emman is just incalculable. Now RSG almost here with they found the turnaround, but can they equalize structure-wise?
Let's find out. Emman making full work, well, full value out of this grenade launcher.
Again.
Oh my god.
RGPH is just rotating for a 4-man rotation now, with Nats being elsewhere.
Okay, I think you can clarify for me, Wolf, that Emman doesn't do that very often.
Not that often.
It's just for
he knows what the stakes. Oh, nice touch!
That's a big blunder. Being resource wasted, and Sapat will be punished.
Oh no!
Backside though, Warlord will pop the black shoes in a RSG. Exactly, it's 4-men from the side of RSG will take the punish. It's 2 kills now for RSG.
That was interesting decision from HomeBois. Just 1 by 1, making blunder over another, and that is another kill, another gold secured for RCPH plus the Lord. And I gotta say, Wolf, Chow might not be the greatest target in the world for RCPH to pull. But when you already exhaust all of the gold away, or like the potential away from the Chow, that makes like kind of a psychological effect to Sword, and also making him a bit more vulnerable.
And not only that, it's part of the combo of HomeBois. They needed a stun. That's the only source of their stun. Apart from, of course, the penalty zone, which is not actually a stun, But yeah, Zorn is the main CC for their team.
PZ popped low in the backside. Take a look at Chibi. Nether Realm Light though will fall first. And Man now in trouble. Chibi with the important kill. Rizal also blazing duet now. Matt and Demon Guy trying to survive, but this time it's not taken out. That's a good response from the Malaysian rep.
Wow, I was gonna say that the first hit from Demon Kite was actually massive towards Sapat, but somehow there was not the best fight in the world for HG, but somehow they can win it, Wolf. What happened?
It's GB just trying to save this game, even after the jump coming out from Emma to get away because of the lack of flicker.
Oh no!
Able to take him out. Quite in trouble.
Oh!
It's out barely. But yeah, I mean, you can see that Chibi, because of his timing, he was able to take out Emma, the main damage dealer from RGPH. Now you're thinking, if you're the Beatrix, should I go for the rush, for the Rose Gold Meteor? Should I go for Athena Shield, just so that will not be a problem at all? Or you can see through the replay what happened. You know.
Replay in a second, but so far Sapat 0-6-5, but has been making some sets that gave HP some golds. Once again, GB just targeting Eman over and over again. This has been the plan for GB all along, but some, you know, before this, it's always been covered by Aqua beautifully. This one too, but in this case though, a bit too much overextension from Eman himself.
Okay, 12 minutes in, and it's dead equal. Sure, structure-wise, oh, even the structure, they're the same.
Yeah, but I think I prefer inner turret more than outer, even though it's mid.
Gonna be a difficult late game for RSG Philippines. I can imagine that HomeBois are just very happy right now at 12 minutes in, where they were able to recover. Look at the golden Rizal. Gonna be able to lift the team later on when it comes to the damage department. But for Eman specifically, they need to combo their ultimates, especially with this Kaja. So if they don't land the combo with the Divine Judgment, with the graded launcher, it's gonna be so difficult for them to recover afterwards. So RSGPH are so skill-based, skill-dependent now. And they need to really make good use of their ultimates.
Oh no! Rizal almost a solo kill there. But yeah, Light will now looking for a fight in the mid lane. Sapat holding on, but yes, Light now has the flicker, so I expect Light here again. Yeah, just face checking, looking for opportunities, using the flicker Divine Judgment.
I think the advantage is on HB right now. Yes, there's still Divine Judgment, but that Nether Realm is gone. It's time for them to make a big set.
No, Warlord has no black shoes available now. Let's see here, Demon Kite now jumping in. The turtle, the Lord will be taken by Rizal. Demon Kite taking some heat in the front side of the map. Thorn has immortality and will escape, but Sapat now can be the next target. But no, HomeBois survive, but they will lose a turret.
Oh, just like one frame away, Light almost getting someone there. But again, almost is never enough in Mobile Legends as they have the Lord. HomeBois is definitely on the pedal.
A retribution battle did not go in the favor of any jungler, but it went into Rizal. Then again, that means that he is actually 1.2k ahead of the Beatrix. That's a lot of gold. And the important course, the only, I would say, lucky person now for the side of RG Philippines was actually Nats. He made his own luck though, split pushing the entirety of the early game, but now
oh my god! There's a big knockup ontowards Ford though. The response is the Divine Judgment now. We can see NetherRealm pop Warlord with the first one to fall alongside Zorn. Sapat now is next on the board. Eman with the double. And RSG, that was not just a defense, that was also an offense.
Okay, Wolf, good proactive movement, but even better reactive movement. That was like point click, just NetherRealm, perfect placement by Aqua. Birthday buff is real.
Warlord obviously overstepping that, and it's a lot of overheat. Chibi.
Bye, Chibi.
They can end.
They're ready.
End. 5 seconds for Zorn. They have enough minions. RSG with just one moment. Can they close this one out? Rizal falls. But the minions to save HomeBois' life.
So what literally happened in there? Because the minions have just spawned.
Oh my
They actually
lord.
pushed out the minions of RSGPH.
Exactly.
That wasn't part of the calculations of RSGPH. Can they end this right now though? Oh!
That's a big snipe from Iman. The Wave Dragon on towards Iman to buy time, but the damage will fall through and the base will be destroyed. And RSG, they strike first.
Emma shooting that one from the Philippines. Just how far that was. And that was the winning play. Or maybe even better, the winning play was Aqua with the save, with the Purify and the Netherrealm to respond to the beautiful 4-man knockup, I believe, from Sword.
Exactly. And the thing is, that is a situation, that is a terrain that Chibi will not be able to get into make an impact.
Yeah.
Because he will have to dive, right? And he deals a lot of damage, AoE damage, so no matter what happens, eventually the turret will attack him. And he's not that confident going in that kind of case. I mean, Zorn made a wonderful play, but you're going to be thinking, was it worth it? I think that it will be worth it if they just force out the Netherrealm and they just get out. Because I think that should be the play. But that wasn't the case because Chibi couldn't follow up. They didn't have the damage. Then Chibi wants to go for the play in the middle. Already, the Divine Judgment was available. They did not take for account that the Divine Judgment is already available in that case, and Chibi was duly punished, right? So instantly. I know his idea though. If he had he taken out the Beatrix, it would be them just defending because there's no more tower hitter or turret hitter for the side of RSG Philippines. So that's the right idea. It's correct to think that you wanted to eliminate first the Beatrix. Unfortunately, he did not count the Divine Judgment cooldown properly. That's why he was punished easily.
I mean, at that point, I believe Zorn has the immortality, so he wants to jump, he wants to find an opening, but they forgot about perhaps the Purify. I think that was a big element that why Aqua was helped, assisted that formation to survive. And yeah, after that, immortality's popped. Zorn, of course, out of position, taken out. It was a 3-man kill, I believe. And let's see who grabs the MVP.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, Eman, of course, even in the early stages. We did say that eventually he will have to think about the Rose Gold Meteor, and it actually helped him in the last clash. But most importantly, early stages, 4-0 and 1. And then he goes for the defense. Then he goes for the snipe at the end. There's a lot of like MVP-esque performances coming out from Eman at the entirety of this game, and that's probably why he was picked out as the most valuable player. And I do agree. His impact in this game is really a lot. And the fact of the matter is, it's kind of like RSG Philippines drafted so that Eman will have a good time. Not only is this his signature hero, but it's also a hero that has good combination with the Kaja and the Faramis, right? You see that with the Faramis, with the help of the Netherrealm, he stayed alive for many important clashes, and he utilized the ultimate, the grenade, to deal the damage in combination with the Defiant Judgment, which, by the way, the Kaja is already an answer to the Joy, so there's a lot of layers to this drafting coming out from RSG Philippines. And timing coming out from Aqua. My personal MVP of this game is definitely Aqua, but of course, Emma just played this game so well too, especially this outplay. He missed the first ultimate.
The big ultimate, yeah.
But then again, he still got it. He still got the damage. They punished Chibi. And now we are going to see another combo from RSG Philippines, a one-hit combo. The recalls as well. Look at that, Aqua with the timing onto Eman. And this is also Eman utilizing the flicker. They were able to fend off Sepat as well as Warlord, and that gave them the Lord. But look at Chibi with the heads-up play. Even after the Netherrealm, because there's no flicker, they cannot get out afterwards, and Chibi wasn't punished. However, onto the backline, Snats taken out by the entirety of HomeBois, and this is the win. This is the equalizer that HomeBois were able to get. Let's look at it once again. 4 people caught, but Eman was there, and the Netherrealm eventually. Eman was just free hitting during that moment, and Chibi, you can see Chibi wasn't able to find an opening because, again, this is a dive. Now he tries to go for the play, but the Divine Judgment is already off cooldown.
Yeah.
That point, something that they did not calculate or they did not anticipate.
Minions.
At the same time, the minions pushing it. And look at Eman with the snipe onto Warlord.
Boom.
Beautiful. As a KO, and that is RG Philippines getting the W.
Seeing the replay, Chef, and also another factor that I feel like
Zorn, well, HomeBois could not pull off that offense. Was Rizal was a little bit late to jump and join in with the Blazing Duet.
That's kind of true, but then again, I would say that it was it's just the bottom lane push that they did that kind of spilled their doom. They were doing everything correctly. They have the late game lineup compared to an early game lineup. They have Claude as well as the Joy. We did say that it wasn't the ideal scenario because we want to mix it. Like you go for the Brody, that means that you have at least early game damage, and then the Joy will take over in the late game. In this case, they have the Claude. They actually got away with the early game.
Yep.
I honestly felt that it was already HomeBois' game.
Yep.
But they made a mistake. They stumbled in that top lane. And even if you try to analyze that game in and out, if you put it upside down, you know for sure that that is not the call. And then it was followed up by Chibi trying to go for the mid lane heroic kind of play. So it's back-to-back ill decisions or ill-advised decisions from HomeBois that they should not have done, and it's they still have the advantage even if the game prolongs, right? Even if they don't score the push, there still is the third Lord that they can get easily.
Yep. I was gonna say that it's even more unfortunate that they have the Lord, and that Lord was pretty much hard fought. Rizal was the one who got it instead of two junglers that has full retribution on their hand. But man, oh man, when Zorn was knocking up 4 in the end, I was like having a flashback to Yaoi's play in M4, like knocking 4 Onyx members in the air, and I thought I was gonna see another one, but unfortunately the response was just immaculate. And I think that's also a mismanagement of like the spell time or like the like managing the worst case scenario that's gonna happen to them if they make the wrong choice. As we're going to see the stats even deeper, Aqua is everywhere in the team, but so does Eman.
And of course, Demon Kite 154 damage taken. That's quite a lot.
Out of 205 in total.
In HomeBois,
400 rather.
What I do like about this team is that we know for sure that they can win, right? And I think that their draft is
There was winning.
Yeah, I think their draft is a gamble in this particular game number 3 in a way that they still picked up this Claude even when there's already the Joy. Maybe they made a lot of like bad calls in the late game, but at the same time in the early game, the fact that they have equalized, in fact they got the lead. In fact, before the last minute of the game, they have it already. Imagine if they waited for the 18-minute Lord, where they have the Joy, they have a Claude, and they even have a Lilia that is very strong in that part, and then Sepat with the Terizla with the immortality, things would be totally different. But RSG Philippines, they were the more disciplined team in this case.
Yep. But what's done, it's done. The rice is now a porridge. Unless you have a time-traveling microwave, there's nothing that can be done. And that is game number 1. We are going to game number 2 for more, hopefully, recovery from HomeBois. Not because I want HomeBois to win. But yeah, more like I want to see a game 3 to win them. Okay. Game 3 is definitely the climax of all the things happening. They make mistakes. They know what to do, and all the things, all the information that they have is going to be very crucial on that game. But before we are going there, we have to register for something, Connie, and that is
why do I have to register?
There's a lot of benefits. First of all, you have a lot of information of MLBB. You have a lot of information of Wolf's daily life, which is pretty much top secret, you know. Wolf has been doing some secret job behind the scenes on all fours. And also, you can also get diamonds as well, 4,000. There you go. Register for updates, 4,000 diamonds. That is the QR codes. As simple as that. No labor, no money. You get all the diamonds you can get.
Exactly. And again, why? 4,000 diamonds is just one reason, one good reason why you need to register, of course. And ladies and gentlemen, check out also One Esports app.
Yeah. Dive deeper into the meta. Place a build and rivalries of MPLI with the One Esports app. It's your one-stop destination for breaking news and exclusive interviews with the athletes fighting for the MPLI throne. You can get it in Samsung Galaxy Store and also Google Play Store. It's as easy as that.
So easy, so simple. Again, you will gain a lot of things, information if you install and download this. And with that in mind also, why not join the community?
I mean, you gotta connect with people, right? Unless you wanna end up like a weep, like a Rashi. Like you don't wanna do that. You have to have friends online or in real life. You can also get those friends in one esports community. It's not only limited to Indonesia. We have also a community outside of Indonesia globally, because this is a global game. Esports for everyone.
That's true. And again, if you're part of one esports community, there is a chance for your good plays, because there's a lot of like party queues actually for many games. In fact, not only Mobile Legends, but Mobile Legends more specifically. There's a big community out there, and if you play well, sometimes you play good enough to be featured in
your podcast,
the socials.
And also, like I
but you
believe,
can also watch my podcast.
Okay. I believe I already joined one esports community, and I've seen that they've held some tournaments.
Okay. That's
That
right.
actually has some prize money.
That's right.
So if you want to hustle with Mobile Legends, just go for it. One esports is there for you to get diamonds, to get money, and to get opportunities in the pro scene. For you to be able to be like these guys. RSGPH versus HomeBois, two different countries representing their culture. But so far, the Filipinos had the laugh in the first game. And I believe, I can say for sure that the Filipinos is having a field day in the comments, in Facebook, or in everywhere about Zorn.
I'm actually looking at them right now, especially because it's a much awaited match. They're wondering like if he can walk the talk. But generally speaking, when you talk smack like that, gotta prove it. And I gotta say, Zorn, he's tried his best.
Yeah.
He went 0-3, but he was able to find good openings afterwards.
Like, I just want to remind you guys that this kind of behavior does not come from like, you know, a place from toxicity or like malice. You just want to win. First of all, there is some psychological damage that he wants to, you know, give to the other teams, whether it worked or not. Like, I don't know.
Yes.
Because it is, like he tried, right?
Yes.
As Wolf would say. So don't be too hard on Zorn if he actually didn't qualify for the next stage.
Also,
we need more players like this, man. We need more spicier environment, but of course, not, you know, not getting to that toxicity area.
Not too toxic.
I think they should just keep the heat, the spice within the Land of Dawn as well, right? Outside of the Land of Dawn, just let's be friends.
And by the way, HomeBois with a great merch. I like the jacket.
Hang on.
Yeah, the varsity is fire. It's actually fire.
It's fire.
Oh, this is not what I'm talking about, but this is also fire.
It's
I like this.
pretty good, actually.
I like the flames on the arm there.
Yep.
I don't know what the I think I assume that's Japanese would say. I think Arashi would know. I'm sorry, Arashi. I've been trash talking you so much. I love you, bro.
Arashi's like
that's just a joke. Okay.
Thank God, Sheffield. But I mean, shout out to the merge team. To be quite honest with you, not my cup of tea, but I can see why.
What?
Not my cup
How
of tea.
dare you? Blasphemy! Look at the jerseys, man.
The
I
jerseys.
think black and gold can never go wrong. Black and gold.
Okay, the jersey I like, but the outer.
Yeah.
Not my cup of tea.
Wolf, you wanna bite for me? I'm sure you have some spare changes that I could use.
Let's talk about it after the broadcast.
Okay, he gave me a chance. He gave me a chance, guys. I'm gonna ask him later. But we're here to talk about the game. Now, what is the fix? Like, what is the next step for HomeBois for you, Wolf?
I think that's a good
Because I think they nail the ingredient. They have all the right tools available, but they overcooked a little
It's
bit.
the finishing touch, though, right?
It's just like them overheating. Because I think, okay, now that I think about it more, it's maybe because they found a good opening. Because they're on a win streak, for example. It's like a momentum. Like they feel
For
very
sure.
confident, especially when they're facing up against a team like
Blacklist.
RSG. They found a great start at the early stages, and then they're finding good openings with Zorn, for example. add all of that all together, you gain this
3,000
confidence
worlds.
where, okay,
And
maybe
not a
we can actually
single worthy
go
foe.
for
Make it all
those
the way.
risky plays. So those make it all the way. So yeah, I think they overheat.
Just the finishing touch, I think, was lacking in that particular
born
game.
with talent.
But okay, they
Still
will
the
not
same, I believe.
switch side there. Instead, RSGBH will still have the blue. Let's see, will it be a
Faramis
repeat draft indeed?
I mean, after playing a Faramis like that, you want to go
Yeah.
for the Faramis again.
I mean, it's his birthday, so yeah, you can
Told you, man, birthday buff, 0 death,
whatever
and
he wants.
a lot of good covers. And I do agree with you, Wolf, that I think Aqua should have got the MVP. Not because he's playing the best. I think he should be getting MVP just because he has the birthday. Yeah, like he's on his birthday. Just for the vibes, okay?
Prioritize the backsha instead.
Yep. Now, HomeBois, I think they should deny the Faramis pick here. Pick it up for themselves.
Might go for the Terizla again though. So it should be like Terizla plus the maybe a Valentina instead if
You
they
like-
don't want to get the Faramis.
Do you like the 1-1 early pick?
Maybe third pick.
Okay.
Kind of want to look if RSGPH are ready for that because yeah, you can take, especially if you already know the mid laner of
Okay.
your opponents, then you can go for the 1-1 because the far side is still a counter.
Imaginary world.
Oh
Wow.
no! You wanna go Phobius here? This is like
Phobius.
easy,
It's
easy
like Christmas.
Phobius, man. You're just giving like food to them.
Yep.
Let's see though.
Okay, still Faramis because it's great versus the 1-1.
There is
is
some
to
like
trick
option
the
left though. Like you can pick off hero along the lines of Kaja too, but I think Phobius is the safer pick here.
You can easily pick that up.
I am the power of
No!
light and
Wow,
color.
Kaja!
Alright. Still the first 3 picks as before.
Yep. Different order, but yeah, same.
Yeah.
3 picks.
Oh yeah, you know what? I do agree that Kaja does bring some value, especially denying the Kaja away from HomeBois because we know that 1-1 can have a field day with Kaja on the lineup. Easy crossbow tank, easy chain kills, and easy snowball for Rizal.
And this is why I wanted to pick up the 1-1 when you already know the mid laner of the opponent because yeah, Farsar, right, is a counter but also is the Faramis because of the Nether Realm.
True.
Gonna be difficult to deal with. And HomeBois might be looking for something to protect their 1-1 this time. Actually, Joe, it looks good. The Franco looks good. That is a Lilia still going up against a Faramis.
It's again a repeat for the mid laners, Faramis v Lilia in that mid.
Yeah.
And I personally, I favor the Lilia. Don't know why. A bit though, just a bit.
I want to ask you something, Wolf. Like this early phase of the draft, 3 picks already is all damage seekers. It's all your DPS. It's all the one who's gonna carry you in the game. Do you think, from a drafting standpoint, that's a wise choice?
Obviously not, at least for me, because I kind of want to mix it up. If we're looking at both the 1-1 as well as the Joy, there's for sure if they activate their ultimate, it's a burst in a way. But at the same time, they're both like they're both like damage over time in a way, sustained damage.
Finish off what was
And then
left
you're going up against a
undone.
Faramis, which kind of makes a lot of sense against that, but at the same time, it's not gonna be enough. So yeah, to quickly answer a question, I don't agree with it. I think that you have revealed so much in your hand with that. So yeah, look at the RC Philippines. They're gonna be banning out heroes that protect the 1-1. It's going to be the
Very
Minotaur.
straightforward.
And then eventually, perhaps, maybe a Valentine. Oh no, they already have the Lilia. Maybe the Cho again, if they want.
Terizla is still an option too.
The Terizla, that's also true.
But I think that's a bit too much offense.
Yeah.
Sand rises when I
Okay.
give the word.
Interesting.
HomeBois will ban out the Khalid. Okay.
Yeah, like Khalid does burst 1-1 better than a Terizla, or and against the Joy, it's actually really good. You can also
Benedetta is
tank
on the board as well though.
tank the damage. Yeah.
I like the Benedetta a lot for RZ Philippines because if you do receive the crossbow tang, you can easily get out.
Exactly.
Right? And you also have the Faramis to aid you. And also, it's a hero that is not that scared about the needles and flowers. of the 1-1. Surely the Petrify can be taken out of the equation, but you can be a nuisance to the backlines because of that hero.
And especially right now, 1-1 has been nerfed in terms of like the second skill. The cooldown is insane. Like I believe in the first level, like second level, it was 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Which is pretty much an ultimate cooldown in itself.
I think the Edith looks good for HomeBois. Great versus the Faramis.
Okay.
And it's
Edith punish Kaja too.
Rome and XP. And especially
it's a
that's why I
flex.
like it at fourth pick because
Okay.
it's a super
yeah,
flex.
Yeah. That's really good. I like that. I think you're gonna be right here, Wolf. Let's see though.
I hope so. But again, Paps is he probably knows the game better than I do.
of primal lightning.
There it is.
I think you know the game enough to know what's gonna happen, Wolf. But not the best win rate though so far in this tournament.
Yep.
And I think this is probably the perfect environment for this Edith to be, especially with 1-1 in your hand. That is like a solid like 3 seconds if your combo lands all of them. And if you get the Kaja, it doesn't really matter. You have the 1-1. You have to play front to back. You wanna burst down all the frontliners to be able to chain that crossbow tank.
Ooh, Ixia looks good for RSG Philippines, and they can follow it up with something like an Arlot actually for Nats. But like we said, Benedetta is still good. Well, Arlot, however, gives you that additional value where you have a stun to kind of force out this 1-1. It's literally the same draft.
It's the
literally
same
the same
draft for RSG, Paquito, Beatrix. Yeah, the same hero. And you know what? One hero here. I don't think this will come up though. One hero for Zorn. I believe this Edith can go to the EXP. If they want, HomeBois can pull off. I think they can give a Tigreal.
No. I don't think so. But if it's Tigreal, I would be happy to watch it because this is the debut of it in a pro scene. Because I haven't seen Tigreal. I believe it's still 0 pick in MPLI, right? Even though the buffs is there, and even Keyboy getting into my FYP for a lot of time with the flicker combo is still.
That's why I want to see Tigreal.
It's not it's not convincing enough to be picked, and I think it's gonna be.
Maybe.
I say it's gonna be Yuzhong, but.
Would there be
See value in me?
Oh,
Fredrin.
Okay, there was back in season 10. Let me take you back, as the Fredrin is actually used to counter the Paquito because of the combo of the continuous CCs, and also it's a hero that isn't bursted down by the Paquito.
Okay,
but they're gonna be putting it in the jungler role this time.
Wait, what?
Sapat will play the Joy.
Yep.
Oh!
Sapat will play the Joy.
Oh, okay. I see. I didn't know that, but I thought Fredrin is really solid because it is probably the most versatile jungler out there, and you want to make sure that 1-1 has enough cover that she needs. And how many CCs does a Fredrin have? You have a knockup, you have a taunt as well. You also have a lot of dashes, and you can use that. What's the ult called again? Abraser's Wrath to be able to turn the game around if the conditions are necessary. We'll see though how it will pan out in this game for game number 2 of HomeBois versus RSGPH.
It's match point for the side of RSG. Will HomeBois equalize and force a game 3? We'll have to see. So grab Hello Panda and watch this game.
It's very clear that something like a Baksha is much faster when it comes to taking out the jungle creeps. Well, up top, the Joy versus the Paquito. Not entirely sure about the matchup, but I think I'm gonna put my money onto the Paquito, I would say, because of the fact that you have the second skill 2 of the Paquito, which helps him easily take out the minion wave much faster than a Joy would. So it's easier. That's what I'm trying to say.
And also Joy is the more vulnerable member or like EXP laner in this game because he has a little bit more HP than a Paquito. Meanwhile, Eman might be getting some damage here in the bottom lane. Rizel, pretty decent job in the early game, but Light is there for the rescue.
He also sniffed the Kaja coming, right? He instantly moved backwards where it got a little bit fishy. And let's see here, HomeBois rotating with 3 Chibi, Warlord, and Zorn tunneling up with the 1-1 bottom side, but Shield Unity comes through on towards Zorn here. GB looking for the backside though, good taunt, but Zorn with the flicker will be able to escape.
No.
GB, Appraisal's Wrath will not take
Light nose,
anybody
light
down,
nose.
but Light.
Oh.
He smells blood
There
with
you
the
go.
flicker as well, and the first blood will fall to Light.
That's pretty bad for HomeBois actually. At least when it comes to the first turtle fight, they already expended so much. And I don't know if they don't have the Appraiser's Wrath anymore for GB.
Bounce here again, taking some heat, repositioning here, looking for another angle. Perhaps the Demon Kite is there. NetherRealm popped as well. Sapat though deals damage towards Nats, but he survives with the cover. Demon Kite live, but weird placement here by Nats.
No
Nats
way.
survives again. In the backside of the map here, you can see Zorn already quite low and taken out, but Chibi finds the turtle. Now Demon Kite, good pull by Light with the Divine Judgment. The damage, no burst. Aqua has no mana. Sapine's spot links up, but Demon Kite will find the kill. Spot looking for an escape. He gets it.
RSG's Nats is massive right now. Beautiful outplay. And also Aqua though, that timing, he was like 1 HP, literally 1 HP away. And that is the perfect time to use the NetherRealm for Nuts to get out. And some beautiful shield uses as well to the purple buff, I believe, from Nuts. And that is why he can get away scot-free.
Oh man, I really like how Aqua is playing. It's like it is his birthday boy, but he is the birthday boy, but it kind of feels like he's the one treating everyone, you know? He's the one surprising everyone. You know, wonderful timing of the ultimate, and he gets 2 assists to go with that. Then Light 1-0-2, and of course Demon Kite keeping his ground. There was also a stun from Demon Kite that saved Nats eventually. So you really like the chemistry now for RSG Philippines.
This is a lineup that hasn't really changed in MSC 2022, so chemistry is definitely not much of a problem, especially they've already conquered Southeast Asia once, and they're looking to replicate it with Demon Kite back in the jungler.
So now things tempo-wise has completely gone down. But let's see here, Spell all active, so they're technically ready for a huge fight even. They will raise that resource, but or will they save it for the next turtle? Demon Kite moves with the Shield Unity now. Looking perhaps for a crack, but now HomeBois will disengage. Oh, Flicker Divine Judgment on towards Rizel there. Good spot. And with that, that's already man advantage for RG for the setup.
What a flicker by coming from Light. I mean, it looks very normal, but at the same time, the timing was there, really catching Rizel off guard.
Right now, no Divine Judgment here, but take a look at the damage. Demon Kite finds the Mega. Sapat with the Vengeance here will find the kill. Perhaps no. The turtle will fall for RSG, but Sapat will be punished by the birthday boy. And Zorn now looking for a clear in the mid. Let's see RSG, will they force this one out? Rizel joins the fray, and HomeBois this time will be able to defend, but yet they are behind 3,000 gold.
Aqua's mastery of the Faramis is just on a different level. Because in this case, particularly in that clash, what they did was to utilize the NetherRealm instantly when the Joy activated the ultimate. Sometimes you want to use the NetherRealm when you're only living with a sliver of HP, right? To kind of outplay your opponents and force them out. But that particular play coming out from Aqua, he activated the NetherRealm to absorb the damage from the electrifying beats, which kind of rendered Sepat useless. That's why they were able to take him out. And of course, big props to Demon Kite controlling Chibi with, of course, the Renner's Apathy from M1. Oh my god!
That's a solo kill from Nats without burning his spell. That is one nasty play. Now, top side, let's see. Good taunt. Can it perhaps Rizel, though? No damage here from Warlord and Rizel. And he will be able to walk away. Now the mid is in trouble. Nats with the cheeky push. But again, for this wave, HomeBois will be able to defend Light. Spell, let's check, 5 seconds. Keep that in mind.
I mean, with this kind of lead, I don't think Light has to be picky about the target that he has. Even Zorn doesn't really matter. It is an aroma, but again, as what I said in game number 1, like if you remove Zorn out of the equation, the engage is not there. And you said about something along the lines of micro details, Wolf.
Yeah.
And I believe before, if you want to differentiate between a good Kaja and a great Kaja always uses the first skill first before he flickers. Be able to get some debuff first and also the slow. That's also what HomeBois and other roamer does in pro level.
Like Sheffin.
No, I'm not that good.
Sheffin, man.
I'm not that
Sheffin
good.
is cooking.
That's why I'm the chef.
Yep. RSG Philippines will have the uncontested turtle. That's number 3.
The last turtle, yes.
Might go for the invade. They did not commit the retribution. That's why they want to go for a little bit of a vertical jungling. Nats, however, already with the amount of data that he has, can now just farm the split push.
Another flicker. Flicker Divine Judgment again connecting onto Chibi this time, and Chibi will not survive. Warlord in the mid lane will pop the black shoes. Let's say, will they force this info? Will they punish? But HomeBois will go diving deep under their own turret. And yeah, it's a reset for RSG. Still a very comfortable lead here. 5,000 gold.
100%. 5,000 for RSG Philippines. It's just a lot at this point. Again, they just clear out the mid lane and then push afterwards. And Demon Kite threatening for a steal on the orange buff. But they want to secure their jungle first. And look at that reaction. Nats spots out where Sepat is. Immediately, RSG Philippines' reaction is, okay, let's get back, secure our own jungle first. Then we go for the invade. They have the retribution still on Demon Kite. Might be interested in stealing that orange, especially because Nats is still keeping his eyes onto Sepat at this point.
Wow. I mean, Sepat on the other side has to try, right? He has to make something happen. If he can't really deal the damage in a team fight, he has to find the gold first, but not. Oh, okay. I thought he knows. I really thought he knows, but at this point, Wolf, just as other Pyramid's composition out there, I think if you have a lead this big, it takes a lot of blunder to be able to
Zorn taken down in the backside here. Nether Realm pops as well. Emon quite low. Silence flickers out of the way. Warlord looking for an angle. Does not find it. Oh! Peculiar resource there, but Demon Kite will find the kill. Demon Kite survives the crossbow attack as well as RSG. They're re-engaging, and that's a dive. Aqua with the double.
It's Catcher Curse, Wolf. I said finally. That was my last word. I thought finally Rizal was able to get a good, like a decent crossbow of tank, but it turns out, no, not at all.
What a perfect fight for RSG Philippines. They read HomeBois like a book. Literally, that happened. When Zorn wanted to go for the flicker play, immediately there was Light utilizing the ultimate, Divine Judgment to shut him down.
God.
They're not looking for the big targets. They're looking for the good targets. For the right targets, in fact. Then after Sepat went in for the play, once again NetherRealm was available for that play. Then they get out, they flicker out. Eman, instead of attacking Warlord after the conceal play that his teammate did to save him, he went for changing the weapons. He went for the runner, and then he lands it onto Warlord, which then allowed Demon Kite to take down Warlord. And then Demon Kite just held his own ground, defeating HomeBois, and then Nuts for the pinch. That was a perfect team fight.
Again, just like game 1, the flicker, Divine Judgment from Light will be exploited. Zorn, it was 0-3 in that first game for a time. Now it's 0-4. Sepat on the bottom side of the map. That's a solo from Nats.
14-0.
14-0. They're keeping the scoreline here.
Oh man,
as RSG so one-sided.
I thought Rizal was gonna die, but I think he has some skill left with me. Well, that's a good stun, but it really doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. Still has the NetherRealm, still has a lot of stuff to go out from that turret aggro. But Wolf, at this point, man, I think the victory depends on RCBH more than HomeBois. It takes a massive, insanely bad blunder for RCBH to fumble this one.
Yep. They are looking for a whiff on the NetherRealm. Rizal utilizing his ultimate onto 4 members of RSG, except Demon Kite. That alone is a difficult thing to do.
Yeah.
Like, maneuver your crossbow of tank so that it hits the squishy members after the NetherRealm or without the NetherRealm. And so many... Again, I think that it's clear. It's a miracle for it will take a miracle for HomeBois to win.
Let's see, good knockup here by Zorn. Another round pop, and Sapat jumps in towards the back. Let's see though, but Sapat jumps in for RSG to take his life. It's a 5v3 now as Zorn and Sapat still here lying down.
No!
Okay, he's still alive, RSG. What will they do now? Will they regroup? The answer is yes.
Even when you thought that Nas was handing a kill towards Rizal, he still survives. 16-0 in 12 minutes. Like, difficult, as you said, Wolf is an understatement, I think.
We need a miracle for HomeBois.
Look at the player's gold.
Oh, top. Oh, bottom lane. Bottom lane. Nats is ready.
See,
Nats is ready.
Looking for a solo. Hazel. Oh my god. As if this is tennis, we call it 17 love. Warlord now again. Divine Judgment. Aqua finds the Mega. They look and move onwards.
Finally.
Zorn looking for a kill
Not
here.
finally.
Another realm. Oh, Zorn loses immortality. Demon Kaido still died.
Oh,
and
man.
finds the snipe to secure the kill.
Oh my god. 19-0.
Like, I'm sorry, but I feel like we're looking at the undefeatable here.
I think this is the biggest lead that I've ever seen.
Monster kill. Secured. It's 20-0. Rise up, House of Wind of Nature. Let's see here. What will RSG do?
Dodge from
Amon with the dodge as well. But that's about it. RSG, they will take it slow and perhaps they will move on towards their lord.
This is probably the biggest love set that I've seen. In the Philippines, we call love set when it's 0 loves. Love, like LOV.
Love. Oh yeah, Tannison as well. 20 love. I don't know the reference.
This is the biggest love set I've ever seen. Literally, I cannot remember. I think I remember 16 and 17-0, but 20-0. This is unprecedented.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I don't think we can find a way for HP to come back from this.
Let's see, will they be able to find a kill for HomeBois here? RSG 15,000 gold. You can see the recalls from RSG.
We might as well discuss who's the MVP right now. I think it's Light.
Wow. So insane. See the gap being this huge.
Damage.
15
oh my
minutes
god. Demon Kite as a Basha has more damage than Rizal, Sapat, and Warlord. Those are your damage dealers.
Who will die from RSG PH?
I don't know. Okay,
Zorn.
a knock-up Zorn finding the right target as well. Another round
my
though will
God.
save his life as Zorn will be eliminated. Now it's a 5v4, Sapat will fall as well. It's a 5v3 now plus the Lord. HomeBois, can they defend for Malaysia? RSG will find the Godlike and the base wide open. They will find the members first before ending the base. That's a wipeout and RSG clean sweeps HomeBois.
I'm out of words. This is like, there's no way you get cleaner as this. This is as clean as it gets. Like when you buy a hand soap or like something that tells you 99% bacteria is gone, this is 100%. There's no stains left.
Wow.
Oh, Zord is gonna have a lot of
Oh
nightmares.
my god, I just realized that. Oh, please, please. Okay, guys, once again, we need more players like those in this scene, okay? Don't be too hard on Zorn, okay? Even though, yes, there is some repercussion that you have to be able to handle if you want to talk smack or like talk some spicy stuff to the opponents before the match especially. 2-0 from HomeBois, and that was an insanely clean display from RSG BH. Still though, at the end of the day,
yes,
sportsmanship has been shown, the face bumps, no hard feelings, it is the competitive scene. They'll probably face again in the future. But let's see though. What do they say at this point?
And man, with that, it is also official that we will have a top 3 from one region.
As usual, as per usual, to be honest. Oh yeah.
Usually top 2.
Oh yeah, but because there's only 2. But we're gonna take it away to Rose and Clara for Into the View.
HomeBois ends their journey in MPLI as the top 4. However, they are still the second last region to go home.
Mereka adalah region kedua terakhir yang pulang. Dan dengan demikian, Filipina top 3 semua tim. Namun mereka membawa nama besar Malaysia dan sampai pada titik ini dengan sangat luar biasa. Inilah dia, tim HomeBois dari Malaysia.
And with that, let us give HomeBois the final bow on the MPLI 2023 stage. Boys, in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. We all know you guys did your best. And you know, Malaysia did really, really well. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the highest achievement Malaysia ever had in MPLI.
Iya, dan kita semua tahu betul bahwa mereka sudah memberikan yang terbaik. Dan ini adalah achievement terbaik mereka sepanjang MLI. Jadi kita melihat bahwa mereka step up. Namun ada tim yang begitu menggelora, begitu luar biasa. Dan mereka menggemparkan panggung di lower bracket ini dengan 2-0. A clean sweep.
Not only a 2-0 clean sweep, that last game was a what, 24-0 if I'm not mistaken? Or possibly even more. Give it up for RSGPH, our official top 3 team in MPLI 2023.
Yeah, everyone is so hyped up. Mereka semuanya bersemangat banget. But guys, how did you guys manage to make it 2-0? I thought it's gonna be 2-1, especially for the game 1.
Dito, sa talo kasi namin sa Bren, dami naming natutunan. Tsaka, mas pinagbutihan talaga namin na talunin yung mga natitira pa sa lower bracket.
Alright, so he said their loss against Bren, they really learned a lot of things which motivated them to beat whoever it is in the lower bracket, which means they're getting ready for that match against AP Bren.
Oh, begitu mengerikan ya. Setelah kekalahan mereka belajar banyak. Dan setelah itu mereka hanya siap untuk melawan siapapun. Dari pelajaran itu, hasil yang mereka hasilkan begitu mengerikan. Rose, I'm getting scared of RGBH
Wait,
now.
you're getting scared of them? Yeah. I have a question. Demon Kite, ano na, nakascore ka na kalaban ng HomeBois ah?
Parang in-expect ko mas magandang laban kasi gawa ka ng malakas na team kasi sila.
All right, I asked him how is he feeling because he finally managed to win a game against HomeBois, and he said he actually expected more because he knows that HomeBois is a very strong contender, a very strong opponent.
Ya, dan mereka melihat kalau HomeBois itu lawan yang sangat kuat. But what you guys have this match that maybe you prepare more or you have more with the HomeBois? What is the difference in this stage?
Siguro yung gigil kasi halos lahat ng team naman gigil po sa kanila. Parang gustong-gusto silang talon.
So I'm pretty sure you heard the word gigil just now from Echo. Gigil is gram. So just like Echo against AP Bren, they are also very, very much gram with HomeBois because as we all know, HomeBois is the underdog of MPLI. So everybody wants to beat either AP Bren or HomeBois, and they just met HomeBois. So that's what they did. They won because of the gram, you know?
Geram?
Yeah, geram.
Emosi?
Emosi. Geram is like...
Pembawa gemas.
I don't know what it is in bahasa Indo.
Oke, mereka sepertinya terbawa juga dari perasaan ingin membuktikan diri dengan ingin melawan siapapun karena biasanya orang-orang kalau menyebut tim adalah HomeBois atau AP Bren, tapi mereka juga ingin menunjukkan kemampuan dari tim RSGPH.
Alright guys, last question. Oh, maybe second to the last question. Anong pakiramdam na ang MPLI 2023 top 3 puro mga Pinoy? Ano masasabi nyo doon?
Para sa akin po masaya kasi pitch versus pitch po ulit. Like, yung ibang past tournaments po sila. Indo versus pitch, tatapat. Okay po sa akin.
Alright, so I asked
For my
him,
country din.
what does he have to say? Because now, top 3 teams are all from the Philippines. how are they feeling? And he said he's so much happier because usually in international tournaments, it's going to be a Indo versus Philippine Grand Finals. And they all prefer a Philippine versus Philippine Grand Finals.
Isn't it gonna be hard because you guys can reach each other? Or how do you manage? Or what is the biggest challenge that all Filipinos on the top 3?
Di ba kayo mahihirapan? Kasi puro Pinoy ang maglalaban? Or masaya na kayo kung sino mananalo kasi basta dala-dala yung flag ng Philippines?
Mahirap kasi parang alam na namin yung laro ng isa't isa. So parang madali nang basahin. Unlike sa Indonesia, parang ibang meta, ganun, tsaka ibang galaw. Gusto rin namin Indo makalaban kasi tinalo nila kami sa Snapdragon kaso wala natatalo agad sila.
Okay, so actually he prefers to meet with an Indonesian team because he said that, like what you mentioned, they're from the same region, so they know how they play, they know their strats, and so if they were to meet up with an Indonesian team, they would be able to give a surprise factor.
Oh, jadi ketika ditanya gimana ini semuanya Philippines rupanya sebenarnya kalau di final lawan Indonesia mungkin mereka bisa memberikan banyak kejutan dibandingkan dengan Philippines sesama region yang tentunya mereka lebih hatam satu sama lain, mereka lebih tahu satu sama lain. Namun apa daya sekarang top 3 adalah tim Philippines. Last word from RCPH. Do you have anything to say to your fans all around the world that is watching you right now here that you are on the top 3 of MPLI?
Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng sumuporta sa amin. Tsaka dito. Good luck sa lahat ng natitirang, lahat ng team na maglalaro sa semifinals and grand final.
Alright, he said good luck to all the teams that will be playing in the semifinals and in the grand finals, as well as thank you to everybody who has been supporting their journey here in MPLI.
Terima kasih untuk semuanya yang sudah mendukung mereka sampai titik ini. Perjalanan mereka tentu masih berlanjut dan tentu saja mereka menginginkan yang terbaik untuk semuanya esok hari. Lower bracket final and grand final.
Alright, it's been a long day. So, with this 2-0 match, let us show it over to the casters to find out what RSGPH did right to secure that 2-0 game. Casters, take it away.
Just as per usual, it is indeed Pinas lang Malakas. That was a cold-blooded show for RCPH. One thing that I can pick out though, the kill count was 25. They should have stopped at 24 just to, Kobe, RIP, one of my favorite basketball player of all time, and the one who made me play basketball. So yeah, that's my bit. So we're going to see the MVP, as I said earlier. In the mid-game, if I were to pick an MVP, it's going to be Light because he's been feeding RCPH even mouth-to-mouth.
Wow. I would say everybody from... It's cliche, right? To say that everybody's the MVP. Because surely there are so many highlights for Light.
Yes.
Lights, right? You can spell highlights without Light. Especially because of how he understood the movements and also calculate all of the pixel... calculate the one's movement down to the pixel and of course down to the millisecond. Especially that play in the bottom lane where he was able to flicker in. He knows that the Tiger Press is already over, the positioning is already there, there's no flicker that you cannot react to, and then of course the play take does. And of course Light up top, when there was already a big 5v5 that you can see Team HomeBois already poising to actually win the fight, with Zornia initiating with a flicker and might have caught many members of RSG. He utilized his ultimate so quickly on a target that is unlikely to be good, but at the same time, it's a roamer that would have changed the tides of the game, of the skirmish.
This is
so clean. That was the play.
Yeah.
That was the early play, yes.
It is actually an MVP highlight.
Beautiful play. Then when Sepat comes in, they activate the Nether Realm early, so that they will tank through all of the damage coming out from Sepat, then punish him afterwards. Of course, finding Chibi at this point, how does that even happen? Zorn shut down. You can see how they were able to save Eman this time. You go for the flicker out, and then I believe there will be a conceal play. Look at that. Look at the symphony of skills.
Man.
And then Demon Kite survives. Nats already wrapping up. He goes for the pinch instead of going for the play first, right? He knows where they will be going. That was a perfect clash.
Yeah, I think the worst part is just rinse and repeat for Light. There's no, like, it's not anything. It is special showing, but it's just flicker, Divine Judgment, and there's nothing HomeBois can do about that.
Yeah.
Like, what you can do at this point? Really nothing.
Really nothing at this point, actually.
And the rest of the highlights is just RCPH finishing the job.
Exactly. I mean, like, we're just literally watching this time, and of course it's very brutal. Rizal activating his Wind of Nature for essentially nothing, and then they take out members of HomeBois one after the other. They take out Chibi, and RSG Philippines have officially showed us the biggest love set of all time when it comes to Mobile Legends professionally. The biggest lead as well, and the biggest lead, kill lead.
Okay, let's see. These stats will give more context as to like how dominant, how brutal RCPH was. I mean, look at the items. Sapat, he's not even there. He's already going back home. I'm sorry. No. Like what I mean is like, no. You know what? I'm gonna take. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was my bad. I'm sorry, Sapat. Whew. Yeah, like the graphic is not there.
That's just how it is.
Holy Crystal on his way to, I believe, Bloodwings. Doesn't really matter if you have Vengeance when the opponent can still outdamage you. But Demon Kite though, like this is proper respect.
Yeah.
He already lead by God knows how many 1,000 golds out there. Still has Dominance Eyes.
Yeah.
What? I think that's a bit too much respect.
I also want to say, I think Light was able to get the fleeting time first, so it looks. I think this is not the actual order of what items Light was able to get, but I do want to take note that early pick up the fleeting time that allowed him to cycle through all of his ultimate cooldowns, so that he's able to provide RCPH with almost a near perfect game, or actually it was definitely a perfect game. 7-0 and 14 for Demon Kite. That's 21 out of the 25. And yeah, all over the place, they're just destroying HomeBois. You can even remember Nats with a solo kill down the bottom lane. He knows that his items will be enough, even after the needles and flowers, that he will be able to take out the 1-1 in the bottom lane. Rizal was so desperate to get farm. He gets out of his base, easily destroyed.
I don't want to
Zero
spell
damage
it.
to turrets.
No, I don't want to spell it out, man. Like this is sad. Like this is. Oh my god.
Okay, they got one turtle. Please.
Okay, that's so they did better than AP Bren. No, just kidding. But yeah, like this is probably the D-Day, the day of domination.
That's right.
For 2 matches. In the first match, it was like 0 objective whatsoever for AP Bren. This time around, the second game was somehow even brutal.
Yeah.
Like this should
imagine the highest GPM being Nats.
This shouldn't be allowed on YouTube or to be streamed.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm out of words actually.
Connie, like we're out of words. Do you want to take over or like say something about this?
I'm posting the scoreline.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's something you can do, but but obviously if you're a Malaysian fan, the journey is not over. HomeBois, especially Sorn, I think he has probably one of the biggest mental fortitude out of all the players in Mobile Legends. He hasn't like shown any kind of like, how do I say it, like mental breakdown, like mental.
Wow.
Like let's just say that he's very strong mentally. So I think in terms of like recovery, I don't think that's gonna affect him that much. This is just another game.
Yeah, that's actually very true.
And they still have the biggest tournament out there, M5 in Philippines. No, it's going to be a bigger challenge for Zone.
That is
He's
why
playing in Manila.
That is why I kind of got scared for Zorn after releasing that kind of statement and then losing to the game like this. But nevertheless, I think I kind of agree with you. At the end of the day, it's just a game, right? If you forget about the records, for sure, like a 25-0, it will not matter as much because I think that HomeBois have improved a lot, particularly against RSG Philippines. the way that they drafted was totally different from the other games that they were doing, because I even commended Paps with his decision making when it comes to the draft. And for sure, if you compare this game for HomeBois compared to the group stage matches, for example, as well as the early stages of this playoffs, this is not how HomeBois wanted to play the draft. They wanted, I think that they might have really maybe overthink in some points of the game. Like first picking the 1-1, you asked for it. Like, but I said, they should know the mid laner first. Automatically, there's the fair miss that Aqua played so well, and it also made a lot of sense versus the 1-1. I always have this #1 rule, or it's actually not #1, but it's one of my important principles, important rules. When there is a 1-1, when there's a fair miss, don't play the 1-1 because it's just horrible. And it happened.
Okay, but yeah, as I said earlier, the lows of the lows can bring you to the highest of highs.
That's right.
As Geek fan myself, 8th place over and over again. A lot of times people are just saying that Geek Fam is just, even like, I'm sorry
a basement
say
dweller.
this. Yeah, it's just a punching bag for MPLID, but right now they're representing Indonesia in M5. But let's see what our host will say about the situation. Let's throw it away to Clara and Rose.
Hari ini, di hari yang kedua, kita sudah melihat semua tim berjuang dari 6 tim menjadi 3 tim saja.
We end our playoffs, technically, second day of our playoffs, from 16 teams in this MPLI, and we are down to the final 3, and they are all from the same region, which is the Philippines.
Las Palancas.
Pinas lang talagang malakas. I can definitely say that they have dominated this MPLI, and guys, the top 3 teams, super duper unexpected for it to all be Philippines.
Yes, ini semuanya juga pasti tidak menyangka bahwa 3 tim yang benar-benar super power dari Philippines. Kita punya Bren, Echo, dan juga RSGP Ace. Dan buat kalian yang penasaran seperti apa perjalanan dari tim-tim yang sudah berjuang, let's check out how the bracket is going, Rose.
Yes, all right. So, for the games tomorrow, I'm actually really excited because we are going to be seeing, there we go. We will be seeing RSG Philippines and AP Bren. And the winner of that match will be meeting Echo in the grand finals.
Oh, it's going to be a long day for the lower bracket because they have to play 2 times in a row.
Yes.
Best of 3 and then best of 5 series.
Yes. Now, honestly, it's like a sigh of relief that they are only playing a best of 5 in the grand finals, because the more games, the more chances the other team gets.
Yeah, that's quite right. But unfortunately, HomeBois, the only one from Malaysia and the other region except Philippines, is down. Sayang sekali dari Malaysia harus tertunduk dengan 2-0. Banyak sekali yang tentu saja lagi bersedih nih kayaknya ya di kolom komentar.
Yes, I agree. So, for the first match of our lower bracket finals tomorrow, RSG Philippines will be going up against AP Bren at 3 p.m. Indonesia time, which means they will be live on 4 p.m. in Malaysia, Philippines, and Singapore. And our grand finals will start at 6:30 Indonesia time, which means 7:30 p.m. in Malaysia, Singapore, and the Philippines.
Ya, jadi catat jamnya, pasang di alarm kalian, jam 3 akan dimulai dari lower bracket final dan dilanjutkan dengan jam 6:30 untuk grand final. Jadi Budi Clara Monster juga Rose akan mengundang kalian semua langsung kemari, tentu saja di Basketball Hall GBK. Kita akan menyaksikan siapakah yang akan mengangkat piala dari MPLI 2023.
This MPLI has been breaking history after histories. For the first time ever, there will be no Indonesian teams in contend for the trophy. But for the first time ever as well, 3 Filipino teams will be fighting for that grand champion title.
Yes, they're so powerhouse, mereka sangat kuat, dan mari kita menjadi saksi bersama-sama akan seperti apa perjalanan untuk final day esok hari.
So unfortunately, we would have to end our day 2 here. However, let us know on the social media and in the comments down below who you think will be the grand champion. Will it be AP Bren, Echo, or will it be RSG Philippines?
Yap, siapakah yang menurut kalian akan mendapatkan kemenangan, yang akan menjadi juara di MPLI 2023? Tulis di kolom komentar. Siapa dari 3 tim Philippines ini? Tapi the one that I know, the Filipinos will win.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
No matter what, we will win somehow.
Yeah, Philippines will win. Oke, tapi terima kasih semuanya tentunya yang sudah datang kemari dan juga yang sudah stay tune bersama kami di hari yang kedua di MPLI 2023.
Yes, thank you to everybody tuning in today. And on behalf of One Esports, the production, and our partners, thank you to our official partners, Meiji and Omni by FWD.
Supporting partner, Samsung, PBSI, Wonderful Indonesia, and MRT Jakarta.
Supporting radio partners, Prambors, and the support of Munton Games.
This is Clara Mongstar.
And this is Rose, signing off. We shall see you tomorrow.
MPLI 2023, rise above!